might tell you just a little bit about the book. And I fell in love or in hate or in something because he was totally odious as a character, but in the end I think you kind of just almost admire and love him. And so you're about to hear the story of Ikey Solomon, the most notorious Jew of his age, and his mistress Mary, who embraced this country as though it were the best chance he'd have in a life, and Ikey's odious, truly odious wife Hannah. So here we go. I hope you enjoy it. It took a long time to write, but it's a pleasure to give you the first of my thank you notes.
And now here's your narrator, Humphrey Bower, with The Potato Factory.
Dedication. For my beloved wife, Benita, who always had absolute faith and never failed to wrap it in abundant love. Acknowledgement. The first thing a writer learns is that real life contains far more coincidence than any he or she will ever be allowed to get away with in a fictional plot. Life is simply stranger than fiction. Almost at a glance, any daily newspaper carries examples of character and plot well beyond the imagination of the boldest of fiction writers. Good historical fiction may be said to be fact that went undiscovered at the time it happened, and the historical novel is the writer's ability to dig deep enough to find some of the truth as it was at the time. To help me do this, a lot of people gave generously of their knowledge, intelligence, and time. Without them, there could be no book. While they may appear below only as a list of names in alphabetical order, I count myself most fortunate to have known them all, for they are the fuel which fed the fire of my fiction. Louise Adler, Jennifer Byrne, Adrian Collette, Benita Courtenay, David Daintree, Owen Denmead, Margaret G., Alex Hamill, Jill Hickson, Elspeth Hope Johnson, AM, Rabbi J.S. Levi, Dr. Irwin Light, Larry Lyme, Essie Moses, Libby Mercer, Ross Penman, Roger Rigby, Jeff Rigby, Irene Schaffer, Michael Sprod, Paula Teague, Barbara and John Tooth. There are others who helped in smaller, though no less important ways, and I am grateful to you all. There are always one or two people who need to be singled out for special mention. My editor, Belinda Byrne, qualifies as the star at the top of the tree, closely followed by Dr. John Tooth and Paul Buddy, AM. Also my publishers, Reed, who chewed their collective fingernails but kept their patience and their expletives to themselves when my manuscript was well past its promised deadline. I thank you all. Finally, I acknowledge my gratitude to all those writers and historians, past and present, who go before me. They are too numerous to mention and too wonderful for words. Preface. Some people are bound to argue that this book is the truth thinly disguised as fiction, and others will say I got it quite wrong. Both sides may well be correct. That Ikey Solomon existed, and was perhaps the most notorious English criminal of his day, is not in dispute, and wherever possible, I have observed the chronology of his life and that of his wife, Hannah, and their children. That Charles Dickens based the character Fagin in his novel Oliver Twist on Ikey Solomon is a romantic notion which I much prefer to believe. But the moment I allow him and all the characters in this book to speak for themselves, I have created a fiction of the fact of their historical existence. By every definition, this is therefore a work of fiction. In reading it, I ask you to take into account the time in which my story occurs, the first half of the 19th century. In these more enlightened times, this book may be regarded as anti-Semitic. In the terms of the times in which it is written, it is an accurate account of the prevailing attitudes to the Jews of England. These were dark times, bleak times, hard times, times when a poor man's life was regarded as less valuable than that of a pig, a poor Jew's far less valuable even than that. That Ikey Solomon's life could have happened as it did, in fact, allows my fiction to exploit the ability of the human spirit to transcend the vile tyranny of which humankind has proved so consistently capable. In these terms, Ikey Solomon was a real-life hero, and my fiction cannot possibly do him justice. The Potato Factory. In history there are no solitary dreams. One dreamer breathes life into the next. Sebastião Salgado. Be this a warning. This little work is held up as a warning beacon to keep the traveller from the sands of a poisonous desert, or from splitting upon the rocks of infamy. It is necessary in such a case to point out hells and brothels, girls and bawds, and rogues by name and situation, not as a direction for youth to steer towards them, but that he may take the contrary course. For no reasonable man would enter a whirlpool when he could pass by it on the smooth surface of the reaches of a tranquil river crossing. The life of Ikey Solomon is filled with iniquitous adventure. He has acted with the rope round his neck for 20 years, but by his cunning always avoided being drawn up to the beam, where he is likely to end his infamous career. We are duty-bound to hold him up as a depraved villain, whose conduct must disgust, and whose miseries, with all his wealth, will show how preferable a life of honesty and poverty is to a guilty conscience, and treasure gained by blood and rapine. From Ikey Solomon, Swindler, Forger, Fencer and Brothel Keeper, 1829. Book 1. London. Chapter 1. Ikey Solomon was so entirely a Londoner that he was a human part of the great metropolis, a jigsawed brick that fitted into no other place. He was mixed into that mouldy mortar, an ingredient in the slime and smutch of its rat-infested dockside hovels and verminous netherkins. He was a part of its smogged countenance and the dark, cold mannerisms of the ancient city itself. He was contained within the clinging mud and the evil-smelling putrilage. Ikey was as natural a part of the chaffering, quarrelling humanity who lived in the rookeries among the slaughterhouses, cesspools and tanneries as anyone ever born in the square mile known to be the heartbeat of London town. Ikey was completely insensitive to his surroundings, his nose not affronted by the miasma which hung like a thin, dirty cloud at the level of the rooftops. This effluvian smog rose from the open sewers, known as the Venice of drains, which carried a thick soup of human excrement into the Thames. It mixed with the fumes produced by the fat boilers, fellmongers, glue renderers, tripe scrapers and dog skinners, to mention but a few of the stench makers, to make London's atmosphere the foulest smelling place for the congregation of humans on earth. The burial ground in Clare Market was full to the point where gravediggers would be up to their knees in rotting flesh as they crammed more bodies into graves. Corpses piled on top of each other often broke through the ground, emitting noxious gases, so that the stench of rotting bodies was always present in nearby Drury Lane. Since infanthood, Ikey had grown accustomed to the bloated effluence of the river, and the fetidity that pervaded St. Giles, Whitechapel, Shoreditch, Spitalfields, and the surrounding rookeries. His very nature was fired, hammered and hardened within this hell, which was the part of London he called home. Ikey Solomon was the worst kind of villain. Though in respectable company, and in the magistrates' courts and the assizes, he passed himself off as a small-time jeweller, a maker of wedding rings and paste and garnet brooches, for what was at that time described as the respectable poor. But the poor, in those years of misery after Waterloo, had trouble enough scraping together the means to bring a plate of boiled potatoes or toasted herrings to the table. If Ikey had depended for his livelihood on their desire for knick-knackery, his family would have been poorly served indeed. In reality, he was a fence, a most notorious receiver of stolen goods, one known to every skilled thief and member of the dangerous classes in London. In Liverpool, Manchester and Birmingham, young pickpockets, footpads, snakesmen and the like referred to him in awed and reverent tones as the Prince of Fences. Ikey Solomon was not a man to love. There was too much the natural cockroach about him, a creature to be found only in the dark and dirty corners of life. It might be said that Ikey's mistress loved him, though she herself may have found this conclusion difficult to formulate, love being a word not easily associated with Ikey. Mary wasn't Ikey's wife, nor yet his mistress, perhaps something in between, an attachment for which there is not yet a suitable name. The doubtful honour of being Ikey's wife was reserved for Hannah, a woman of a most terrible disposition who did little to conceal her dislike for her husband. Such acrimonious sentiments as were commonly expressed by Hannah were usually forbidden to a woman, who was expected to accent with a high degree of stoicism her husband's peregrinations in life. A woman, after all, had no rights to carp or pout at the results of her partner's misfortunes, nor to cry his errors in judgment or his lack of moral rectitude, but share the good, silently accept the bad, and hope always for the best, which is the female's natural lot in life, though if this was ever made plain to Hannah, it had not sunk in too well. Moreover, setting aside for a moment what might be considered formal filial duty, Hannah had a good case against Ikey. Their children also were on her side, both puzzled and somewhat ashamed of the curious man they took to be their father. If Ikey understood the duties of a father, he chose never to exercise them. To his children, during the hours of daylight, he was a dark, huddled, sleeping bundle, wrapped in a large, extremely dirty coat, from which protruded at one end strands of matted grey hair, surrounding a mottled bald dome. Looking downwards, first there was a thick hedge of unkempt eyebrow, and then a nose too long for the thin face from which it grew. Still further downwards in the area of the chin grew an untidy tangle of salt and pepper beard, thick in some parts and in others wispy, all of it most uneven and ratty in appearance. From the other end of the greasy coat stuck a pair of long, narrow yellow boots, their sharp snouts concertinaed inward and pointed upwards. These boots were never seen to leave his feet, and to the curious eyes of his children, their dented snouts seemed to act as sniffing devices. With the first whiff of danger, they would jerk Ikey from the horizontal into a wide-awake seated position, their snouted ends testing the air like truffle pigs, quickly establishing the direction from whence the danger came. Whereupon Ikey's boots would become in appearance 2 yellow cockroaches, plant themselves firmly on the ground, then scuttle him away into some dark, safe corner. Ikey was also a series of daylight noises to his children. Accumulation of slack-jawed snoring and wet spittle sounds issued constantly from a mouth clustered with large yellow and black teeth. Several appeared to be broken or missing, worn down by the gnashing and grinding of a torturous sleep, which came to an end precisely at 6:30 of the clock in the evening. At night, Ikey's children, hugging each other for moral support, would watch wide-eyed from dark corners as he shuffled about the house, sniffing, snorting and whimpering as though expecting somehow to find it changed for the worse during his sleep. If Ikey should come across a clutch of children, he would halt and stare momentarily, as though curious to who they might be. "Good," he'd snort at them, and shuffle away, still sniffing and whimpering, as he carried on with his inspection of the premises. At 7 o'clock precisely, the Irish woman who looked after the children in Hannah's absence would place in front of him a mutton and potato stew with a thick wedge of batter pudding. He'd eat alone in the scullery, his only implement a long, sharp, pointed knife with which he'd stab a potato or a fatty piece of mutton and feed it into his mouth. Then, when the solid contents of the bowl were disposed of, he used the batter pudding to soak up the broth, polishing the bowl clean with the greasy crust. Ikey's evening meal never varied. Neither beef nor fowl ever replaced the greasy mutton, and he would complete his repast with a bowl of curds swallowed in one long continuous gulp, which made his Adam's apple bounce in an alarming fashion. Milk with meat was not kosher, and Ikey, who had a regular seat in the Duke's Place synagogue, was a good Jew in all but this respect. With his hands, first the left and then the right, he'd wipe the remains of the frothy curd from his lips, then run both greasy palms down either side of his coat, this action bringing scant improvement to either. At this point, the children listening at the door would strain their ears for the various oleaginous noises coming from his stomach. They'd hold their breath for the magnificence of the burp they knew must surely follow, and the horrendous fart which would cap it, a single explosion which signalled the end of Ikey's repast. His evening meal over, Ikey picked his teeth with a long, dirty fingernail. He would then take up Hannah's ledger and repair to his study. Before he unlocked the door, he would pause and look furtively about him, then enter and immediately lock it, restoring the brass key to somewhere within the interior of his overcoat. Ikey would light the 2 oil lamps in his study to reveal a smallish room thick with accumulated dust, except within the precinct of his writing desk. This he kept pristine, the quill and blacking pot neatly lined up, a tablet of evenly stacked butcher's paper to the right. Ikey would then take a cheap imitation hunter from the interior of his coat and lay the watch together with Hannah's ledger upon the desk. He then removed his coat and waistcoat, leaving him standing in his dirty woolen undershirt. The coat and waistcoat he hung upon the coat stand, one peg of which already contained his flat-topped, broad-brimmed hat. Then moving to one corner of the room, he sank to his knees and, in turn, pushed 4 knot-holes contained in the floorboards. These immediately sprang up an inch or so at one end, whereupon Ikey carefully removed the nails from the holes. He lifted the floorboards to reveal a small, dry cellar, no deeper than 4 feet, and filled with ledgers. Ikey removed 3 and carefully clicked the sprung floorboards back into place, positioning the nails in the holes in which they belonged. He then crossed to his desk, placed the ledgers down, seated himself on the high stool, and lit the lamp which hung directly above his head. Seated quiet as a mouse, he worked until midnight. Precisely 10 minutes later, the time it took to tidy his desk, return the ledgers to the cavity beneath the floorboards, get into his coat, fix his hat upon his head, douse the lamps, lock the door to the study, take Hannah's ledger back to the pantry and place it in the sack containing potatoes, and leave the house, he slid furtively from a half-closed front door into the passing night. Ikey wore his greatcoat buttoned tightly with the collar pulled high so that it wrapped around his ears. He pulled his hat down low across his brow, and hardly any part of him was visible as he moved along, the hem of his thick woolen coat inches from the scuffed and dented caps of his scuttling yellow boots. The irony was that Ikey's entire identity was revealed in his very self-concealment. His rapping and scuttling, chin tucked in, head turned around at every half a dozen steps, dark eyes darting, as though seen through a brass letterbox slot. The crab-like sideways movement, stopping, sniffing, arms deep into the pockets of his greatcoat, instinctively seeking for a wall to sidle against, so that the shoulders of the coat were worn with scuffing against brick and rough stone. These mannerisms clearly identified him to the street urchins and general lowlife who used their rapacious eyes for observing the comings and goings of everyone they might prey upon. If Ikey had completely disrobed and walked, bold as a butcher's boy, in broad daylight, whistling among the stalls in the Whitechapel markets, this would have been a more complete disguise. Perhaps the broad daylight aspect of such a disguise would have been the most effective part of it, For light in any form was repugnant to Ikey, who, like Hannah, was nocturnal. Both were involved in duties best completed well after sunset and before sunrise. Ikey would be out and about after midnight, sniffing for business in the thieves' kitchens, netherkins and chop houses in the surrounding rookeries, while Hannah was the mistress of several bawdy houses, which traded best as the night wore on. Hannah had been born a beautiful child, and lost none of her fine looks as she grew into a young woman. But then the pox had struck. Unable to restrain herself, she had scratched at the scabs until the blood ran, leaving her pretty face and pubescent breasts badly and permanently pocked. From childhood, Hannah had imagined herself away from the hell of Whitechapel and occupying a small residence in Chelsea. She would be a courtesan, exquisitely perfumed and coiffured, dressed in fashionable gowns of shot silk. She would wear diamonds from Amsterdam and pearls from the South Seas, which naturally were the grateful gifts of the young gentlemen officers of the Guards, the Blues, and no other, or of the older, though equally handsome, titled members of the Tattersall Club. She would be seen at the opera and the theatre and remarked upon for her extraordinary beauty. Wherever Hannah went, young swells and flashmen on the randy would evoke her name as one might a princess, knowing her to be beyond the reach of their impecunious pockets, dreaming of a windfall which might cause such unfortunate circumstances to be overturned. Instead, the dreadful scars had caused her to become a barmaid at the Blue Anchor in Petticoat Lane. Here her pretty figure and large blue eyes could have earned her a handsome enough living as a part-time prostitute, but the idea was repugnant to her. She was not prepared to deny her previous expectations, to work on her back as a common whore. Hannah's bitterness had left her moody and recalcitrant, and the young men who paid her attention soon dwindled. Her tongue was too acerbic, and her expectations too high for their aspirations or resources. Quite early in her pockmarked life, she had conceived of the idea of owning a high-class brothel. She saw this as her only chance of resurrecting the original dream, to associate with the better classes in dress and mannerisms, if not in respectability. So she cast her eyes about for a likely patron. Perhaps an older man, easily pleased with her generous hips and big breasts, whose needs, after his nightly libation, were seldom onerous, satisfied after a half-dozen grunts and jerks, whereupon he would fall back exhausted onto his duck-down pillow, to snore and snort like the fat pig he undoubtedly was. When Ikey, who at the age of 21 was already coming on as a notorious magsman, and was thought not without spare silver jiggling in his pockets, came along, his very repulsiveness made him attractive to her. True, he was not elderly nor yet rich, but young, clever and careful, his dark eyes always darting. Appearing suddenly at the door of the Blue Anchor, he scanned the patrons, his eyes sucking in the human contents of the room before he entered. Hannah could sense that he was greedy, secretive, a coward, and moreover he made no advances of a sexual nature during his pathetic attempt at courtship. What she had expected to find in an older man, she now found in Ikey. Ikey would be her ticket to glory, the means by which she would achieve the remnants of her earlier ambition. They were married in London in 1807, in the great synagogue at Duke's Place, with all the trappings and regalia of the Jewish faith. It was a bitterly cold January morning, but it was well known that a morning ceremony was less costly, and Hannah's father, a coachmaster, was not inclined to waste a farthing even on his family. If by a little thought and negotiation a small extra sum could be saved for ratting, the sport on which he chose to gamble most of his earnings, so much the better. Hannah and Ikey were a well-suited couple in some respects, and they shared 1,000 crimes and 10,000 ill-gotten gains in their subsequent life together. As a consequence, they became very wealthy, though Hannah had not achieved her ambition to mix with the male members of the best of society and be seen in the gilded boxes of the opera and the theatre. Instead, her bawdy houses were frequented by Lascars and Chinese and black seamen from North Africa, the Indies and the Cape of Good Hope, and of course all the scum from the English dangerous classes. Pandas, crimps, bullies, petty touts, bimbos, perverts, sharpers, catamites, sodomites and unspecified riffraff, as well as the famine Irish, with their emaciated looks and long, thick, swollen dicks. They were more in need of a feed than a broken-down tart, robbing their families of what little they had, to boast of fornication with a poxy English whore. Ikey counted himself fortunate to have found a wife as avaricious and morally corrupt as himself, yet one who could play the prim and proper lady when called upon to do so. Upon their marriage, Hannah had adopted the demeanour in public of a woman of the highest moral rectitude, with the straight-laced, scrubbed and honest appearance of a Methodist preacher's wife. This was only when she was in the presence of her betters, and as practice for a time to come, when, she told herself, she would run the most exclusive brothel in London town. Ikey's success as a fence had precluded such an establishment, designed, as it would be, to cater for the amorous needs of the better classes. It would be too public and draw too much attention. Hannah had reluctantly and temporarily put her ambitions aside. Instead, by working at the lowest end of the sex market, she often proved to be a useful adjunct to Ikey's fencing business. This subjugation to her husband's needs did not come about from loyalty to him, but rather from simple greed. Ikey had been successful beyond her wildest expectations. Hannah began to see how she might one day escape to America or Australia, where she could set up as a woman of means and attain a position in society befitting her role as a wealthy widow with 2 beautiful daughters and 4 handsome sons, all eligible to be married into the best local families. It had always been quite clear in Hannah's mind that Ikey would not be a witness to her eventual triumph over the ugly scars which had so cruelly spoilt her face, and with it her fortune. In the intervening period, Hannah felt that she had sound control of her husband. Her sharp and poisonous tongue kept him defensive, and it was as much in her natural demeanour to act the bully as it was for Ikey to be a coward. She prodded him with insults and stung him with rude remarks as to his appearance. Ikey was constantly shamed in her presence. He knew he possessed no useful outside disguise to fool his fellow man, and he greatly admired this propensity in her, who added further to his infatuation by giving him 6 children and proving his miserable, worthless and reluctant seed accountable. Moreover, Hannah had gratified him still further, for none of his children had inherited any onerous part of his physiognomy, and all took their looks strongly from her. She claimed that Ikey's puerile seed had been overwhelmed by her own splendid fecundity, and as he had no confident reason to doubt that this was true, he was grateful that she brought an end to his line of unfortunate looks. Hannah, who so clearly held Ikey in her thrall, had no cause whatsoever to suspect him capable of dalliance with another. The thought of a Mary, or any other such female, coming into Ikey's life was beyond even Hannah's considerable imagination or lack of trust in her husband. Chapter 2. Temper and charm. It was these 2 contradictions in Mary's personality which were the cause of constant problems in her life. She showed the world a disarming and lovely smile until crossed. Then she could become a spitting tiger, with anger enough to conquer any fear she might have or regard to her own prudent behaviour. In a servant girl, where mildness of manner and meek acceptance were the characteristics of a good domestic, Mary's often fiery disposition and sense of injustice were ill-suited. However, without her temper, the pepper and vinegar in her soul, it is unlikely that she would have captured Ikey's unprepossessing heart. Mary was the child of a silk weaver mother and a sometimes employed Dutch shipping clerk. She grew up in Spitalfields, in pious poverty brought about by the decline in the silk and shipping trades in the years following Waterloo. Mary's consumptive mother was dying a slow death from overwork. Her despairing and defeated father sought solace in too frequent attention to the bottle. At the tender age of 5, Mary had learnt to hawk her mother's meagre wares in nearby Rosemary Lane and to defend them from stock buzzers and the like. She quickly learnt that a child faced with danger whose screams, kicks, bites and scratches survives better than one given over to tears, though it should be noted that she was of a naturally sunny disposition, and her temper was spent as quickly as it arrived. Mary was also the possessor of a most curious gift. Although she could take to the task of reading and writing no better than a 10-year-old from the more tutored classes, she could calculate numbers and work columns of figures with the most astonishing rapidity and accuracy, well beyond the ability of the most skilled bookkeeping clerk. This ability had come about in a curious manner. Her father, Johannes Clerk, a name he'd amended simply to John Clerk when he'd come to England, had wanted Mary to be a boy, and so instead of learning the art of silk weaving, as would have been the expected thing for a girl child to do, he had taught her the ways of figuring on an abacus. He learnt this skill as a young man when he'd spent time as a shipping agent's clerk in the Dutch East Indies. He had first come across the rapid clack-clack-clacking of beads sliding on elegant slender wire runners in Batavia. To his mortification, the framed contraption being used by the Chinese clerks in the spice warehouses soon proved superior in making calculations to his most ardent application by means of quill and blacking. Johannes Clerk soon learnt that he could never hope to defeat the speed of their heathen calculations, and so he determined to learn for himself the ancient art of the Chinese abacus. This curious skill, never developed to a very high aptitude in John Clerk, together with a few elementary lessons in reading and writing, was his sole inheritance to his daughter. As an infant, the bright red and black beads had enchanted Mary, and by the age of 6, she had grasped the true purpose of the colourful grid of wooden counters. By 10, she had developed a propensity for calculation that left the shipping clerks at her father's sometime places of employment slack-jawed at her proficiency with numbers. Alas, it was a skill which her family's poverty seldom required. But this did not discourage Mary, who practised until her fingers flew in a blur and her mind raced ahead of the brilliant lacquered beads. Despite her father's attempts to obtain a position for her as an apprentice clerk in one of the merchant warehouses on the docks, no such establishment would countenance a child who played with heathen beads. Added to this indignity, God had clearly indicated in his holy scriptures that those of her sex were not possessed of brains sufficient to work with numbers, and her ability to do so just as clearly indicated a madness within her. When Mary was 11, she was entered into domestic service by her father, her consumptive mother having died 2 years previously. John Clerk passed away not long after he'd secured employment for his daughter. He was a victim of a minor cholera epidemic, which struck in the East India docks. Mary found herself quite alone in the world as a junior scullery maid in a large house, where she was to begin what became a career, the outcome of which was determined more often by her fiery disposition than her maidenly demeanour. Mary was popular among the below-stairs servants, well liked for her cheery disposition and bold intelligence, but her quick temper at some injustice shown to those unable to come to their own defence got her into constant hot water. She would inevitably alienate the cook or under-butler or coachman, those most terrible senior snobs in most households, who would thereafter wait for an opportunity to bring her undone. As a consequence, Mary's career as a domestic servant was always somewhat tenuous. At 15, Mary was promoted above stairs, where she was a bedroom maid who would sometimes assist as lady's maid to her mistress. Her lively intelligence made her popular with her mistress, who felt she showed great promise as a future lady's maid. That is, until an incident occurred with a lady of grand title from Dorset, a weekend guest to the London house of her mistress, to whom Mary was assigned as a lady's maid. Mary was most surprised when the very large Duchess took her by the wrist after she had delivered her breakfast tray to her bed. "Come into bed with me, my dear. You will be well rewarded now, there's a dear. Come, my little cherub, and I promise you will learn 1 or 2 useful little things in the process." Whereupon the Duchess, visibly panting with excitement, had pulled Mary off her feet so that she fell onto the bed across her large bosom. "Oh, I do hope you are a virgin. A nice little virgin for Mummy," the Duchess exclaimed, planting several kisses on top of Mary's head. Mary, a product of the Spitalfields rookery, wasn't easily given over to panic. She simply attempted to pull away from the fat Duchess, whereupon the huge woman, thinking this most coquettish, locked her arms about her and smothered her in further wet kisses. At this point, Mary lost her temper. "Let me go, you old cow," she gasped, still not taken to panicking at the mixture of sweet-smelling rouge and foul dyspeptic breath which assailed her senses. The Duchess, much larger and stronger than the young servant girl, clasped her tighter, so that Mary found her face smothered in heaving breasts and thought she might at any moment suffocate. She was no match for the strength of the Duchess, even though she fought like a tiger to break free. "Such a silver tongue! Oh, you are a fiery little maidkins! A plump little partridge and all of it for mummy!" With one huge arm, the Duchess continued to pin Mary down, and with the other attempted to remove her bodice. "Come now, darling," she panted. "Be nice to mummykins." Mary, pushing away with her arms, momentarily managed to get her head free from the giant canyon of heaving flesh. "You fat bitch!" she yelled. "You keep your sodden hands off me!" It was to this last remark that her mistress, hearing the commotion, had entered the room. As a consequence, Mary lost her job, though her mistress was careful to furnish her with a good reference. It was well known in all the better houses that the Duchess preferred her own sex to the wizened Duke of Dorset. She had, after all, come from poor stock, an ex-Drury Lane actress who had married the elderly and heirless Duke and given him 2 sons in an amazingly short time, whereupon she had converted her stylish figure and good looks into lard, and her taste from male to her own sex, with a decided preference for plump young servant girls. In those late Georgian times, there remained in some London households a little of an earlier tolerance for the sexual proclivities, preferments, and foibles of the nobility. And Mary's mistress was not as scandalised over the incident as might have been the case a little further into the century, when the young Victoria ascended to the throne. Her parting words to Mary had proved most instructive to the young maidservant. "You are a good worker, Mary, and quite a bright little creature, though you really must learn to respect the wishes of your betters, and to control your peppery tongue. Have you not been instructed in your childhood in the manners required of your kind? Were you not taught by Mr. Bothwaite the butler by heart the verse of the noble Dr. Watts when you came into our employment?" "Yes, ma'am." "And what does it say? Repeat it, if you please." Mary scratched around in her mind for the words to the catechism which every young domestic was expected to know upon commencement of employment in a big house. In a voice barely above a whisper, she now recited the words to the verse. "Though I am but poor and mean, I will move the rich to love me, if I'm modest, neat and clean, and submit when they reprove me." There you are, so very neatly put in a single verse by the great hymnist. You would do well to remember it in the future. Whereupon Mary's mistress gave her a not unkindly smile. "Now, you will not mention this unfortunate incident at your next position, will you? I have given you an excellent reference." She paused. "Though it can always be withdrawn if it comes to my ears that there has been some idle tittle-tattle below stairs." She placed her hand on Mary's arm. "Yes, she had derived at what I'm saying, don't you, my dear?" Mary understood perfectly well. From the incident with the Duchess, she had derived several lessons. The first being not to resist the advances made to her, but instead to profit from them. The next, that a scandal, should she be caught, also understood the different stance, gave her power to negotiate, and so to leave her place of employment with her reputation intact. Mary also understood the different standards which prevailed for promiscuous behaviour below stairs. Similar comportment involving a male member of the household staff would leave her without references, on the street, big mouth shut, effect of obtaining a job in any respectable London house. Mary even understood that she could learn to keep her big mouth shut. Though in this last endeavour she was never to prove very successful, and she would privately, and to the secret delight of the junior maids below stairs, declare the verse by the great Dr. Watts to be a load of utter shit. Before her ultimate undoing, she had served in 2 further households. In the first, the master of the house had left her several gold sovereigns richer, and in the second, she had been promoted to the position of Abigail, that is, lady's maid, and the youngest son in the family had been inducted by her into the delights of Aphrodite, in return for lessons in reading and writing. When 2 years later this scion of the family went up to Oxford, Mary was promptly, though discreetly, dismissed, again with an excellent reference, and, as a result of her lover's tuition, a small knowledge of Latin, and a facility at writing, which was contained in a good copperplate hand, studiously learnt from a copybook he had bought for her. On return from the Michaelmas term, her boy lover was said to have wept openly at the discovery that his dearest mumsy was now attended by a flaccid and cheerless personal maid in her late 40s. Mary's next billet was to prove her final undoing. Appointed as upstairs maid, she soon found herself at odds with the family nanny, a middle-aged lady of imperious manner known as Nanny Smith. Well established in the family, the old woman exercised considerable power over all the other servants. She soon took a dislike to the new young maid, who seemed much too forward and confident around the male servants in the house, and was not in the least afraid to speak before she was spoken to. For her part, Mary accepted Nanny Smith's carping instructions and held her tongue. But one day the old girl accused her of poisoning her cat, an aged tabby named Waterloo Smith, who coughed up fur balls on the Persian rugs and stumbled about with a constant wheeze and permanently dripping nose. Mary had made no attempt to conceal her dislike for this creature, who returned the compliment by arching its back and hissing at her whenever they met along a corridor or in one of the many upstairs rooms.
"You ought to be dead and buried, you miserable moggy,"
Mary would hiss back. Her abhorrence for Nanny Smith's cat was soon the joke of the below-stairs staff, and no doubt her dislike was soon communicated to Waterloo Smith's ill-tempered owner. Then one morning, Waterloo Smith went missing. Nanny Smith had placed him as usual on a broad upstairs window ledge to catch the morning's sun, and upon her return an hour later, he was nowhere to be seen. Mary, together with the second upstairs maid, was made to search every cupboard, nook and cranny, and under each bed, and in the unlikely event that the disabled creature had somehow managed to negotiate the stairs, each of the 4 levels of the downstairs area of the house. Bishop, the butler, had ordered the footman, the stable boy, and old Jacob, the gardener, to inspect the lavender bushes, which grew 40 feet below the window ledge where Waterloo Smith had been sunning himself. When this yielded nothing, the speculation that foul play was involved started to grow. While nothing was said, Mary's well-known dislike for the cat made her the prime suspect. By evening it became apparent that Waterloo Smith had disappeared quite into thin air, and his distraught owner retired to her bedroom, where her unconstrained weeping could be heard by all who worked above stairs. Mary was given the task of taking a supper tray to the old lady, and upon knocking on Nanny Smith's door, the weeping from the other side immediately increased in volume.
"Come in,"
the old woman's tremulous voice cried.
"Cook has made you a nice bit of tea and hopes you feels better,"
Mary said, placing the tray down beside Nanny Smith, who lay on the bed with a silk scarf covering her head. At the sound of Mary's voice, Nanny Smith sat bolt upright, the scarf falling to the floor.
"You did it, didn't you? You killed him!"
she screamed, pointing a trembling finger at Mary. Mary's jaw dropped in astonishment at this pronouncement, and as she bent to retrieve the scarf, the old woman continued,
"You horrid, horrid girl, pushed my pussy. I shall see that you are dismissed at once."
Mary should have immediately panicked at Nanny Smith's words, for this time she was in no position to negotiate. The old cow's word against her own left her in no doubt as to who would prevail. Then Nanny Smith snatched the scarf from Mary's hands in such a rude manner that Mary lost her temper, and a deep flush overtook her face.
"I never laid a finger on your bloody cat. Though I must say it's good riddance to bad rubbish if you ask me, with him hissing and wheezing and doing his mess all over the place. I hope he broke his bloody neck."
The offending words were barely out before Mary regretted them. The following morning, in the manner to which his breed had been trained for countless generations, Samuel, the family spaniel, politely presented Waterloo Smith, stiff as a board, to Mrs. Hodge, the cook, at the kitchen door. Waterloo Smith's fur was matted and covered in fresh dirt, suggesting that Samuel, finding the dead cat in the lavender bushes, had contrived a hasty burial in some remoter part of the kitchen garden, but that later his conscience got the better of him, and he'd repented by laying the dead cat at the feet of the cook. Later, at the inquest held in the library, Mr. Bishop, seeking to console Nanny Smith, opened the proceedings by suggesting that the unfortunate creature might have died from natural causes, a fit, or convulsions or similar, which had by natural movement catapulted Waterloo Smith from the window ledge. However, the dead cat's distraught owner, red-eyed from weeping, wouldn't countenance this suggestion and declared flatly that her darling had been brutally murdered. Nanny Smith glared meaningfully at Mary, who had been summoned to the library, together with the other upstairs servants. "We all know who the murderer is, don't we?" she sniffed, and then buried her head in her hands and wept copiously. Turning to Mary, Mr. Bishop inquired, "Mary, the room in which Waterloo Smith was last seen is your responsibility to clean. Did you see the cat on the window ledge?" "I saw him, Mr. Bishop, but I swear to God I never laid a finger on him. I swear it on me dead mother's grave." With no further evidence to go on, Mr. Bishop terminated the proceedings, and Waterloo Smith's murderer, if such a person existed, was never apprehended. In fact, Mr. Bishop had been correct in the first place. Waterloo Smith had suffered a violent fit, followed by a stroke, the contractions of which had thrown him from the sun-bathed windowsill to a merciful death in the lavender bushes 4 stories below. However, Nanny Smith was not to be thwarted, and she caused such a disturbance with the master and mistress of the house that the butler was summoned, and Mary, despite her protestations of innocence, and Mr. Bishop himself believing her not guilty, was stripped of her starched pinny and mob cap, and banished below stairs to the laundry. The laundry was the most onerous task among the skilled domestic duties, and therefore the most humble and disliked. But Mary, who had never been afraid of work, discovered that if she worked hard, she had time for reading and for practicing her handwriting. Besides, the laundry was the warmest place in the big cold house, and like most children from the rookeries, she suffered greatly from chilblains. Mary remained in the laundry for 3 years, even taking pride in her work, in starching and ironing, removing stains by bleaching with the juice of lemons, and in mending, so that she became a useful, though not excellent, seamstress. By this time her reading and writing skills were much enhanced, and she had graduated from the penny papers that pandered to the taste of the lower classes for bloodthirsty plots and overblown romances, to serious literature. Mr. Bishop, feeling guilty for having politely complied with her demotion to the laundry without positive proof that she had pushed the cat from the windowsill, negotiated for Mary to use the master's library. The master had agreed to this, providing the books were always taken from the shelves in his presence, and after he had closely inspected the state of her hands. It was in books that Mary discovered a world beyond any of her possible imaginings. Defoe's Robinson Crusoe and Jonathan Swift's Gulliver's Travels, which she especially liked and read many times, quoting often from it to Mr. Bishop. Thackeray, Macaulay, an excellent English translation of Cervantes' wonderfully mad Don Quixote, Jane Austen, and Fanny Burney. All these and a host of others she devoured with a great thirst for knowledge. While reading became her abiding passion, Mary did not connect the lives of the people she read about in books with her own. Her earlier life had been difficult, and the people about her for the most part poverty-stricken, dulled and witless from lack of proper sustenance and the absence of any education. That is, apart from the kind needed to survive among thieves, scoundrels and villains. From a young age she knew the world to be a wicked place, and had learnt to defend the small space she occupied in it, with her teeth and nails. However, the human mind has the fortunate capacity to forget pain and misery. Mary had been in the protected environment of a domestic servant in a big house from the age of 11, so by the age of 20 she had all but buried the turmoil of her younger years. The sheltered life she now led meant she had gained little additional experience of the adult world, other than the hurriedly taken copulative embraces thrust upon her by two of her past masters, and the infinitely more pleasant, though inexperienced, couplings with the young master of the last employer. Mary did not regard these hasty assignations as the same act of fornication she had observed against the walls in alleys, or on the dark stairwells of shared lodgings, or in the nesting midnight rooms occupied by 3 destitute families, in which she and her father had been reduced to living in the years before she'd entered domestic service. Some unknown affliction in childhood had rendered Mary sterile. Not that she even equated the hasty love-making with her betters with the act of childbirth. Despite the presence of children in the houses in which she'd served, if she'd thought about it at all, she would perhaps have concluded that the idle rich had their children conveniently delivered by a stork, the evidence of this being ever present on the nursery wall. That the better classes should employ the same vile animal instincts, which had been such a familiar aspect of her childhood, would have seemed to her unthinkable. In fact, Mary was both streetwise and naive all at once. While she longed for romance, she knew in her heart that it was not intended for her kind, that doing it in some privacy with a clean and half-decent someone was the best she could hope for. Her body developed into a very desirable womanliness, and she would often feel the ache to use it other than by the deployment of her probing and urgent fingers. Her moment came one morning at Shepherd Market in nearby Mayfair, where she had been sent by Mrs. Hodge to purchase the master's luncheon sole, Billingsgate being too far to walk, and the coachman out with the mistress of the house all morning.
"Take the one with the clearest eyes, lovey."
The young man pointed to a fish which lay upon a block of ice slightly to one side.
"That one. See the eyes? Clear as a gypsy's crystal."
Mary turned towards the voice, and its owner smiled, showing 2 missing front teeth, with the eye tooth on either side framing the gap and capped with gold. It was a smile devoid of any calculation, though mischievous enough. Mary found herself smiling back, even though more prudent behaviour was called for from a servant girl in a nice house, involved in a casual meeting with a strange man. She found herself immediately taken by the flash young man standing beside her, and her heart beat in quite the strangest manner. The possessor of these 2 astonishing gold teeth was flash in other ways too, and wore a fancy corduroy waistcoat with a watch chain. His ankle boots, below a fashionable pair of breeches, were stitched with patterns of hearts and roses. His cloth coat, with contrasting plush lapels, was clean and carried large, expensive pearl buttons, and was cut to the back into heavily braided calf clingers with an artful line of buttons at their extremity. On his head he wore a beaver-napped top hat that looked to be in excellent order, its nap neatly brushed and shining.
"Name of Bob Marley, pleased to meet you," he'd said in a single breath, giving her another big grin which caused his incisor teeth to once more gleam and flash. "Honoured to make your acquaintance, Miss,
Mary had observed that he hadn't once taken his eyes away from her face, and unlike most men with whom she had the slightest passing acquaintance, hadn't allowed his eyes to wander over those parts of her anatomy which usually brought a glazed look into their eyes and a gravel tone into their voices. His smile was ingenuous, quite open, and impossible to resist.
"Mary,"
she said simply.
"Them's lovely teeth," she added, smiling.
Bob Marley jabbed a finger at his mouth.
"Like 'em, does ya? 18 carat, that is. Pure gold, can't get none better."
Bob Marley cast his eyes over Mary's firm breasts and trim waist, and in an unabashed voice declared,
"What a corker. Care for a drop of ruin?"
He indicated the public house with a toss of his head.
"Come on, then. I'll buy you a taste of whatever's your fancy. Gin, is it? Or a pint of best beer?"
Mary, though sorely tempted, could not accept his invitation, for fear of upsetting Mrs. Hodge by being late and returning to the house with the smell of strong spirits on her breath. She was not accustomed to drink, though on the rare occasions when, on a public holiday, she'd ventured out with Mrs. Hodge, she'd found gin left her very excited in a physical sort of way.
"I'll not be seen with a costermonger,"
she said tartly, this seeming the best way to end a relationship, where she was already beginning to feel at a distinct disadvantage. She noted too that her breasts were heaving, and she was finding it difficult to breathe. Bob Marley drew back with an exaggerated expression of hurt. Cocking his head to one side, his mouth turned down at the corner, he looked down at his chest, as though closely examining his apparel. "Costermonger? Not bleeding lightly, lovey." He patted a velvet lapel. "This is me disguise. I'm what you might call an operator. I do a bit of this and a bit of that, finding a bit here and disposing of it over there, if you knows what I mean." "Oh, a tout," Mary shot back, bringing her fingers to her lips as she tried to contain her laughter. "Well, not exactly that neither, just, well, he smiled his golden smile. "An operator." He seemed disinclined to further discuss the subject of his occupation. "Well, what about your place, then?" Bob Marley said, cheekily tugging on his watch chain and taking Mary by the elbow. "Who do you think I am? I ain't no dolly mob. Shame on you, Bob Marley." Mary pulled her arm away from him, but then she laughed, enchanted by the young rogue standing beside her. "You can walk me home and no touching, that's all I'll promise for now." By the time they reached the house in Chelsea, Mary was completely smitten by the young rogue. She kept him waiting in the lane at the back of the house, while she unlocked the stout door set into the kitchen garden wall, whereupon she went directly into the kitchen to deliver the soul to Mrs. Hodge, who, predictably, scolded her for the time she had taken on her errand. Mary's heart pounded in her breast as she returned down the garden path to open the garden door and let Bob Marley within the precincts of the kitchen garden. Quickly locking the door behind him, she led him into the laundry. Now, with less than half an hour having passed, fat Mrs. Hodge stood over Mary's half-naked body, having hysterics and crying out in alarm at the astonishing gymnastics taking place on a pile of dirty linen at her feet. Bob Marley was the first to react. Frantically pulling on his breeches and snatching up his embroidered boots, he jumped to his feet and fled the scene, knocking aside the stout cook with his shoulder and escaping into the kitchen garden. Not bothering to test the door set into the garden wall, he threw his boots over the top into the lane beyond, and quick as a rat up a drainpipe, scrambled after them, stubbing his toe badly in the process, pausing only long enough on the other side to retrieve his boots before making good his escape down the lane and into the King's Road beyond. Mary found herself dismissed from her place of employment without references, or even the wages due to her. Not an hour after her interrupted dalliance with Bob Marley, she stood in the lane outside the rear of the large Chelsea house, her sole possessions the small wicker basket at her feet, and her precious abacus under her arm. She glanced up at the big house, and observed the odious Nanny Smith looking down at her from a top window. When the old woman realised Mary had seen her, she leant further out of the window and commenced to hiss in much the same manner as Waterloo Smith had done. "The pox on you, you old cow!" Mary shouted up at her, and then, picking up her basket, she proceeded to cross the lane. Then turning once again to look up at Nanny Smith, she yelled, "I pushed your bloody cat off the windowsill with me broom! It done 2 somersaults before it splattered on the ground." Then, head held high and without further ado, Mary proceeded in the direction of Hyde Park, not knowing why she'd bothered to lie to the old crone, and not even sure why she had chosen this direction from any other, thinking only that she would find a quiet spot under one of the giant old beech trees and try to sort things out in her head. Mary's future lay in tatters. She found a bench beside the Serpentine, adjacent to a willow which hid her presence from passers-by. But no sooner was she seated than a dozen small brown ducks glided towards her, their webbed feet paddling frantically below the surface to give their smooth little bodies the look of effortless gliding. It was clear that they anticipated food from the wicker basket. When Mary saw the ducks, quacking and fussing at the edge of the water, she realised Mrs. Hodge hadn't even offered her a morsel to eat. A stern Mr. Bishop had bid her pack her things and had shown her the door in the kitchen garden. Then, to Mary's enormous surprise, just as he was closing the door behind her, Mr. Bishop pressed a small parcel upon her and announced in a deeply injured tone, "You are ruined, my girl, utterly and completely ruined." He paused, and then added in the same melancholy voice, "Now I simply cannot propose marriage to you." The door had closed behind her before Mary could fully comprehend this curious protestation. Mr. Bishop had never entered the smallest part of her amorous imaginings, nor had he, perhaps with the exception of the obtaining of books from the master's library, shown any inclination to be especially kind to her. She placed the squarish parcel absently within her basket. Now hungry and with nowhere to go, Mary started to weep softly, although truthfully her tears were more for the warmth and security of Mrs. Hodges' kitchen and the steaming plates of food so regularly placed in front of her, than they were for love's labours lost with Bob Marley, or for that matter, Mr. Bishop. After a while, Mary wiped her nose and dried her reddened eyes. "Come on, girl. Cry and never got a day's work done," she said to herself, repeating a phrase she had heard so often as a little girl, coming from her overburdened and sad-faced mother. She thought then for the first time about the parcel the butler had handed to her. Removing it from her basket, she removed the wrapping to reveal the book, Gulliver's Travels, quite her favourite. She smiled, feeling somewhat better towards life, and the clumsy man whose marriage prospects she had so inadvertently ruined. Picking up her abacus and wicker basket, she crossed the park in an easterly direction to St. Giles, where she knew from bitter experience she could obtain cheap lodgings. Chapter 3. It would be nice to report that Mary's literacy skills and excellent penmanship, together with her wizardry with numbers, led to a new and fortunate life. Alas, these were not the skills required of a woman at that time, and certainly not of a woman of her class. In the next 6 months, she wore out a pair of stout boots in an effort to obtain employment as a clerk. She was always the lone woman in a long queue of applicants for a position advertised, and she soon became the butt of their cruel male jokes. Furthermore, her abacus was the cause of much hilarity among the prospective clerks. Mary's persistent presence in the line of men would soon lead to her being known to them by the nickname Bloody Mary. This came about after an incident when a tall, very thin young man, with a pale, pinched face and sharp, rodent teeth, wearing a battered top hat that resembled a somewhat misshapen chimney stack, snatched Mary's abacus from her. He held it in front of her face, announcing to the men in the line, "See, gentlemen, a monkey, a lovely little monkey in a cage, playing at being a clerk with pretty beads." It was a feeble enough joke, but one which nevertheless brought some hilarity to the anxious line of unemployed men, eager for any sort of distraction to alleviate the boredom. Mary snatched her abacus back from the ferret-faced clown, and lifting it, slammed it down upon the young comic's head, causing the top hat he wore to concertina over his eyes and halfway along his narrow, snotty nose. This created a great deal more hilarity in all but the unfortunate owner of the hat, who, upon removing the object of their mirth and pulling and bashing it back into some semblance of its original shape, placed it again upon his head, then delivered a vicious blow to Mary's nose before running from the scene. Mary's nose had not yet stopped bleeding by the time it became her turn for an interview. The chief clerk, a coarsely corpulent man with a sanguine complexion and the remains of fiery red hair on the sides of a completely bald pate, looked at her with disapproval, shaking his head in a most melodramatic manner. "What's the name, girl?" he asked. "Mary, sir. Mary Clerk." "Bloody Mary, more like." The men in the queue laughed uproariously at this joke. "Go on, scalper. Be off with your girl. Haven't you been told clerking's a man's job?" The men clapped and cheered him mightily, and pleased with their response, the chief clerk played further to the crowd, for he'd witnessed the earlier incident with the clown in the top hat. "What's to become of us if we allow a monkey on our backs?" There is precious little charity in a queue of starving men, most of whom had a wife and young ones to feed, and soon upon Mary's arrival in any employment queue, a familiar chant would go up. Mary, Mary, Bloody Mary, who does her sums on bead and rack, go away, you're too contrary. You're the monkey, the bloody monkey. You're the monkey on our back. The chant was to become such an aggravation that few prospective employers were prepared to even grant her an interview for fear of angering the men. The men, in turn, found it impossible to understand why a woman with the trim figure of Mary's young age and class could not make a perfectly good living on her back. More and more they came to regard it as entirely reprehensible that she should attempt to steal the bread from their mouths and allow their children to starve, and, moreover, that she should attempt to do so with the help of a foreign and heathen contraption made of wood, wire, and beads. They told themselves that a screen that quivered and rattled and ended up doing sums had a distinct smell of witchcraft about it. As the weather turned colder and the queue more desperate, the resentment against Mary grew out of all proportion. In the fevered imaginations of the unemployed clerks, Bloody Mary's presence in a job queue soon took on all the aspects of a bad omen. When they returned home empty-handed to their ragged and starving families, they had come to believe that her presence had soured the queue, so the luck they all felt they needed to gain a position had gone elsewhere. Mary's face had grown gaunt for lack of sufficient nourishment, and in truth there began to be a somewhat simian look about her. With her large green anxious eyes darting about, and her head turning nervously this way and that, expecting danger from every corner, the men began to believe increasingly that she was an incarnation of some evil monkey spirit. Her dress, too, began to be much the worse for wear, and hung upon her thin frame to give Mary an altogether morbid appearance. Her black cotton skirt and blouse, and modest bonnet and shawl, together with her worn boots peeping below the frayed edges of her skirt, all showed the wear and tear of the long hours spent standing patiently in every kind of inclement weather. While there were tens of thousands of women in a similar state of dress, their own wives being of much the same appearance, they saw in Mary's forlorn and ragged clothing the black cloth of a witch's weeds. The monkey chant, as it became known, grew increasingly threatening in tone, and it took the utmost stubbornness and will for Mary to present herself at an advertised location for a job interview. Yet Mary persisted well beyond the dictates of common sense and into the province of foolishness. The long hours spent at reading and writing, and the childhood application she had demonstrated with the complexities of mathematics, had somehow convinced her that within her capacity lay a destiny beyond her humble beginnings. Mary's father had told her almost from infancy that her abacus would be her salvation, and she could not believe that she might end up like her consumptive silk-weaver mother, or the sad, destitute and drunken shipping clerk she knew as her father. She saw herself achieving something well beyond the modest expectations of a laundry maid, though quite what this could be was past anything she could imagine. She felt certain that this destiny would all begin if only she could obtain a position as a clerk. After 6 months, Mary had used up most of her savings and had repeatedly changed her place of residence, on each occasion moving to a cheaper lodging house, until she ended up sharing a foul room with a family of 5 in the very cheapest of Netherkins in Shoe Lane. She would wake at dawn each morning, and with no more than a drink of water, and without allowing herself to think, set out to seek employment, fearful that should she pause to contemplate her increasingly desperate position, she would give up altogether and take herself to Waterloo Bridge and commit herself to the dark, foul river. One bitterly cold morning, she left her miserable lodgings at dawn to be the first in line for a clerk's position, advertised in a warehouse on the south bank of the Thames at Saviour's Dock. This was one of the vilest slums in London, and the mist lay thick on the river, and the streets were dimmed to near blindness by the sulphurous-coloured smog from the first of the winter fires. Huddled at the entrance of the gate and near frozen, Mary was thankful that her presence would be concealed by the thick fog. The misted air about her was filled with the groans of masts and cross-stays. In her imagination, the dockside took on the shape of a jungle, filled with the wild and fearsome growls of fantastical creatures. while the howl of the wind through a dozen mizzen-masts and the slap of loose canvas became the spirits of the dead, which had come to protect her from the living, the men who would soon be lined up behind her, and who had the capacity to frighten her beyond any perceived ghosts. She had not eaten for 2 days, and in her state of weakness must have fallen asleep, for she was awakened by the toe of the gateman's boot placed against her buttocks.
"Be up now. The governor will be on his way soon,"
a gruff voice demanded. Mary stumbled to her feet, clutching her shawl about her thin shoulders.
"Blimey, if it ain't a female,"
the voice exclaimed in surprise. A large man, dressed in a military greatcoat with a shako polished like a mirror upon his head, stood towering over her. It was the shako cap, complete with its scarlet and white cockade and braid, otherwise devoid of any regimental insignia, that gave the man his fearsome authority. Mary had expected the customary gateman in cloth cap, woolen scarf, corduroy breeches and workman's boots, the advertisement having instructed simply that the queue would commence at the gate under the gateman's supervision.
"Yes, sir, I'll be inquiring about the billet advertised. The one for a clerk?" "Well, then. I suppose it ain't against the law now, is it?"
The gateman twisted the corner of his large moustache.
"It's a pretty rum term, but I can't see that it be against the law. First is you. You shall have your interview, miss."
Glancing fearfully at the formless shapes of the men disappearing into the fog behind her, Mary felt suddenly safe and strangely hopeful. She told herself that such an unpropitious day must surely bring her luck. The first good omen had been that the men standing directly behind her were strangers and seemed not to recognize her. The ones behind them, pale shapes in the mist, would surely have amongst them a great many who were acquainted with her, but these had not yet become aware of her presence in the thick yellow fog.
This is the end of CD 1. The story will continue on CD 2. CD 2.
The gateman turned away from her to address the vaguely defined line of men stretching away behind Mary.
"Now then, gentlemen. Me name's Sergeant William Lawrence, late of the 40th Regiment, veteran of the Peninsular War, wounded in action at the Battle of Waterloo. I am the gatekeeper here, and I'll brook no interference. It will be one at a time through the gate, no pushing and shoving and no idle chatter, if you please."
There was a murmur in the crowd at the sound of a carriage rattling over distant cobblestones, and then the rumble of its wheels as it drew onto the wooden dockside, and shortly afterwards came to a halt at the gate, the horse snuffling and shaking its head, blowing frosted air from its distended nostrils. Mary, who stood close enough to see clearly, observed a small, very fat man alight. He was dressed in a heavy coat, which swept to within an inch of the ground in the manner of a woman's skirt, his shoes being quite lost from sight. He wore a top hat which sat upon his head down almost to his eyes, and rose alarmingly high into the air for a man so short. The remaining space between head and shoulders was wrapped in a woolen scarf, so that in the uncertainty of the mist, the whole of him took on the proportions of a very large perambulating bottle. The gatekeeper snapped to immediate attention, and gave the bottle shape a rigid salute, his jowls and sideburns quivering with the momentum of it.
"Morning, Mr. Goldstein, sir,"
Sergeant Lawrence shouted at the very top of his voice, as though addressing the commander of a battalion of soldiers who was about to embark on a parade inspection.
"Good morning,"
the bottle replied in a muffled voice. Then, without glancing at the line of men, it entered the gate and waddled into the mist towards the unseen warehouse not 20 feet away. The gatekeeper, pushing his hand between two brass buttons and into the interior of the greatcoat, pulled from within it a watch chain, which soon enough produced a large, though not expensive-looking watch. Glancing down at it from under his peaked cap, he addressed the queue.
"I shall allow 5 minutes for Mr. Goldstein to settle, and then the first in the line will proceed through the gate to the door. You will oblige Mr. Goldstein by knocking on the outside door, whereupon you will remove your hat and proceed in an inwardly direction and without waiting for an answer. Mr. Goldstein will be in the office to the left of the door upon which you shall again knock and then immediately enter. For them what is ambidextrous and hasn't had the misfortune to have been trained in His Majesty's military forces, the left side is the side what's got the coat stand.
Anxious laughter came from the mist, as men strained to catch every word, fearful of the consequences of making a mistake. The imperious Sergeant Lawrence looked down at his watch again, and then glanced sternly at Mary.
Goldstein, you understand, miss? Mr. Goldstein!
Mary nodded, feeling herself beginning to tremble. Mary knocked on the outer door of the warehouse, and then, without waiting for a reply, did as she had been told and entered. To her left was a heavy freestanding coat stand, on which hung the overgrown top hat, together with its owner's coat and scarf. Behind it was a door with a frosted glass upper panel, on which, in gold relief lettering, was the name Jacob Goldstein, Proprietor. The door seemed designed especially for Mr. Goldstein, for it was not an inch higher than 5 feet, though 1.5 times as wide as one might normally expect an office door to be. Mary tapped nervously on the surface of the glass, her heart pounding in her ears, her knees feeling light, as though they might give at any moment, and the palms of her hands were wet.
You must be here coming, please,
a voice answered in an accent which Mary immediately recognised. She had spent her childhood around Rosemary Lane and the Whitechapel markets, and the accent was unmistakably that of a German Jew. Mary entered and curtsied to the man, who sat well back from a large desk. He was dressed in a morning suit, and his huge stomach, she felt certain, would not permit his very short arms to reach to the edge of the desk, the top of which contained a pot of blacking and a goosequill pen, a large writing tablet, and a medium-sized brass bell, of the kind a schoolmaster might use to summon his pupils from play.
Good morning, Mr. Goldstein,
Mary said, summoning all her courage into a nervous smile. Mr. Goldstein seemed astonished to see her, and commenced immediately to bluster.
Ach, what is this? A woman? You're a woman? What is wanting a woman here? You're wanting to see me, yeah?
I come about the job, sir. The assistant clerk. The position what was advertised.
Mr. Goldstein's bewilderment persisted, and Mary added desperately,
It were advertised on the hoardings, sir.
You're a woman and you can be a clerk?
Mr. Goldstein was now somewhat recovered, though still plainly bemused.
I'm most happy to do a test, anything you want, sir. Please, Your Honour, Mr. Goldstein, don't send me away, give me a chance. I can do it, Gov, honest I can.
Mary was suddenly conscious of Mr. Goldstein staring at the region of her waist, and that the merest semblance of a smile had appeared on his moon-round face.
Abacus.
He pointed a fat finger at her midriff.
You can use, yeah?
Yes, sir, Mr. Goldstein, Your Honour, since I was a brat, child. Give me a sum, any sum you like, sir.
In Armenia also when I was a kid. Das ist wunderbar, he chuckled. You're wanting I should give you some sums? Yep, I can do this.
Whereupon, to Mary's astonishment, he pushed his chair violently backwards. She now saw it to be on tiny wheels, and possessed of a seat which could swivel. She observed that the points of his highly polished boots only just touched the floor. Using them to gain a purchase, Mr. Goldstein spun himself around, so that the chair, with his fat dumpling body within it, flashed past her astonished face fully 4 times, much like an egg in an egg cup turned into a merry-go-round. When it came to a halt, Mary could see that Mr. Goldstein now sat considerably closer to the ground, and that his boots were planted firmly upon it. Propelling himself towards the desk, his stomach now fitted neatly beneath it, the desktop coming to just under his arms.
A test? Ja, das ist gut.
He pointed to the abacus.
From where are you learning this?
My father, sir. He were in the East Indies.
His Chinese man?
No, sir, Mr. Goldstein. He were a Dutchie from Holland.
Mr. Goldstein reached for his quill, and dipping it into the small pot of blacking, He hastily scrawled an elaborate equation on the pad in front of him. Then he pushed it over to Mary. Mary examined the problem scrawled on the paper tablet. Then, laying it down, she placed her abacus beside it and began immediately to move the beads across the thin wire rails, her long, slender fingers blurring with the speed of her movements. She hesitated once or twice before once again sending the bright beads flying. In a short time, she slapped the last bead into place and stood back looking down at Mr. Goldstein. There had never been a more important moment in Mary's life. She looked up to see that Mr. Goldstein was smiling and holding a gold hunter open in his hand. Mary announced quietly, though her heart was once again pounding furiously, and she fought to keep her breathing steady. £862. At £11, 14 shillings and sixpence halfpenny a case, sir. Mr. Goldstein.
Good, young lady, in 1/2 minute. Now we can see, yeah?
He placed the watch down on the desk, and sliding open a drawer, produced a large ledger, which he opened and examined for a moment, running his fat index finger down several columns until it came to rest.
Ja, das ist gut. And also schnell.
Beg pardon, sir.
Very fast, he beamed. You can write also in ledger?
He pointed to the pad on which he'd written previously, and returning his quill into the blacking pot, he handed it to Mary.
Please, numbers, also words, let me see.
Mr. Bishop had not only provided books for Mary from the master's library, but upon her beseeching him, had on several occasions found old ledgers for her to copy out. Mary had studied these assiduously, emulating their neat columns and precise language 1,000 times, until she knew the contents of every page in her sleep. Now she wrote carefully, in the well-formed and almost elegant copperplate she had studied so hard at the hands of her young Oxford lover, and later for countless hours on her own to perfect.
34 cases, at a total of £612, no shillings and 8pence, equals £17, 1 shilling and 7pence halfpenny per case.
Then she repeated the sum in neat numerals directly below this sentence. She handed the quill and pad back to Mr. Goldstein. Mr. Goldstein examined Mary's writing for a sufficient period of time for her to grow anxious that she might have made a mistake. Then he looked up, his expression stern and businesslike, shaking a fat finger with a large gold ring directly at her as in admonishment.
I pay 8 shilling for 1 week, and Saturday only, no work. 7:30, you are starting, 8 o'clock, you are finishing. Tomorrow, 7:30 o'clock, report, if you please, Mr. Beskin, who is also here as a senior clerk.
Mr. Goldstein pointed his stubby finger at the abacus.
Good, he said.
Unclenching his remaining fingers, he patted the air in front of him, as though he were patting the abacus in approval, giving Mary the distinct impression that he had not employed her, but her frame of wooden beads. Mary had to restrain herself from bursting into tears of joy.
Thank you, sir, Mr. Goldstein. You'll not regret it. Thank you, and God bless you, sir.
Mr. Goldstein grunted, and taking up the bell on the desk, he rang it loudly several times. Mary now became conscious that in the short time she'd been in Mr. Goldstein's office, the warehouse had filled with the hum of people going about their work. Now the buzz and clatter stopped as the bell rung out.
Mr. Beskin!
Mr. Goldstein shouted into the sudden calm. Presently a tall and very thin Ichabod Crane-looking man, stooping almost double, opened the wide door and entered the office. Mr. Goldstein, writing in the ledger, ignored his presence for a full minute, while the man stood with his hands clasped, in the manner of a mendicant, his head downcast and his eyes avoiding contact with Mary. Looking up from his ledger, Mr. Goldstein pointed directly at the abacus.
Tomorrow, Miss...
He suddenly realized that he had not inquired as to Mary's name.
Miss Abacus,
he added suddenly, and smiled at Mary.
Yeah, I can call you this.
He returned his gaze to Mr. Baskin.
Tomorrow she is starting work. You show her warehouse, please.
Very well, sir, at once. Show her the warehouse, is it, Mr. Goldstein? I shall attend to Miss Abacus. He paused. For what purpose, may I ask? A visit, is it?
Mr. Goldstein looked up.
Clerk, she is new clerk,
he said impatiently, and then returned his attention to the ledger.
The position? A woman? New clerk?
Mr. Baskin was clearly confused, as though the three bits of information couldn't somehow be joined together in his mind.
Ja, of course, Dummkopf. Next week she is maybe having your job.
Mr. Baskin stiffened to attention, as the three bits of previously disparate information, with an almost audible clang, shunted into place in his mind. Once outside the office, and well clear, she turned to the unfortunate Mr. Baskin.
Me name ain't Abacus, sir. It's clerk, spelt with a K. It's a Dutchy name. Me father was a Dutchman.
Mr. Baskin looked directly at her for the first time.
If Mr. Goldstein says it's Abacus, then that's what it be.
Mr. Baskin sniffed.
No arguments will be entered into when the contract is legal and binding.
He paused and seemed to be thinking, and indeed his expression suddenly brightened.
Unless...
He began, looking directly down at Mary again.
What?
Asked Mary suspiciously.
You don't turn up for work tomorrow.
Mr. Baskin's expression took on an almost beseeching look, and his voice carried a whining tone.
It would be a most honourable and decent thing to do, Miss... Clerk.
Mr. Baskin said, pleased.
Yes, well that's it then, isn't it? That is precisely the situation. We have no position here for a Miss Clerk. No such person is known to us here. Mr. Goldstein knows of no such person. I know of no such person. No such person exists. I'm very much afraid to say you're a missing person. You will not be commencing tomorrow. We shall not be expecting a Miss Clerk.
Mr. Baskin announced this as though Mary was some impostor, whom, just in the nick of time, he had cleverly exposed and quickly undone. Mary bristled.
Why, sir, you can call me Miss Spotted Chamberpot if you like, but this billet is the most important thing to happen to me in me whole bleeding life. If I has to crawl over broken glass all the way from Whitechapel, you may be sure, sir, I'll be standing here large as life tomorrow and all.
Her change of name was not of great concern to Mary, for she had never been christened, and her own surname had not served her particularly well in the past. Her new one, compliments of the little bottle-shaped man in the glass office, at the very least identified her with an object she loved. She decided she would happily become Mary Abacus.
Mr. Goldstein said as you should show me the warehouse, sir, Mr. Baskin,
Mary now declared timorously. Despite the sour reception she'd received from Mr. Baskin, it was quite the happiest day of Mary's life. The large warehouse was stacked to the ceiling with goods of every description, intended for America and the colonies, and the chief clerk, despite his foul mood, seemed to take some pride in pointing out the extent of Mr. Goldstein's venture into commerce and shipping. Upon their leaving Mr. Goldstein's office, Mr. Baskin had sent word to Sergeant Lawrence to disperse the waiting men, and to announce that the very first candidate had been found suitable by the redoubtable Mr. Goldstein. At the end of the tour, Mr. Baskin turned to Mary with a sniff.
Right then. 7:30 tomorrow, and if you're so much as a minute late, you'll not be starting here, miss.
Then he escorted Mary to the door, merely grunting as she bid him a polite, and in her heart a most ecstatic farewell. All the chief clerks in the world couldn't have dampened Mary's elation. She turned the clerk into a clerk, and fulfilled the dearest wish of her dead father. Learn it well, my dearest child, for the beads, the beautiful shiny beads, will set you free. To her surprise, the sergeant seemed pleased to see her.
Well then, miss, you could have blowed me down with a feather. Wonders will never cease. What a day and age, eh?
He pointed to the abacus under Mary's arm.
I mean his Hebrew Highness taken to your Chinese counting machine contraption.
He seemed to know precisely what had taken place in the office with Mr. Goldstein, though Mary couldn't imagine how this could possibly be.
How did you know?
Mary asked happily, her eyes showing her surprise.
The door was shut and all.
The old soldier patted her on the arm, and then touched his forefinger to his nose.
Never you mind that, miss. We have ways and means, ways and means. There ain't much what escapes us.
He drew himself up to his full height. Mind, I can't say the gentleman waiting in line was too pleased, you getting the billet and being a woman and all." He spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders. "Don't suppose you can blame 'em, but it were curious, very curious. They hung about when I told 'em to scalp her. Then they done this chant, see? Something about a monkey. It were all very strange, if you ask me, very queer indeed." Mary was only half listening, still feeling dizzy at her good fortune.
"I'm one now. Blimey, fancy that, I'm a clerk."
Mary decided that she had never been quite as happy in her life. And then the gatekeeper's words sunk in. "Then they done this most curious chant. Something about a monkey." The fog had cleared a little, though it was still not possible to see beyond a few feet. The chill returned to Mary's bones, and she felt terrified to leave the gateman's side and enter the ghostly gloom of the docks. She was about to ask if she could remain in the sergeant's hut until the fog lifted, when he said cheerily, "Go on then, off you go, miss. See you tomorrow. Mind your step now, men working, lots of rope lying about." Mary had hardly walked for more than a minute when she felt the presence of people about her. Fleeting shadows darting in front and to the side of her, boots scuffing on the wooden surface of the dockside. In the distance, she heard the deep bray of a steamer groping its way up the Thames, and the rattle and screech of cranes and winches and chains as they lowered cargo into and brought it out of invisible hatches. She was afraid to call out, thinking that the shadows about her might be dock workers. No noise other than fog-muffled footsteps came from the darting shapes around her, each of which seemed to be consumed by the mist before she could properly focus upon it. Somewhere a whistle blew 3 short peep-peeps, its shrill sound fattened by the thick air. A suffocating fear rose up within her, and she felt the need to flee, though the fog was much too thick for her to attempt to do so. Then, so low that she thought at first she might have imagined it, she heard the hum of male voices, and as suddenly the dark shapes looming formed a circle about her, and the hum rose and rose, and the monkey chant began. "Mary, Mary, bloody Mary, who does her sums on beads and rack. Go away, you're too contrary, you're the monkey, bloody monkey, you're the monkey on our back." Mary froze, her throat constricted by terror. From within the thick fog, strong hands grabbed at her, and she was thrown to the ground. She heard the clatter of her abacus as it landed somewhere nearby. A scream rose within her, but a rough hand clamped down on her mouth. She felt a boot sink into her side, then another, and immediately thereafter hands were everywhere as they tore at her bodice and skirt and grabbed at her legs, wrenching them apart. An excited, panting voice said into her ear, "Scream and you die, bloody Mary." Then the hand was removed from her mouth, and the weight of the first man thrusting between her legs pressed down upon her. As each male completed and withdrew from her supine body, he gave her a vicious kick or slapped her across the face with the back of his hand. Some loosened the phlegm in their throats and spat into her face. Mary lay helpless, whimpering like a small wounded beast, her eyes wide open, though seeing nothing, the vile spittle running down her face and neck. She felt nothing, but the weight of the men pummeling her, and the rasp of their foul breath was lost in the whirling confusion of shock. Even when they struck or kicked her, though she felt her body jar, no feeling followed. She lay completely still, while a dozen or more men mounted her. Then, with the chant continuing, they seemed to stop, and her arms were torn roughly from where she held them stiffly to her sides. Strong hands stretched her arms out as though in a crucifixion, with the palms pressed flat against the wooden surface of the dockside. 2 dark shapes pushed down on her, each with his knee pinning a shoulder and hand pressed down upon her wrists. The shapes now stood in a dark circle, hovering over her, the yellow fog swirling about their heads. 2 men stepped forward from the circle and stood to either side of her, and as the chant rose, "Mary! Mary! Bloody Mary!" They stamped down hard, crushing both her hands under the heels of their boots. The terrible pain cut through Mary's half-delirious state, and a scream rose in her throat, which was again cut short by the free hand of one of the men squatting to the side of her head. One after another, the chanting men broke from the circle and stamped down upon her hands. Long before the last of the men had stamped and ground his heel into the broken and bloody flesh and bone, she had mercifully lost consciousness. Despite her terror and revulsion, Mary would eventually overcome the physical invasion of her body. What broke her spirit was the wanton destruction of her beautiful hands. When the bones eventually knit, she was left with blackened claws, which more closely resembled those of an aged monkey. For the remainder of her life, whenever Mary looked down upon her scarred and crooked hands, she would hear the monkey chant and see the dark shape of hate in the swirling sulphur-coloured fog around her. On a day which had promised, upon leaving fat Mr. Goldstein with his perambulating merry-go-round chair, to be the happiest of her 21 years. Chapter 4. Towards noon, the fog had cleared sufficiently for 2 dock workers to discover Mary, hunched in a dark corner, moaning. At first they thought her some drunken slut, her swollen face and broken lips the result of some gin brawl in the nearby and notorious public house, the Ship Aground, and so passed her by as they pushed their loaded barrow from a ship's hold to a nearby warehouse. Finally, her continued and pitiful moans caused them to stop and examine her dark corner more closely. It was then that they observed that her skirt was wet with blood, and saw her broken fingers pushed through the beads and bars of her abacus.
"Goldstein,"
Mary groaned.
"Goldstein."
The 2 men lifted her as gently as they could onto the barrow and wheeled her to Mr. Goldstein's warehouse, where they accosted the gatekeeper.
"She keeps calling name of Goldstein. Ain't that your gov, Sergeant?"
Sergeant Lawrence nodded, then bending over Mary's body, took in at once the nature of her injuries.
"Jesus Christ! The bloody sharks got her."
He helped them lift Mary from the barrow and laid her down outside his hut. Mary, who had long since given up any thought of God, would later in her life ponder on whether it had been divine guidance which had taken her to Mr. Goldstein's gatekeeper. For at the great battle of Waterloo, he had been seconded as sergeant to a platoon of stretcher-bearers. The veteran soldier sent the yard boy to the warehouse, and the lad soon returned with a large bottle of oil of tar and a length of used canvas. Whereupon the sergeant tore strips from an old canvas sail and soaked them in a solution of oil of tar. He bound Mary's hands in the Waterloo manner, as was done when a cannoneer had burnt or lost his hands from a breech explosion, binding the hands together in a single parcel of coarse cloth.
"She needs a bone setter, or her hands ain't gonna be no good no more,"
the gatekeeper said to those gathered around. Then he lifted his chin and pointed to the twisted abacus beside Mary.
"No more Chinese counting contraption for the likes of her. Ain't a bone what's left straight in them fingers, nor one what ain't broke."
"Bone setter? Ja, this is good." Mr. Goldstein, in his coat and top hat, suddenly stood bottle-shaped beside the gatekeeper. He opened his dumby, and from it withdrew a 5-pound note. "You must be fixing," he said to the gateman. "You get better, this young lady." Mr. Goldstein bowed stiffly to where Mary lay whimpering on the dockside. "Such a pity. So schnell for working sums. Ach, maybe she can be one day chief clerk. Now finish. Dicht, dicht." He bowed formally again. "Auf Wiedersehen, Miss Abacus." Then turning on a precise little heel, he allowed the coachman to hand him up into the waiting carriage. Mr. Goldstein's 5-pound note paid for the bone setter and 10 days in hospital, plus several bottles of physic of opium to kill the pain of her mutilated hands. This left Mary a pound over, which would allow her to live for 2 months in one of the foul Netherkins in Rosemary Lane, existing on a single tuppenny meal each day. Though the tar oil had prevented infection, for some reason Mary's hands remained a peculiar blackened colour. They had been too badly damaged for the bone setter to repair properly, and when some movement eventually returned to her fingers, they were twisted and bent, like the tines of a tin fork, and hideous in appearance. As soon as she could stand the pain, Mary began once again to practice on the abacus. She would work on it for 6 years before she would once again regain her old skills, although the beauty of her movement was gone forever. The 6 years which passed were not good ones. It was not long before Mary was standing on a street corner as a lady of the night, but other prostitutes ganged up on her, chasing her away. Mary moved on to meaner and meaner streets, until there was no pavement or doorway left on which she could safely ply her trade. Eventually she was forced into a brothel. Mary had still not learnt to hold her tongue. When she was intoxicated, she had even more difficulty concealing her bitterness and controlling her temper. And so she moved ever lower down the whore's ladder, until 6 years later only the dockside brothels and opium dens were left open to her. She had formed an addiction for opium from the physic she had obtained from the hospital while her hands were mending, and now she craved the dreams and oblivion the pipe would bring. She caught the pox, and the brothel mistress, a vile, toothless hag, sent her to a pox doctor, who treated her successfully, though at some considerable expense. The money was advanced directly to him by the old woman, who in turn advanced the debt to Mary at the rate of interest of 50% on the principal amount per week. Mary knew herself to be enslaved, for it was a debt she could never hope to pay. She was on her back 18 hours a day, and in what time was left to her she sought the comfort of the dreams the opium pipe brought. She knew that should she attempt to escape, she would be cut. The slasher would be sent after her with his cutthroat razor and sulphuric acid, and her face would be disfigured forever. Nevertheless, as might be expected, Mary reached a point where she could no longer tolerate the old hag's greed. One evening, having shared a pint of gin with a customer, and having been continually chastised by the old hag to get back on her back, Mary finally lost her temper. In the furious battle which ensued, for the old woman was well bred to fighting, Mary lashed out blindly, and her sharpened talons raked across the old crone's cheek. Her hands went up to cover her face, and in a moment Mary could see blood running through her fingers. Mary took up her abacus and fled from the brothel, running wildly into the dockland night. The acid slasher found her 2 days later in a dark alley in Spitalfields, led to her by 2 street urchins. Mary had collapsed from hunger, fatigue, and the vicious cramps resulting from the withdrawal of opium, and she lay propped against a wall, her chin resting upon her chest. After examining her by slapping her face several times with the knuckles of his hand, and discovering that this did not have the desired effect of reviving her, the slasher hesitated, fearing that cutting her in such a state might lead to her bleeding to death. The earnings from a simple slashing with a drop of acid added did not warrant the risk of a murder charge being brought against him. The police would make a light search for the culprit of a prostitute knifing, but the law required a full and exhaustive inquiry into a murder victim. Murder was a crime of an altogether more serious nature, even when done to a poxed-up prostitute. Furthermore, the slasher knew himself to have been seen and heard inquiring after Mary in several public houses and Netherkins, and in all of the central London rookeries. Paying the older of the 2 street urchins a farthing to watch over Mary in case she should revive and attempt to move, the slasher left, and soon returned with a small toke and a quarter pint of rough brandy. He lifted Mary's inert body to a seated position and poured a measure of brandy down her throat. Handing what remained of the brandy to the older of the urchins to hold, the slasher slapped her hard several times, until Mary, taken in a coughing fit from the sudden burning of the brandy on her empty stomach, returned to consciousness. Then he fed her small pieces of bread soaked in brandy, until she had the strength to sit up on her own. He handed a second farthing to the younger of the two urchins, though he knew the bigger boy would soon enough take the coin from him.
She's me wife and you saw nothing, see? If you speak of this to any geezer what may be interested, I'll come after you and cut your bloody throats ear to bleeding ear.
The folded razor with its white ivory handle suddenly appeared as though by magic in his hands, and the slasher slowly opened its bright blade.
Now scat,
the slasher commanded, and the two boys took flight and disappeared down the darkened alleyway. The slasher now turned back to Mary, ready to complete his original purpose. Mary, by now sufficiently out of her daze to understand what was about to happen, stared mesmerized by the razor in the man's hand. She was too weak to fight, too exhausted even to resist, yet the spirit within was not yet willing to die.
"Fuck me, kind sir,"
she said, her voice hardly above a whisper. The slasher leant closer to her, carefully inspecting her face, as if deciding where to make the slash.
"You can make it easy on yourself, lovey. Just close your eyes and think of something beautiful."
Mary fought back her fear and smiled in a coquettish manner, her hands concealed behind her back.
"I'm clean. I'm not with the pox. You have my God's honour."
Her smile widened, and her green eyes looked steadily at him.
"Go on. Just one more time with an handsome gentleman so I dies happy. Please, sir." "You're too pretty to die, lovey. It's just a little scratch and a bit of a burn. A bit of punishment, a permanent reminder, 'cause you've been a naughty girl then, hasn't you?"
Mary kept her voice light, though inwardly her bowels twisted with fright.
"You'll fuck me to be remembered by, and I promise you, kind sir, you too will not quickly forget me loving ways." "No thanks, lovey. I don't mix business with pleasure, know what I mean?"
A slow grin spread upon his face. An evil grin, but with some of the harm gone out of it.
"You're game, I'll say that for you. Game as a good ratter and still a nice looker." "Game if you are?"
Mary replied cheekily, knowing her life might depend on the next few moments. Though she had long since abandoned any faith in God, she now made a silent prayer that if she should survive, she would never again let strong drink or opium pass her lips.
"Tell you what I can do," the slasher said suddenly. "I can give you a bit of a kiss. Ain't no harm in that, is there?"
He threw back his head and laughed.
"I'll not spoil your gulp. Just a little slash, add a bit of character. It won't be the last time a man wants to kiss you."
For a fraction of a second, Mary could not believe what she had seen. The slasher's laughter revealed that he was missing his two front teeth, but to either side of the gap he sported gold incisors. Her heart leapt and started to beat furiously.
"If it ain't Bob Marley, last observed fleeing from the laundry of a certain Chelsea house, by means of the garden wall with his breeches half on and his boots carried, quick as a ferret down a rat hole you were, over the wall with your bum showing where you hadn't got your breeches fully up."
Mary, though weakened by the effort this outburst required, held her smile. She had a good head for names and faces, though in the ensuing years both of them had changed greatly, and for the worse.
"How do you know me name, then?"
Marley demanded.
"The laundry maid, remember? We met in Shepherd Market. Me buying fish, nigh 8 year back. You had a gold watch what had a brass chain. You was ever so posh. I took you back to me master's house. Remember, we done it on the linen pile. Well, not done it really. You see, before you'd had your wicked way with me, the bloody cook come in on us and you had to scarp her. Surely you must remember that, Bob Marley."
Mary, exhausted, lay back, panting. Bob Marley grinned broadly as he suddenly recalled the incident, and the details of it flooded back to him.
"Blimey, that was you. You was the dolly mop."
He shook his head in wonderment.
Well, ain't that a turn-up for the bleeding books? I remember it now. I stubbed me big toe 'cause of not having me boots on. All black and blue it were. Took bleeding forever to come good so I could walk proper again. I've told that self-same story 100 times or more. Ah, dearie me, what a laugh, eh?
Marley had closed the razor in his hand, and now he slipped it into the pocket of his jacket. They sat together in the alley and finished the brandy, talking of the things that had happened to them. Marley asked Mary about the abacus which lay beside her, and she explained its use to him in accounting and numbers.
Pity you wasn't a man, lovey. I knows a gentleman. Matter of fact, I used to be his snakesman when I was a nipper. Before I growed, I'd climb in and out of houses like a rat up a bleeding drain pipe, thieving stuff for him. This self-same gentleman's got word out, very discreet, mind, that he needs a clerk what he can trust. Someone with a bit of form, if you knows what I mean.
Ikey Solomon, Marley explained, trusted no one, and was loath to make such an appointment, but stolen goods were piling up unledgered and unaccounted for. Bob Marley pointed to the abacus.
Don't suppose he'd entertain a contraption like that, he remarked gloomily. Even if you was a man. I think he's got more your normal quill and blacking pot in mind, some old lag what is a clerk and can be trusted never to talk to the filth, and what can be suitably blackmailed into keeping his gob shut.
Mary explained to him that she could use a quill, ink and paper for clerking, and that she knew how to write up a ledger. Bob Marley scratched his head, pushing his top hat further back in order to do so.
If it were up to myself, I'd give you a go. What's I got to lose, I'd say. Nice-looking tart like you, well worth a try, eh?
Marley mused for a moment.
But then I got a kind heart and he ain't. He's an old bastard.
He looked up and smiled.
I can give you his address, confidential like mine.
He scowled suddenly.
But if you tells him who give it to you, I won't take it kindly, know what I mean?
Mary shook her head.
Caught honour, Bob. I won't tell no one who it was what told me. I'm exceeding obliged to you.
Mary's hopes soared. Bob Marley was not going to kill her, or even mark her.
It's Bell Alley, you know, ring-a-ding-ding bell, got it? Islington. I don't know the number, but it's got a green door with a brass lion with a loop through its nose as a knocker like. There's a lamppost in Winfield Street where you turn into the alley, only lighting the old bleeding street, but it don't work. Best time to catch him is dawn when he's coming home. It's not his real home, it's where he keeps his stuff and does his accounting like. Wait for him at the entrance of the alley. He can't come no other way.
Their conversation waned, and then came to a complete silence. Bob Marley had shown no signs of producing the razor again, but the tension so overwhelmed Mary that she could not put the prospect of the razor aside, and idle chatter between them became impossible for her.
You ain't going to cut me, then?
She asked finally, smiling disarmingly at the man squatting in front of her. Marley coughed politely into his fist, and looked up at Mary so that their eyes met again for the first time in a long while.
I'm sorry, love, but I have to.
He smiled in a sympathetic way, and his gold teeth flashed.
I don't like doing it in your case, I sincerely don't.
Bob Marley shrugged and turned away. Mary was flushed with the brandy, but with only a few mouthfuls of stale bread inside her stomach, she felt it turn, and she was sure she was going to be sick.
Please don't cut me, Bob Marley, she begged. I won't cut you bad, lovey. Just a straight slash what will heal quick. A slash and a little dab of acid to keep the scar permanent like and as a witness that I done me job. You're still a corker to look at and all, I don't want to spoil that. It don't say in the contract I gotta mutilate you. I can make up my own mind about that. Cut and acid. A slash and dab, that's all I gotta do according to me code of ethics.
Mary, attempting to hold back the bile rising in her throat, concentrated on looking into Bob Marley's eyes. She didn't see the razor come out of his pocket, and she barely saw the flash of its blade when she felt the sharp, sudden sting of it across her cheek.
I'm truly sorry, lovey,
she heard Bob Marley whisper.
If you move now, I'll splash the acid. Stay still, very still, so I don't harm your pretty mug too much.
Mary wanted to scream and vomit at the same time, but she clenched her teeth and held on, and then there was a second blinding, unbearable sting as Bob Marley pushed back her head and poured acid into the cut. She could no longer keep her hands behind her back, and now she clasped them to her face.
Jesus Christ, what happened to your hands?
Bob Marley exclaimed. Then he rose quickly and was gone, before the scream was fully out of Mary's mouth. Mary could scarcely remember how she survived the next 3 weeks. Despite her pain and misery, she had determined she would somehow fulfill her promise never to drink again. Denying herself gin and the opium pipe to which she'd become accustomed sent her into fearful spasms and cramps. She sweated profusely so that her clothes were soaked, and she was only dimly aware of her surroundings. By the time she had set out to meet Ikey Solomon, though still shaky, she was over the worst of her tremors. The scar on her cheek, though not entirely healed, was free of scab. Bob Marley had done his job skillfully, and her face, despite the scar, was not in the least misshapen, the parts of it remaining as is normal on a woman's countenance, nose, lips, and eyes where they ought to be and perfectly intact. Mary waylaid Ikey at dawn, just as Bob Marley had suggested. Standing in the shadows several feet into Bell Alley, she had seen him enter from Winfield Street, and let him almost pass her before she stood suddenly in his path. Ikey stiffened and gasped in fright, bringing his arms up to his face as Mary stepped out of the shadows. But then, seeing it was a woman, he lowered his hands, dug his chin deeper into his overcoat, and proceeded on his way.
Please, Mr. Solomon, sir, Mary called. Can you spare just 1 minute of your time? I've waited here all night with news that may be a great benefit to you.
What is it, woman? Have you got something to sell?
Yes, sir, but I cannot speak of it here. You must grant me time to see you elsewhere. What I have to offer is a great value. You will wish to see a sample, I feel sure.
Where will I come? When? Be quick, it's late. I must be gone. Where?
Ikey snapped, expecting to intimidate the woman who stood before him. Mary had thought about this meeting too often to be thrown by Ikey's brusque manner.
I shall come to you, sir,
she said calmly, though her heart was beating furiously.
What I shall bring with me will be worth your while.
Bah! Humbug!
It was unusual for a woman of Mary's standing to confront him unless she had some urgent business, probably of the stolen goods kind. Or she might be a spy of some sort, or a trap set by the runners.
Who sent you? Who told you to wait here?
Ikey asked.
I cannot say, sir. I pledged to keep me gob shut, but it ain't no one what means you harm.
I cannot think that such a man exists,
Ikey sniffed, though his instinct in these things was usually sound, and he could feel no malice of intent in the woman who stood before him.
Very well, tonight at 7 o'clock precisely in Whitechapel. If you are late and not alone, you will not be let in. You shall say one word, Waterloo, to the woman what answers the door. Waterloo and no other, do you understand?
Mary nodded, too nervous and overcome even to thank him, as Ikey gave her the address of his home in Whitechapel.
Go on, be off with you now, and don't you be late. You shall have 10 minutes tonight.
Ikey paused.
That is, if you have something of worth to show me. Less, much less, I can assure you, if you doesn't.
Without a word, Mary moved past Ikey and into Winfield Street. She had succeeded in the first step, though she had done so with a trick. A deception, yes, but not a lie. Now she had given herself the chance to pick up the broken pieces of her miserable life and perhaps change it forever. At 7 o'clock precisely that evening, Mary, carrying her abacus, tapped on the door of Ikey's Whitechapel home. It was not as big a house as any in which she had once worked, but imposing nevertheless, and grand for where it stood, 1 street from the Whitechapel markets. The door was answered by a raw-boned woman, who appeared to be about 40, and whose breath smelt of stale beer. Mary, afraid even to offer the pleasantry of an evening greeting lest she betray Ikey's instructions, blurted out,
Waterloo." "You're expected to be sure," the woman said in an Irish brogue. "Will you be after following me then, miss?" The woman, taking a candle from a ledge in the hallway, then led Mary through the darkened house to the door of Ikey's study, where she tapped 3 times and departed, leaving Mary waiting in the darkness. She had a sense of being watched, and then she heard a sniff, followed by the muffled giggle of a child, though she could see no one. In a moment or so, Mary heard the rattle of a key placed into the lock, and the door opened, though only a crack. The light was behind Ikey's head, and Mary could only just make out his long nose, a single beady eye, and a scrag of beard in the space allowed by the opening. The door opened wider, and Ikey silently stood aside for her to enter the small room beyond. The door closed behind her, and she heard Ikey lock it once again. Ikey brushed past where Mary stood, turned and surveyed her with his hands on his hips. He was wearing his greatcoat, though he'd removed his hat, and she now saw his face clearly for the first time. This she found the way she had imagined it to be. That was the point with Ikey's face. To those who saw it clearly, it was exactly what you would expect his face to look like, if you knew his vocation in life. Behind Ikey stood a coat stand, and beside it a high desk, above which a lamp burnt brightly. 2 further lamps lit the room to give it an almost cheerful look, which contrasted markedly with the general darkness of the house. Ikey did not bid her to be seated, though there was a small table and single chair some 4 feet from the desk. Mary moved past Ikey and placed her abacus flat upon the table, and then returned to where she'd formerly stood. "Well, what is it? Why have you come? Show me, I have no time to waste."
Had she been a man who might be carrying news of a rich haul, Ikey might have been more circumspect. He might have smiled at the very least, ingratiating himself. But such pleasantries were not necessary for a woman of Mary's sort.
"Please, sir, you have granted me 10 minutes. It will take some of this time to tell you me story." "Story? What story? I do not wish to hear your story, unless it is business, a story of the business of profit. Some for who it is who sends you here, and some for yours truly. Be quick. I am most busy of mind and anxious to be about me work."
Mary smiled, attempting to conceal her nervousness.
"You will assuredly profit from what I have to say, kind sir. But I begs you first the small charity of your ears. No more, a few minutes to hear a poor widow's tale."
Mary then told Ikey how she had recently been widowed from a merchant sailor who had been swept overboard in the Bay of Biscay, how she, penniless, had been forced with her darling infant twins to share a miserable room with a destitute family of 5, and pay each day from her meagre salary for an older child to mind her precious children, while she worked as a laundry-maid in a big house in Chelsea. How the husband of the mistress of the house took advantage of her desperate circumstances to use her body for his pleasure whenever he felt inclined, and without any thought of payment. How one night a most frightful fire had swept through the Nethercan where she slept with her baby infants, and she had been dragged from the flames, but had rushed back to save her precious children.
"I bear the marks, good sir, the marks of that terrible tragedy."
She gave a little sob, and withdrew the woolen mittens from her hands, holding them up to reveal her horribly blackened and mutilated claws.
"It were to no avail. Me little ones was already perished when I pulled them from that ghastly inferno." "Ha! Burnt into 2 roast piglets, eh?"
Ikey snorted. Mary ignored this cruel remark.
"I lost me billet as a laundry-maid 'cause of me hands, and being burned and all, and not even a sovereign from the master of the house to send me on me way."
At this point, Ikey waved his hands, fluttering them above his head, as though he wished to hear no more.
"Enough. I have no need for a laundry-maid here, missus. Be off with you at once. You will get no charity from me." "No, sir, you are mistaken," Mary hastily exclaimed. "I want no charity. I have come to apply for the position as clerk, the same as what you was letting out you wanted. A clerk well acquainted with all manner of bookkeeping."
Ikey's face took on a look of bewildered amazement.
A clerk? You come here to offer your services as me clerk? A woman and a laundry maid is a clerk? Have you gone completely balmy, missus?
Ikey thumped the side of his head with the butt of his hand.
Pah! This is quite beyond knowing or supposing.
He made a dismissive gesture towards Mary.
Go away, I'm a busy man. Be off with you at once, you have already taken up too much of me time. Shoo, shoo, shoo.
He made as though to move towards the door. Mary took the abacus from where she had placed it on the table.
Please, a moment, sir, Mr. Solomon. I have a gift with the Chinese abacus, sir.
She held the abacus up in front of her.
A most extraordinary gift, but will make you very rich, sir. Rich? That thing? A Chinese? Why, it'd be nothing but a bit of wire and beads. Coloured beads. What manner of trickery is this? Beads and laundry maids and hanky-panky, roasted twins and drownings, gifts and very rich? Bah! Go, be off with you at once. Please, sir, I beseech and implore you. I ask for no charity, not a brass razoo, only for a test.
Mary appealed to Ikey with her eyes.
Me abacus, that is. Me beads and wires. Against your astonishing and well-known and altogether marvellous way with numbers. Ways what people talk about in wonderment.
Mary gulped.
While I know a poor clerk like me hasn't got no chance against such as your good self, it's a fair chance I'm a better bet than most men who count themselves clerks.
Then she added,
And I am trustworthy. Most trustworthy and not known to the beaks. You have my word on that, sir.
Ikey barked.
Trustworthy by your own word? I am the King of Spain and the Chief Justice by my own word. No, sir, but the Prince of Fences, and known chiefly for just dealing by the admiring word of others,
Mary said quickly. Ikey, despite himself, was impressed with this quick wit. He knew himself to be a positive wizard with numbers and calculations, and enjoyed the flattery, though he knew it to be false. Ikey's heart had never so much as skipped a beat in the vaguest general consideration of charity or goodwill or justice. Not ever, not even once, since he'd been an urchin selling lemons on the streets of Whitechapel. Though he didn't believe a word of Mary's tale, even had it been true, it would have drawn no emotion from him. Mutilation was so common in his experience that he hadn't even flinched at the sight of Mary's grotesque hands. Children being consumed by fire was a nightly occurrence as soon as the weather turned cold. The scar on her face told him all he needed to know about her. Moreover, it annoyed him that Mary had shown not the slightest sagacity in the concocting of the story she told. The least he would have expected from her was a letter from a screever, slightly worn and faded, and perhaps even somewhat tear-stained, purporting to come from the captain of the vessel from which her imagined husband had been swept overboard, and to testify to this tragic event. Such a document would be readily available for a shilling or two from any forger, a fundamental requirement if the slightest degree of deception was to be practiced. In Ikey's opinion, Mary clearly lacked the most elementary criminal mind, and he could waste no further time with her. The contest of numbers, and absurdity, of course, was a quick way to be rid of her, to send her packing for good and all.
Bah! Beads and wire against me. Impossible, my dear, quite absurd, ridiculous, improper and impossible.
Mary sensed from this outburst that Ikey's curiosity had been roused, and besides his voice was somewhat mollified. She smiled, a nice, demure smile.
Announce me any 5 numbers in any number of digits, in any combination of multiplication, division, addition and subtraction you please,
Mary challenged.
If I best you in this purpose, then I pray you listen to me plea for a position as your clerk. And what if I best you, me dear? What will you give me?
Ikey liked the idea of a challenge, and the ferret grin appeared upon his face. Mary smiled, and her pale countenance was momentarily most pleasantly transformed, for she had an even smile that would light up her face and cause her lovely green eyes to dance, though this was beyond the ability of Ikey to notice. Po-faced once more, Mary stooped to lift the hems of her skirt, and the 2 dirty calico petticoats beneath, to just above her thighs. What Ikey witnessed was a pair of shapely legs, quite unencumbered.
It is all I have to give. But I know myself clean, sir,
she said, trying to imagine herself a respectable though destitute widow, so that her words carried sufficient pathos.
Ha! Clean by your own word, trustworthy by your own word. Bah! Not good enough for the master of the house to pay for, but good enough for me, is that it, eh?
Ikey, who had been standing in front of Mary, now moved over to his clerk's desk. He removed the ledger from it and placed it on the ground. Then, reaching for a piece of paper from a small stack placed beside where the ledger had been, he laid it squarely in the centre of the desktop. Then he fumbled briefly within the recesses of his coat and produced a pair of spectacles, which he took some time to arrange about his nose and hook behind his large, hairy ears. Then he removed the coat and hung it upon the coat stand. The absence of his coat made Ikey look decidedly strange, as though he had been partly skinned or plucked. Mary was surprised at how tiny he appeared, standing in his dirty embroidered waistcoat and coarse woolen undershirt beneath. It was almost as though Ikey wore the heavily padded greatcoat, which stretched down to touch the uppers of his snouted boots, giving the effect of a much larger man, to conceal from the world his diminutive size. That he should choose to remove it now, so that he could more rapidly move his arms to right, indicated to Mary that he had taken her challenge seriously. Or otherwise thought so little of her presence that he cared nothing for her opinion of his physical stature, or the rank, ripe, cheesy odour which came from his tiny body as he climbed upon the stool and hunched over his desk. Ikey glanced scornfully at Mary over his spectacles as he took up his quill.
You shall have your challenge, my dear, and if you win, which I very much doubt, I shall make inquiries as to your past.
Ikey paused and shrugged his shoulders.
If you pass, you shall have your billet, you'll have me word for it.
Mary laughed.
And your word? Is it to be trusted and mine is not, sir?
Ikey did not reply, nor even look up, but he liked the point and the boldness it took to make it. He turned away from Mary's direction and briefly rubbed the tip of the quill with his thumb and forefinger, testing its sharpness, whereupon he dipped it into an inkwell and dabbed its point on the blotter which lay beside it.
But if you lose...
Ikey looked down at the area of her skirt, now once again concealing her legs, and pointed the tip of his goose quill at its hemline.
Lift, my dear. Lift. Lift a little higher, if you please.
As Mary's skirts rose slowly to her thighs, she tried desperately to remember some past incident of embarrassment, so that she would appear to flush with modesty. Instead, she felt herself growing angry, and fought to contain her temper while her face remained impassive.
Now turn around, my dear. Right around, that's it. Now lift. Higher. Ah.
Mary now stood with her back to Ikey.
That will do very nicely, my dear.
His voice grown suddenly hoarse.
You may turn around again. Oh, keep your skirt raised, if you please.
Mary's face was a deep purple as she beat back her rising anger. The display of her buttocks and now her cunny did not dismay her. It was the feeling of complete powerlessness which angered her. She was at Ikey's mercy. The billet he was empowered to give her could mean the beginning of a new life for her. But if he summarily dismissed her, she felt certain that she would not survive. She dropped her hands from her skirts and did not look directly at Ikey, for fear her eyes might betray her anger.
Ah, you have done well to flush, my dear. A touch of modesty is most becoming in a laundrywoman, even in a poor widow what has lost her darling husband and precious little ones, the one in water, the terrible stormy briny, and t'others in a roasting pit, the crackle of hell itself.
Ikey paused and smiled his ferret smile.
Perhaps you will make a modest clerk, a very modest clerk. So modest as not to be a clerk at all, but altogether something else, eh? What do you say, my dear?
I shall be most pleased if you would give me your calculations, sir,
Mary said quietly. She kept her eyes averted, fearing that should she glance up, she might lose control and spoil her chance to take him on at calculations. Ikey leant backwards in the high chair, showing a surprisingly large erection through his tightly pulled breeches. He was most gratified at this unexpected event. He could not remember when he'd been so encouraged by a woman's display of immodesty, especially a woman such as the one who stood before him. Women and sex seldom entered his mind. He had thought simply to humiliate Mary, and to erode her confidence before the contest, by showing her he knew her to be a whore. Yet she had stirred a part in him so seldom stirred, that he had almost forgotten that it was possessed of a secondary purpose beyond pissing. Ikey looked down at his swelling breeches with some approval, then looked up at Mary with a mixture of pleasure and fear. If anything, this woman, with her ridiculous contraption of wire and beads, had gained the upper hand, and he knew he must do something at once to regain the advantage. The thought of losing to her caused an immediate diminishing within his breeches, but upon his becoming aware of this, the perverse monster came alive again, pushing hard against the cotton of his breeches. Ikey concentrated desperately and cast his thoughts to embrace his wife Hannah, an act of mental flagellation which was at once sufficient to damp down the unaccustomed fire that had burnt in the region of his crotch. Waving the goose-feather quill in an expansive gesture above his head, Ikey announced to Mary, "If you should lose, do not despair, my dear. Mrs. Solomon, a woman of a most benign nature and generous heart, who herself is an expert on—" Ikey coughed lightly. "Figures. Is in need of someone capable of your very well-presented, figurations." Ikey moved forward, leaning both his elbows on the desk, so that the area of his loins was concealed. His bony shoulders were hunched up above his ears to make him look like an Indian vulture bird. "You will do very nicely, my dear. Very nicely indeed. My wife will be most pleased to make your acquaintance." Ikey felt immediately better for knowing what Hannah might do to the woman who stood before him should she lose to him. Mary remained silent, nor did she change her expression, though she was acquainted with Hannah's vile reputation, and Ikey's insidious suggestions were not lost on her. "I shall need a surface upon which to place down me abacus," was all she said in reply. Ikey motioned her to a small table and chair, and Mary seated herself, placing the brightly beaded abacus at the required distance in front of her. Her voice was hardly above a whisper. "I'm ready, please, sir." Ikey said in a tight voice. "Ready you may be, but beat me you shan't. Not now, not never, and not likely." It is a matter of history how Ikey threw all sorts of mathematical computations at Mary, and before he could properly ink his quill, her flying fingers sped the coloured beads this way and that to find the answer. This she announced in a steady voice, free of emotion, fearing to upset Ikey if she appeared too bold and forward with her triumph over him. She need not have feared, for had she whispered the answers in a voice most demure and modest, she would have upset Ikey no less. He soon grew furious, and, it being in his nature to cheat, attempted to grab back the advantage by trying to think ahead the total of the sum before announcing it. Yet Mary bested him, beat him on every occasion, until finally he was forced to concede defeat. This he did with the utmost bad temper, claiming a headache, a blunt quill, and the mix of blacking ink in his pot not to his usual liking. "You have won the first round, my dear," he finally mumbled without grace. "The second test remains." Mary held her gaze steady as Ikey continued. "Now we shall hear of your past, my dear, for the position of my clerk is one requiring great trust, and I shall want to know that your background is spotless, blameless, and pure as churchyard snow." Mary knew the game was up. The hideous little man was playing with her. She now realized that he'd been playing with her from the beginning, though she felt sure she'd caught him by surprise with the abacus. Why, she now asked herself, had she not simply told him the circumstances of her life? Why would her feigning of respectability, a widow fallen upon hard times, have influenced this odious creature? Perchance he would have preferred the real story of her descent into debauchery and whoring. It was much more the world he knew and understood. Mary could feel her temper rising, the heat of her anger suffusing her entire body. She rose without haste from where she was seated, and taking up her abacus from the table, moved in slow, deliberate steps towards where Ikey sat smiling triumphantly at the counting desk. She came to a halt in front of the desk, and it seemed that she was about to beg him for his mercy. But instead she lifted the abacus above her head and swung it as hard as she might at the grinning little fence. The abacus caught him on the side of the head and sent him sprawling from the high chair onto the floor. Ikey's spectacles launched from his head and landed with a clatter in the corner behind him.
"You can keep your poxy job, you bastard," she cried. "Fuck you! No, please, don't hit me. Please, no violence. I beg you, missus. Anything, take anything, but don't beat me."
Whereupon he began to sob loudly.
"You shit,"
she said, disgusted, though the anger had already gone half out of her voice, as she looked at the pathetic whimpering weasel cowering at her feet. Ikey, sensing the danger was over, let go of her leg. He scrambled frantically to his haunches, and with his arms propelled himself backwards into a corner. He sat down hard upon his spectacles, which promptly broke, and pierced through his breeches and cut into his scrawny bum.
"Ouch! Fuck!"
he yelled. Then lifting his arse, he felt frantically at the damaged area, and his hand came away with blood on the tips of his fingers. He looked down at his bloody paw, his expression incredulous.
"Blood! Oh, I shall faint! Blood!" he sobbed. "I shall bleed to death!"
Mary moved towards him, the abacus raised above her shoulders, ready to strike him again. Ikey, sobbing, pulled up his knees and covered his head with his arms.
"Oh no! I'll pay you! Don't hurt me! For God's sake, I beg you, don't hit a poor man what's bleeding to death!"
Ikey, cringing in the corner with his arms about his head, waited for the blow to come.
"Get up, you gormless lump!"
Mary snapped. Ikey scrambled hurriedly to his feet, sniffing and sobbing, snot-nosed and flushed with fright. Mary grabbed him by his scrawny neck and steered him towards the counting desk, bending him over it so that his arms hung over the front and his head lay upon its writing surface. Then she placed the abacus on the floor beside the desk.
"Now, be a man and don't cry while I remove the glass from your arse," she laughed.
It was at that precise moment, crouched with his bleeding bum facing her, and his miserable head face downwards on the desk, that Ikey knew for certain he was deeply and profoundly in love, for the first and only time in his life. Chapter 5. Ikey found Mary to be a studious and diligent clerk, quick to learn even if somewhat lacking in experience. He also knew that working for him was Mary's only chance to make something of her life, and that consequently she would work tirelessly to bring her change of fortune about. Ikey exploited the situation, and he paid her little and worked her late, with no thought of gratitude for her services, though each week he paid her the agreed sum without demurring. Mary was content with such an arrangement. An amorous Ikey was only acceptable if the experience was infrequent, and she soon realized that her skill at numbers made her indispensable to him, and that she need no longer show her gratitude to him on her back. It did not take long for Mary's quick mind to grasp the peculiar language of Ikey's ledgers, and to learn the ways of disposing stolen goods throughout Europe and America. She soon showed that her bookkeeping skills extended to a good head for business. Ikey found himself possessed of a clerk who managed his affairs exceedingly well, though it concerned him greatly that Mary had come in the process to know a disconcerting amount about his nefarious dealings. It was time to put a little salt on the bread, but he could not embrace the idea of raising her salary, not only because he was exceedingly mean, but also because it involved the idea that he was pleased with her progress, or even that he admitted to himself that Mary had become indispensable to his well-being. To Ikey, who could flatter a penny out of a pauper's hand, the notion of openly caring for another human was the most dangerous idea he could conceive of, a weakness which would, he felt certain, lead inevitably to his demise. As Mary's confidence grew, her natural impetuosity returned, and with it her lively temper, which caused her to argue with Ikey, for she found him stuck in his ways and not readily open to new suggestions. She became convinced that Ikey's connections in Amsterdam and Brussels were cheating him in the melting down of silver and gold and the resetting and recutting of diamonds. Ikey would say, "It is appropriate that those who cheat should also be cheated. It is in the nature of thieving, my dear. There is a saying among my people, always put a little salt on the bread. It means always leave a little something for the next man. Leave a little extra, a little taste on the tongue, a reason to return. It is true in business, and it is even more true in the business of fencing." How curious it was then that Ikey, who understood this principle so well, could not see how to bring it about with Mary. That is, without perceiving himself as made impossibly vulnerable in his emotions.
CD3.
Mary's mind lacked the subtlety of her opponent, but she was not entirely without gall. She knew herself to be worked hard for very little remuneration, and she expected no less. But by showing her concern for Ikey's interest in other matters, she was proving her loyalty to him. Besides, she had a plan which concerned the house in Bell Alley, and so she worked without complaint, becoming more and more indispensable to Ikey, until she perceived his concern that he could no longer afford to be without her. Then she made the suggestion to Ikey that she work without salary at his bookkeeping, and that in addition she be allowed to open a brothel in Bell Alley in partnership with him. Ikey was delighted. It meant that she was fully compromised. She would do his bookkeeping and add even further to his gain, and at the same time completely negate his fears. Mary, he told himself, knew decidedly more of whoring than of clerking, and as the mistress of a brothel, as well as his bookkeeper, she would be tied to him forever. Greed was the only emotion Ikey trusted in himself as well as in others. An agreement was struck between them whereby Ikey would put up the capital for the brothel, for which he would receive 70%, and Mary 30%, after the deduction of running expenses. Moreover, the house would still be a repository of stolen goods, it being possessed of a large attic, and the dry and commodious cellar would also be in Ikey's sole possession. The last point was a masterstroke on Ikey's part. Through Hannah, he had met a notorious Belgian forger who had been forced to escape from the authorities in several European countries and had proposed a business deal. The forger, a man called Abraham van Esselen, was also a Jew. Moreover, he was deaf and dumb, and if he was to make a living at his craft, needed a partner. Ikey was ideally suited to this purpose, for he could procure all the materials needed for a sophisticated forgery operation through his various contacts, and had an established network of fellow Jews in Europe and America, through whom the fake banknotes could be laundered. He would set up a printing operation in the cellar at Bell Alley. Ikey now had the premises in Bell Alley working to his complete satisfaction. He hated waste, and now he had turned every inch of space to profit. The cellar turning out counterfeit notes, and in daylight hours printing handbills and pamphlets. The centre of the house supplying the physical and fantastical needs of bankers, lawyers, judges, magistrates, and toffs in general. The attic serving as a counting house, and storage for the rich fruits of his nocturnal harvesting. Ikey was well pleased with himself. There remained no chinks in his emotional armour, and he had kept Mary at his side by involving her in two of these activities. The forgery he shared with his wife, Hannah, and not with Mary, who did none of the bookwork involved. Ikey had also persuaded Hannah never to venture near the premises at Bell Alley, as implication in the forging of high-denomination banknotes led to the death penalty. Ikey pointed out, though unnecessarily, that if they should both go to the gallows, all their property confiscated, their children would be alone and destitute in a cruel and uncaring world. Hannah needed no further encouragement to stay away. In this way, Hannah was completely unaware of the existence of a high-class brothel at the Bell Alley address, nor was she aware of Mary, the second woman in Ikey's life. Though Ikey hated Hannah, she owned half of his ready fortune. That is, his convertible wealth, the gold sovereigns and ingots, silver and precious stones. For Ikey believed in liquid assets of the kind you could pack into a smallish space when you beat a hasty retreat. They shared everything equally by means of each of them only knowing a half of the combination to the safe they kept under the floorboards in the pantry of the Whitechapel house. So both were required to be present to open it, and neither could escape with the contents without the cooperation of the other. This was an agreement Ikey had foolishly made in earlier years, when he had first been released from a prison hulk, and the money taken from Hannah's bawdy houses had supplied the cash he needed to start up in the fencing business. Hannah had insisted, on the basis that if Ikey was arrested again, he might, under duress, reveal the combination to the authorities or various villains. He now regarded it as the single most foolish thing he had ever done, but Hannah had been unrelenting in her insistence that the practice be continued. Ikey comforted himself that while this prevented him from stealing the contents someday and deserting his wife, Hannah was placed in the very same predicament. Mary took to the standing upright part of her profession handsomely, and developed clear ideas of how she would conduct her role as mistress of a whorehouse to the gentry. She successfully persuaded Ikey that they must go first class with no corners cut, and create an establishment second to none in London. She furnished the house much like the Chelsea one she'd been chased from after the aborted affair with Bob Marley, though with a distinctly oriental flavour she'd observed in a picture of a salon in the window of a printing shop, and which she persuaded the proprietor to sell to her. Mary spared not a penny in making the premises in Bell Alley grandly ostentatious, with a front parlour lavishly done out in silks and rare carpets, as well as erotic statues showing every form of human copulation. Many of the statues were painted in gold and bedecked in coloured ostrich feathers to make a dazzling display of erotica. Ikey was a rich man, a very rich man, but not one given to spending it upon others, but persuaded by Mary that the best of London's professional and commercial society would beat a path to her door, or more correctly, between her expensive linen sheets, where they would be attended by the most skilled and beautiful young courtesans, in return for large amounts of money, he opened his purse to the fullest. At the same time, he allowed that Mary should owe him 30% of the total cost of refurbishing, to be paid off from her future brothel earnings. Mary was delighted. For the first time she was in control of her own life, and she did not regard Ikey's terms as onerous. On the contrary, she was aware that she owed him a great debt, and was determined that she would repay it with the utmost loyalty. Ikey was the first person who had shown her the least charity, and she would never forget this. A great deal would happen in the course of this strange partnership, some good and much bad. But Mary would never deny that Ikey had been the means of her salvation. In Mary's bawdy house, Ikey could take vicarious pleasure in observing the high and the mighty at work through a peephole in the ceiling. He found it ironic and immensely pleasing to think that one day he was bound to stand trial before a bewigged and scarlet-robed judge, and have the image recalled of this same milord, without breeches, fat belly wobbling, rogering one of Mary's plump little pigeons. Mary's establishment made Ikey feel clean and respectable, and even somewhat superior for the first time in his life, and he grandly imagined himself a member, if only by proxy and proximity, of London's professional classes. Indeed, it gave him the greatest possible satisfaction that it was lawyers, judges, magistrates and bankers who became Mary's regular clients, the very men who, throughout his life, had caused him so much anxiety. For Ikey it was money well spent, and soon it was money most easily earned, as men of the bench and at the bar and in the city knocked discreetly at the scarlet door of Mary's Bell Alley brothel. For the most part, Mary's clients shared two characteristics. The sprightliness and easy randiness of youth had long passed, but the memory of it remained bright as a sunlit morning. They came to Egyptian Mary's, as it became known, to attempt to relive the past while indulging any current fantasies. The story of Mary's missing hands, often told with great conviction, added greatly to her fame, and customers believed that many of the sexual fantasticals available to them stemmed originally from her time spent in the mysterious Orient. Mary took to wearing a turban of multicoloured silks, which did nothing to dispel the rumours and added greatly to her mystique. Mary taught her girls the use of belladonna to lift their spirits and to enter with enthusiasm into the many bondages, recitations, titivations, dressing-ups and stripping-downs, spankings, pretendings, offendings, excitements, oral, anal, frontal, and often curiously banal, which her ageing, mostly pot-bellied clientele required. They learnt to be extravagant in their compliments, and the most inadequate sexual performance was built to high praise, so that the ageing participant left Egyptian Mary's convinced of his renewed and awesome virility. There were 3 things not on offer at Egyptian Mary's, but which could be procured at any other London brothel. Mary did not trade in little boys or girls, or in young men. This was not because Ikey had any morality in regard to the exploitation of children or whoresons, but Mary did. She loved children, and each day at noon the brats would be at the scullery door for soup and bread, which she had cooked up in a steaming cauldron, so that she would feed 50 or more. Though she took care not to show them more than a rough affection, she longed to take the smaller children in her arms and hug them. Street children, she knew from her own experience, were feral animals, and must be treated as wild creatures that would always bite the hand that fed them. Mary expected nothing from them, and somehow they knew she was their friend, and even perhaps that she loved them. She earned their loyalty slowly with food and some physic and an occasional dressing for a cut or yellow ointment for their eyes, and they repaid her with gossip. Should a constable appear to be snooping, there was always a child at the back door to alert her. Though a new client might occasionally demand the services of a child or a young boy, a common enough request in almost any London brothel, Mary would refuse him, and often in the process offend some high-ranking toff. London town was swarming with starving urchins, who would go with anyone for 2pence or a plate of toasted herrings. There was no class in that sort of rough trade, which was more for the likes of Hannah to supply, which she did without compunction. Mary had no trouble convincing Ikey, who wanted no close attention from the law paid to the premises on Bell Alley, and he knew better than most that children cause trouble when grown men of the middle and upper classes are involved. Several hours past midnight, long after the customers had been gratified, satisfied, slumbered, sobered, and finally put into carriages and sent on their way, when the clicking of Mary's abacus beads ceased, and the accounting books were made up in straight lines and neatly squared columns, Ikey would arrive. He would come in from his vile night abroad, where he received and paid and argued and bartered for stolen property, in dimly lit taverns and taprooms, brothels, flash houses, netherkins and thieves' kitchens, and it was usual for him to drop into the Pig and Spit, where he passed some time at the ratting. His life was populated by all manner of villains, thieves, swell mobsmen, flashmen, touts, pickpockets, pimps, itinerant criminals and scallywags. His last call before returning to Egyptian Mary's was always within the Great St. Giles Rookery, known in the vernacular as the Holy Land, to a decaying building long vacated by its original occupant. Here he unlocked the door, and in darkness crept up a set of rickety stairs to the very top, where the damp and decay had not yet fully penetrated. Within this building resided a gang of carefully chosen urchins, street children who had been trained to Ikey's ways, and who did his bidding. The youngest of them were stock buzzers or smatter haulers, stealers of silk handkerchiefs, known as kingsmen, which, as was the fashion with toffs, were conveniently carried protruding from the coat tail. Ikey would pay 9pence each for these, though some were worth as much as 3 shillings when later sold in Rosemary Lane. Ikey was always on the lookout for a talent, a boy with fingers light enough to make a tooler. A tooler was the most elite of the pickpockets, a planner and plotter, a boy with brains, daring and courage. At any one time, Ikey hoped for 4 toolers in the making, and 2 fully blown and working at the top of their trade. A great tooler could go on to be a swell mobsman, though most, even some of the best, got their hands to shaking from too frequent imbibement of gin or brandy, or found their minds preoccupied and numbed to action by the fear of being caught and transported. Tooling was where the real money lay in the art of pickpocketing, and it required 4 boys, the tooler himself, a stickman, and 2 stalls, and, if available, up to 4 urchins to transport the goods from the scene of the crime as quickly as possible. The first stall would go ahead, scanning the crowd for members of the law, or even a group of workmen or a large shop boy who might give chase to a thief in return for the prospect of a reward. The second stall was on duty between the tooler and the stickman, and was generally a larger boy who was required to impede the progress of any person in too hot pursuit of the stickman, who was the first to receive the article from the tooler and get the transportation of the lifted goods underway. The tactics followed were to a set pattern, a routine worked by Ikey until it became second nature to the boys. Choosing a victim was a task not taken lightly, for the tooler was trained to observe human nature in the smallest detail, to watch the mannerisms of a chosen quarry, how each talked and walked, and where they placed their hands, with whom they conversed, and where they stopped. Ikey would demand patience and careful selection. A pogue taken from a dizzy shop girl containing 1 silver shilling carried the same penalty at law as a dumby lifted from a rich toff stuffed with Bank of England long-tails and jingling with gold sovereigns. A garnet brooch, deftly unclipped from the bombazine blouse worn by a nanny, earned a jail term or transportation no different to the neatest unclipping of a diamond pin from the silk bodice of a duchess.
It's quality we's after, lads. To be sent abroad for the lifting of a tin brooch is a sin of character, what can't never be recovered from. A gentleman's gold hunter or a diamond pin, now that's a lay worthy of true respect.
Ikey would pause, taking in the eager faces around him.
We does not sell ourselves cheaply, my dears. Tooling is a most ancient and noble art, and we are artists. Our fingers play as lightly upon a purse or dumby, diamond clip or gold yak, as the fingers of the greatest virtuoso are light upon the ivories of an harpsichord at a concert in honour of the king himself.
Sometimes a promising quarry would be watched for days, until the tooler knew precisely how and where to make the pull. A lady might be taken while shopping in the afternoon, this being regarded as light-fingered practice for the more meaningful tooling of toffs and gentlemen during the evening to come.
Humans is all predictable. Observe the pattern and you know the mark,
Ikey would repeat ad nauseam to his dirty-faced pupils. Ikey seemed never to tire of the training of these small boys. He started with them very young, not older than 6 or 7, for it was his belief that the lad who had not mastered the grammar of his art by the time his voice broke seldom reached any high degree of competence. He even taught them to cheat skillfully at the game of cribbage, for he understood that they would naturally grow up to be gamblers, and he hoped to give his boys a better chance than most of keeping their ill-gained money in their own pockets. In this respect, and in many others, he was known as the best and most famous of all the kidsmen, and his toolers became the elite on the streets and in the busy arcades. Urchins would implore him to be enrolled in what Ikey referred to as the Methodist Academy of Light Fingers, a spoof on the Methodist Academy of Light, a Salvationist school for the honest poor, situated in an adjacent slum court in St. Giles. While there were a great many kidsmen to be found, men who trained street urchins for snakesmen, pickpockets, and as beggars, they were generally most harsh in their methods, ignorant men with a too frequent hard, flat, impatient hand to the side of an urchin's head. Should a boy fail to exhibit the required amount of tact and ingenuity in dipping, it was the custom for him to be given a severe beating from the other boys, or by the kidsman himself. To this punishment was added no food to eat until the hapless child improved his pickpocketing technique, or simply starved to death. Ikey, however, offered not harsh punishment, but reward. A bright penny handed over, a large chop rimmed with fat added to a child's plate at supper, or even a glass of best beer given with a pat on the back. Ikey's thorough ways and his understanding of the competitive nature of small boys created the best toolers to be found in London, all most proud to be graduates of the Methodist Academy of Light Fingers, proprietor Ikey Solomon, Esquire. At practice, Ikey would use a tailor's dummy set up in a pool of lamplight and dressed up with the garments most likely to be worn in the street. Sometimes these would emulate the attire of a toff, swell, or country gentleman, and at others, a grand lady, a doxy, or for the smallest of the children, a nanny or shop assistant. Into these clothes were sewn tiny bells that tinkled at the slightest vibration. At the conclusion of each week, it was the custom among Ikey's boys to take a vote, decided by the acclamation of all. The most proficient boy at the practice of dipping was voted the title of Captain Bells, whereas the least competent was christened Tinkle Bell. The former was a title much prized among his young apprentice thieves, while the latter was worn with a fierce resolve to be unchristened as speedily as possible. Bob Marley had come from among these children, and there were a number of talented magsmen, swell mobsmen and flashmen who could claim a proper education by the redoubtable Ikey in the ways of thieving and disposing, and the general nature of surviving in the trade of taking what rightfully belonged to others. It was this foundation, laid early and trained carefully, which later supplied much of the goods which Ikey would receive as a fence. Ikey would arrive at the boys' squalid quarters around 3 a.m, whereupon lectures and demonstrations on the art of light fingers and the brightening of minds took place. Afterwards, those boys with goods to dispose of, such items as they might have taken on the street since the previous night's visit, would wake back, while the remaining urchins would repair to a nearby chop house, where a private room was held for them. Ikey would carefully examine the prize each offered, explaining its composition in stones, or judging its value in precious metal, or as an article alone.
"Know what you takes, my dear. A bit of glass set in lead and gold dipped ain't worthy of your knowledge. Emeralds or diamonds set in gold is what your fingers is trained to lift. Watch the light, see it play. Diamonds shoot, emeralds pulse, rubies burn, pearls glow. Judge the wearer, not the glory of the gown, the toss of the head, the modesty of eye. Fake pearls is more common than real, and when worn on a bosom young, tempting and firm, is most likely to be that of a tart playing at a courtesan than a lady of quality. Judge the laughter. Too shrill and too often is the habit of the badly bred. Details, my dears. Everything is in the details. Sniff the perfume. Examine the nap of the boots and the hem of the skirt for old dirt or much mending. If the gentleman's hands is too familiar with his escort, then the lady is too cheaply bought. It's all there waiting for your eyes to measure and your mind to equate before you decide to make the vamp.
Ikey would then pay them, naturally at a much reduced price to the street value of the goods, though never were the articles so cheaply purchased as to encourage a young lad to take the merchandise elsewhere. The business of the night completed, Ikey would join the dozen or so boys who ranged in age from 6 to 16 for a meal in the nearby chop house. Here they would all be fed from Ikey's purse, though in the order and quality of their performances. Those who had not done well at practice, or failed to bring in any merchandise taken on the street, would be denied a plate of chops or steak, meat being the reward for performance, though all were equally given a thick wedge of bread and a large bowl of thick steaming broth, enough to keep body and soul together. Ikey himself partook of a bowl of mutton and potato stew, followed by a dish of curds. Some of the smaller boys, their bellies replete, would leave the chop house to crawl back into their squalid quarters and sleep until noon in a bed of dirty rags. Those who had money, or friends who would share what they'd won, would stay to grow drunk on a pint of gin or brandy. During the progress of one night, Ikey might be seen, his hands working in the gestures of unctuous trading, in the reeking hubbub of Rosemary Lane doing business among the festoons of second-hand clothes. Or if the tide was in, and to run before dawn, he might be seen working his way to the river, to the regions of Jacob's Island, and those parts known as the Venice of Drains in Bermondsey, which he reached by traversing the impenetrable alleys, dives and runways round Leicester Square and the Haymarket, this part of the great rookery being the convenient asylum for the thieves, flashmen, touts and prostitutes working the rich fields of the West End. Here could be found the rakish members of the upper classes, with their courtesans, their ears and necks and décolletage awash with diamonds and pearls, the starched young swells, toffs and codgers on the randy, the gamblers and cashed-up jockeys, and the furtive old perverts from the privileged classes, who mixed vicariously with the lowlife. This place, too, was an essential nightly visitation for a fence of Ikey's status in the underworld. Ikey could come upon these places from Whitechapel or Spitalfields, along dark, fetid lanes, and through vile netherkins crowded to suffocation with thieves and beggars, and the desperate starving poor sleeping and copulating on straw-filled billets and bundles of rags. Sometimes he moved along well-established paths, formed over rooftops or through cellars and dark alleys, sliding past the stagnant open gutters which ran down the centre of these narrow, filth-choked runways. Even in the dark, he knew the whereabouts of the numerous cesspools which would trap many a gin-soaked hag or drunkard who'd lost his way, and having slipped on the surrounding excrement, could not regain a foothold and would be sucked into the shit to drown. Ikey knew with intimacy this great rookery of St. Giles and many others, and was as much at home in them as the rats scurrying ahead of him along the soot-stained walls. He could reach the destination of his choosing without once crossing an honest thoroughfare, or appearing within the light of a single street lamp, seen along the way only by the incurious eyes of beggars, thieves, nightstand prostitutes, petty touts, sharpers, and the broken and desperate humanity who lived in these festering parts. Those who saw nothing unless they were paid to do so, and who, upon being questioned by a magistrate's runner, knew nothing of a person's whereabouts, even if they had glimpsed them, bold as brass, not a moment beforehand. On a rising tide, Ikey might be seen furtively moving close to a wall or along a pier in the dock areas before disappearing below the malodorous deck of a boat. Before dawn's light it would slip its moorings, and on the morning tide move silently down the river, its progress concealed by the sulphurous mist and smog that sat upon the Thames. By sunrise, this vessel, which outwardly carried hemp or tiles, or any of the other miscellanea which made up the maritime drudgery of commerce between England and the continental ports, would be safely into the Channel. It carried about Ikey's consignments of stolen jewellery to be reworked in Amsterdam and Antwerp, parcels of Bank of England notes in every denomination to be laundered in Hamburg and Prague banks, silver and gold bound for Bohemia and Poland to be sold or melted down in the shops and workshops of various foreign Jews. Ikey would arrive at Egyptian Mary's not a minute beyond 5 in the morning. He would greet Mary upon his return from the foulness of his peripatetic night, and before anything else he would look at the house takings, always wheedling and quarrelling, as if the bitter bargaining of the night must be run down and unwound before he could be brought to a state of calm. He would carp at the cost of a haunch of ham, or measure the level of the claret cask, as much to bring himself to an emotional repose as to attempt to gain more than his fair share of the night's profit. Thereafter he would unload the takings of his fencing business for that night, valuing each item expertly, and suggesting what might become of them, a melting or resetting or recutting, what could be disposed of in London, what must needs be sent abroad. Mary entered all this into her receivals ledger. Ikey also acquainted her of the whereabouts of heavier merchandise, bolts of cloth, linen and brocade, a handsome pair of Louis XIV's chairs or a valuable tapestry. Mary would arrange to have these picked up and delivered at a time when they would arrive unobserved. In this last regard she would often use Bob Marley, the slash man, whom she trusted, and who proved to be a careful and reliable go-between. Ikey had a passion for order in his affairs, and this had made him extremely rich. When this final task for the night was completed, Mary would place the books in a secret place, this task always overseen by Ikey. Then at last, often just before dawn, they would pause to share a glass of chilled champagne in her little private parlour at the rear of the establishment. This was the happiest time of Ikey's life, and he composed an epigram which he would pronounce to Mary, and which encapsulated the satisfaction he took from being the joint proprietor of Egyptian Mary's. Holding his glass of champagne to the light, and watching the tiny beaded bubbles rise in straight and orderly lines to the surface, he would announce, "My dear, I have a theory fantastic for the success of our enterprise. Shall I say it for you?" "You certainly may, sir, you certainly may." Mary would rise and top up his glass, and then do the same to her own, whereupon she would seat herself again, holding her glass, and wait. Ikey would lower his glass and take a polite sip of champagne. Then, in a preacher-like manner, in tone,
"If the angle of the dangle is equal to the heat of the meat, then the price of the rise is decided by the art of the tart. There it be, my dear, the entire business of brothel keeping contained in a simple rhyme."
Simple as he claimed it to be, Ikey thought it exceedingly clever and never tired of the reciting of it. At the conclusion of the rhyme, they would clink glasses and entwine arms, each taking a sip of champagne, whereupon Mary would say,
"May our bubbles keep rising. Amen."
It was as close as the two of them ever came to sentimentality, of the kind which might be described as love. For Mary, the bawdy house on Bell Alley was a daily confirmation that she could be a woman of enterprise, and that by her own wit and skill she could gain a security in life she had never known. Ikey was proving to be her way out of poverty, misery, and an almost certain slow, crippling death from syphilis, or a quicker one at the hands of some madman with a shiv in need of the means for an opium pipe. There were 1,000 ways a prostitute could meet her death, but very few ways in which she could expect to remain alive much beyond her mid-20s. In gratitude, Mary showed Ikey more tolerance than ill temper. She was often sorely tempted to screw his scrawny neck, but for the most part refrained from violence, boxing his ears only when provoked to the extreme. She knew him to be a coward, a cheat, a liar, and of course a notorious thief, though this last characteristic she regarded simply as Ikey's profession. Without the thief, there would be no magistrate or judge or lawyer, or half the regular clientele of her bawdy house. And so she had no reason to place Ikey's choice of vocation in any poorer light than that of her clients. When the poor embrace the tenets of morality, it comes ready-made with misery as its constant companion. Mary counted herself fortunate to have Ikey in her life, and very occasionally in her bed, which was as close as anyone had ever come to loving him, or she to feeling affection for any other person since her mother and father died. But it is not in the nature of things to remain calm. Contentment is always a summer to be counted in brief snatches of sunlight, while unhappiness is an endless winter season of dark and stormy weather. The cold wind of Ikey's and Mary's discontent was beginning to howl through the rat-infested rookeries, sniffing at the mud and shit of the dark alleys, and stirring the slime of the river into a foment of disaster which was about to wash over them both. Chapter 6. At the end of a miserable night in December, with the wind roaring and the snow swirling, Ikey was just turning into Bell Alley from Winfield Street when a figure leapt from the shadows directly into his path. Ikey jumped in fright as the dark shape presented itself through a sudden flurry of snow.
"It be friend," Bob Marley shouted into the driving wind. "A word is needed in your ear, Ikey. An urgent word."
Ikey relaxed. Bob Marley was to be trusted. As a young'un, he'd been a chimney sweep whom Ikey had plucked from his miserable trade to work for him as a snakesman. He recalled how he hadn't cheated the boy particularly, and so had no reason to fear him. He was a likely lad in his day, who seemed to be double-jointed in all his connected parts, and could squirm and slide through apertures too small for a dock rat to enter. While he had remained small, Ikey had profited well from his talent for entering property. As a boy, Marley had been intelligent and naturally cunning, and would have made a good leader if he had not always been a loner. Though it was this very characteristic which meant he could be trusted not to open his gob or boast of his conquests to the other street urchins. With money in his purse for frequent visits to a chop house, the pocket-sized lad had grown quickly and was soon too big to be a snakesman. Ikey had trained him as a pickpocket, but he never amounted to greatness, for he refused to work in a team. He'd grown into a villain, dangerous if crossed, but known to work only for himself and only for gold. In the terms of the times and the kind with whom Ikey naturally mixed, Bob Marley was reliable as a new-minted sovereign. Ikey stepped deeper into the alley where the noise of the wind was less intense.
I have information important to you, Ikey. Most important indeed. Yes. If I say so myself, information of the kind a person doesn't come upon every day.
Marley paused, and then added in an ominous voice,
Thank God.
Ikey removed his hands from the pockets of his greatcoat and slipped off the filthy fur-lined glove of his right hand. Then he re-entered the coat through an entirely different part of its anatomy and opened his dumby secretly. He allowed his fingers to slip through the coins in the leather purse until he sensed the warmer touch of a gold sovereign, whereupon his nimble fingers worked until they touched 6 sovereigns, which he carefully pushed to one corner of the purse. Then he took 3. These he produced, held between thumb and forefinger, as though they were a single coin conjured from the air. He had already gauged the worth of Marley's information, which he'd set in his mind at 6 gold sovereigns. He knew from the tone of his informer's voice that the information was kosher. He'd think less of Marley if he didn't manage to extract another 3 sovereigns from him for its deliverance. He held the 3 coins out to the man in front of him.
3 sov? 3 bleeding sov?
Marley removed the scarf that covered all but his eyes, looked at Ikey in disgust, and then spat onto the snow at his feet.
This ain't no bleeding social call.
But Ikey held the gold sovereigns in front of Marley until his fingers began to tingle with the cold. And finally Marley, shrugging his shoulders, removed the woolen mitten from one hand and took them without a word, testing their weight in the palm of his hand before biting each in turn with a gold eye-tooth. He grunted and placed them in his vest pocket. Though he'd hoped for more, he'd been standing around in the bitter night for more than an hour, and he needed a large steak with relish and a pint of hot gin, or he was sure he would perish from the cold.
You've been shopped,
Marley said finally.
Who done it?
Ikey asked.
It come up from Rosemary Lane, no names. Just a good friend what's got an ear connected. When?
Ikey asked.
Tomorrow, early morning, Sparrow Fart.
Marley paused, then added,
After all the toffs have scarpered from your house of ill repute. This morning? Oh, Jesus, oh, me God, oh, shit. This morning, this very morning.
Bob Marley nodded and dug into the interior of his coat to produce a gold hunter at the end of a brass chain. Clicking it open, he examined its face.
I'd say about 3 hours, Tosh.
He closed the lid of the watch with a flick of his thumb.
Reckon they got you this time, me lovely. Where?
Ikey asked tremulously. It was an important question, for if it was the house he and his wife Hannah shared, he would be less concerned. The house in Whitechapel had been raided several times, but the trapdoor under Hannah's bed, which led to a large false ceiling in which his stolen property was stored, was so cunningly contrived as to be invisible to the naked eye. But the house at the end of the alley in which he stood was less well accommodated to the concealment of stolen goods. A raid on Mary's bawdy house, even if he could clear it of contraband in time, which hardly seemed possible, would be a disaster. Its basement contained the heavy mechanicals of the printing press, which had been brought in one piece at a time over several months, to make up a press of a very peculiar kind, and such as would be of great interest to the law if examined with the printing of banknotes in mind. There could be no thought of its removal, which would take several days. Bob Marley's hand went out, and he rubbed his forefinger and thumb together. Ikey returned to the interior of the greatcoat and produced another gold sovereign. Marley pocketed it and simply jerked his thumb down towards the interior of Bell Alley.
Right here, me lovely.
It was not possible for Ikey's sallow skin to grow more pale.
Here? Oh, me God, not here, not tomorrow.
He looked up at Marley in despair.
Who will it be?
Ikey produced a gold coin without Marley encouraging him. Bob Marley took it with a grin. He'd hoped for 5 sov and he'd got it. He was not to know that Ikey had reserved another, but given the nature of the news, would have paid 5 times as much for his information.
Is it a question of feeing the officers, my dear?
Ikey's lips trembled as he asked.
Have they sent you? Is that why you've come? Do we have any time? No, of course not. No time whatsoever and at all.
Bob Marley shook his head slowly and replaced the woolen mitten, rubbing his hands together to restore the circulation in his recently exposed limb.
No setup, Ikey. City.
City! Ikey howled. Oh, God! Oh, mercy! Oh, no!
Afraid so, me lovely. It's them machines you got in the basement what's got you in this awful predicament.
Ikey drew back, alarmed.
What do you know about that, then?
Marley chuckled.
It's me business to know things, ain't it? Just like I knows it's City what's coming after you.
The single word City had struck mortal terror into Ikey's heart. City was simply another word for the Bank of England, for the private police force they ran, who was said to be as remorseless as a pack of bloodhounds when they set upon a case. Ikey's worst nightmare was taking place. He had been tempted into dealing with queer screens, the making of forged Bank of England notes, knowing it to be the most dangerous criminal vocation of them all. It was also as good a business as a villain could think about, providing you had the capital and the skill to set it up, and the courage and wit not to be caught. Forged English notes were laundered in Europe, mostly in Russia, Poland and Bohemia, where frequent enough commercial travel took place from England through the Hanseatic ports. These countries, unlike France, Holland, Austria and Italy, were not sufficiently traversed for the smaller banks to be totally familiar with the larger denominations of English notes, so that a good forgery would more easily deceive their bank officials. Ikey was making an enormous profit all round, paying for the European remodelling work on stolen jewellery with forged long tails, this being a splendid way to launder the counterfeit English banknotes. It was also why he allowed Mary to chastise him for being cheated in his overseas transactions. Ikey was cleaning up at both ends. Forgery was nevertheless an exceedingly dangerous endeavour. Ikey knew that no feeing or bribing of a Bank of England officer was possible, and that once on his tail, the city police would not give up until they had him safely in the dock at the Old Bailey, or better still, posted for a hanging and locked in a condemned man's cell at Newgate. Ikey had broken the first rule of a good fence, this being that a criminal endeavour in which bribery is not possible is the most dangerous of all possible pursuits, and not under any circumstances to be undertaken. Ikey was not given to self-recrimination, but now he castigated himself for the fool he had been. There were fine pickings elsewhere, and he was already a rich man. Forgery carried the death penalty, and no crime under English law was considered more heinous, for it attacked the very basis of property, the oak heart of the English upper classes. Ikey mumbled his thanks to Bob Marley, who had started to move away.
"It's nothing, me pleasure," Marley called back, laughing. "I'll visit you in Newgate, me lovely. Bring you something tasty. What you say then, jelly deals?" "Have you told Mistress Mary?"
Ikey shouted at the retreating Marley.
"Nah."
His dark shape disappeared into Winfield Street. Ikey waited a few moments before he too traced his steps out of the alley, back into the gusting snowstorm. In less than 15 minutes he'd arrived at the Netherken where his boys slept. Here he found two likely lads, and sent them to Covent Garden to borrow a coster's cart narrow enough to move down the alley. Ikey arranged to meet the two boys at the Bell Alley brothel half an hour hence. It was fortunate that it was Christmas, and much of the goods, usually kept in the attic above the brothel, had been doctored, that is, the monogram and other forms of identification removed, and the goods sent back into the marketplace or the continent, this time of the year being most expedient for the disposal of expensive merchandise. If Ikey could get the two lads back in time, and the load of contraband away, at the very least, they would not be able to charge him for receiving. Ikey was a deeply frightened man as he turned his key in the lock of the rear door of the Bell Alley premises and slipped quietly into the scullery. The house was still. The last customers had long since been sent home by carriage, and the girls put to bed with a hot brandy toddy, into which Mary always mixed a sleeping draught. He decided not to tell Mary of the events to occur, but simply to say that he was unwell with a stomachache, and wished to take her ledger home with him so that he might go over it later. This had occurred once or twice before, and she would not be overly suspicious at such a request. He would explain the removal of the stolen goods from the attic as goods sold in a bumper Christmas season. However, luck was on Ikey's side in the event that he discovered Mary asleep in her chair as he crept silently into her parlour. She was still seated in an overstuffed chair, wrapped about in a comforter, with her chin resting on her chest. On the small table beside her was her ledger, and to the side of it stood 2 pewter tankards and an open bottle of good claret wine. Ikey moved to the wall and turned the gaslight lower, then quietly lifted the ledger and one of the tankards together with its doily from the table and stuffed them into a pocket in his greatcoat. Ikey worked quickly, using a bullseye lamp he'd trimmed in the scullery, to move the stolen goods from the attic down to the small back room leading into the alley. He left a large square parcel carefully wrapped in oilcloth until last. Ikey was forced to rest several times as he struggled with it down to the scullery, and despite the cold, he was perspiring profusely by the time he heard the low, prearranged whistle of one of the lads. The cart, the noise of its wheels padded by the 6-inch fall of snow, had arrived silently at the rear of the house. The 2 boys stood rubbing their hands and blowing into their mittens as Ikey opened the scullery door. With the help of the boys, the goods were quickly loaded, placing the square oilcloth parcel into the cart last, before covering the whole load with a blood-stained canvas, the cart having been obtained from a mutton butcher at the garden. Ikey gave each lad a shilling, with the promise of another to come, and asked them to await him at the Pig and Spit. Ikey then let himself into the basement quarters, down a short flight of stairs, and through a door within the house, to which only he had a key. Upon entering, he became aware of a deep and resonant snoring, coming from behind a curtained partition at the far end of the large room, which his partner kept as his own quarters. He had no need to concern himself with careful movements, since Van Esselen, the deaf and dumb master forger, would not awaken unless shaken. Ikey knew the room off by heart, having often enough visited it before dawn. The remainder of the room contained the engraver's bench with etching tools, a large lock-up cupboard for storing the special paper and precious inks procured from a source in Birmingham, a general workbench, hand press, guillotine, and finally the splendid Austrian-manufactured printing press. Ikey quickly crossed over to the beautiful press, and kneeling beside it, he pushed down hard on what appeared to be a knothole in the floorboard. The board immediately snapped open an inch. Ikey repeated this with similar knotholes in adjacent and parallel boards, until the ends of 4 short boards stood raised an inch above those surrounding them. Ikey then removed the loose nails and lifted the boards to reveal a steel safe set into the floor, its door facing uppermost. Ikey quickly worked the combination and removed 5 copper plates etched with the markings of Bank of England notes of various denominations. The etching for the Bank of England £5 note he immediately placed back in the safe. Then he removed all the counterfeit notes from the safe, save for a small bundle of £5 notes. He locked the safe again and carefully replaced the floorboards, clicking the knots back into place and pushing all but one of the nails back into their slots, so that it was once again firm underfoot. The nail he placed not quite beside the empty hole into which it belonged, so that even the most careless searchers might eventually become suspicious. Ikey spent several minutes more looking about the room, and then quietly left, carrying the etching plates and counterfeit notes under his arm. He collected a hemp bag, into which he placed the copper plates and the larger denomination forged notes taken from the safe. Dipping into the interior of his coat, he added Mary's ledger, the pewter tankard, and the doily, and killing the wick of the bullseye lamp, he returned it to the scullery, whereupon he let himself out into Bell Alley and back onto Winfield Street. He had less than an hour left before dawn, when the raid was due to take place. The snowstorm seemed to have abated. The wind had dropped, and now everything lay quiet, covered in a blanket of fresh snow. But Ikey, his yellow boots crunching on the carpet of white, saw none of the new innocence of his surroundings, nor did he appreciate the crispness of the clean air which the wind had punched through the rookeries, replacing the foulness which lingered all year trapped within vile-smelling yellow smog, until the first big snowfall froze the stench, covered the filth, and banished the smog. Ikey's mind was otherwise occupied with the problems which lay ahead. In his entire life, he had never faced a more difficult situation. If he were to be arrested and convicted on a conspiracy to defraud the Bank of England through forgery, he would be fortunate to escape the hangman's noose. But should this misfortune be avoided, it would most certainly be replaced with the boat. He was sure to get life and be transported to Botany Bay, or the new prison island of Van Diemen's Land. It had been Hannah who had persuaded Ikey to deal in counterfeit money. Ikey recalled how he had at first been most reluctant, but eventually became pleased with the suggestion for all the wrong reasons. The major one used by a nagging Hannah being that the notorious Van Esselen was deaf and dumb. This, to someone of Ikey's cautious nature, had been what had finally persuaded him. At first, Ikey had insisted on the most basic equipment for the forger, such as could be quickly disposed of in an emergency. But the Liverpool contact grew too greedy and demanded too great a share of the resultant notes. The decision to add the latest in printing machinery finally came about when Ikey discovered a method of obtaining the very paper used by the Bank of England. Furthermore, he had also located a source of inks from Birmingham, which closely matched those needed for all the denominations of Bank of England banknotes. The temptation to print on his own had simply been too great, and Ikey set about obtaining, mostly from Austria, the machine parts needed for a highly sophisticated press. The only drawback was that such specialised and large equipment could not be easily dismantled or moved, nor could it be passed off as a press used for printing works of the usual everyday kind. Ikey cursed his carelessness and his vanity. The location of his forgery business was another of his exquisite ironies. Often a rich banker would be in the process of dalliance, his fat bum pumping up and down, while directly under his squeaking mattress, separated only by a wooden floor, was a sophisticated printing press in the hands of one of Europe's most skillful engravers, and designed to rob the very institution to which this pompous and randified gentleman belonged. Ikey once confided in Mary that he had invented the 3F system of profit. A modern economic marvel, my dear. Fencing, fucking and forgery. We take profits from the bottom, the middle and the top. An excellent arrangement, do you not agree? In the basement we make money. In the house proper we employ your plump little pigeons to make riches from downed breeches. And at the very top we store plate, silver and gold, taken from the rich by the bold. Ikey, although in shit deeper than that which flowed from the 200 sewerage outlets which spilled into the River Thames, was far from witless in this matter facing him. For example, he had all the documents of rent and receipts for the printing machinery made out in Van Esselen's assumed name, this being Thomas Thompson. These were all signed by Van Esselen, nor did Ikey's name appear, other than as landlord, on any other documents of a formal nature. In the event of a raid, Abraham Van Esselen, alias Thomas Thompson, would take the blame, and Ikey would assume the unlikely role of a rather stupid absentee landlord, hugely astonished to find his premises hired innocently to a simple printer, so ill-used by this rapacious and untrustworthy foreigner. The fact that the printing press was of such a specialised nature that it immediately condemned its owner as a high-class printer of banknotes, he would claim was beyond his limited knowledge of mechanicals and machinery. Ikey's genius for avoiding disaster was revealed in his arrangements to have the bank's people find Van Esselen not only with the machinery to print forged notes, but with a plate for a £5 note, the mixing inks, and some of the notes themselves, though no paper. Van Esselen was known to the Bank of England, and should he be found with the printing press, but with no other evidence of forgery, such as engraving tools, at least one etched copper printing plate, and some samples of the completed notes, they would be forced to conclude that Van Esselen was not acting alone, that he was being supplied from elsewhere with the further materials needed to create forged banknotes. This would immediately cast suspicion on his landlord as a known fence and receiver. But if they found the complete means of achieving a forged banknote under the one roof, and evidence that the process was undertaken alone by a known master forger, any barrister defending Ikey could argue that no proof of a conspiracy between the two men existed, and that Van Esselen had acted on his own accord. Furthermore, while forgery of high-denomination notes, those above £5, carried the death sentence, this especially for foreigners, the making of notes up to £5 in value only carried a protracted prison sentence. Ikey had saved Van Esselen's neck from the hangman's noose, and at the same time, probably his own. It was nice planning, for in the eyes of the law and the officers of the Bank of England who wished to be seen accountable to their depositors, Van Esselen's arrest would effectively put an end to the forgery operation and conveniently supply both a foreign victim and a successful prosecution. A foreign villain was always better news, and one who could be construed as French even more so. With a bit of luck, the city might, in time, give up the quest to get Ikey arrested, and even if not, once again, in the hands of a good barrister, Ikey could afford the very best. His prosecution in the Old Bailey could be made to look like blatant victimization. Ikey's relationship with Van Esselen had, as far as he knew, never been witnessed by any other person. Though Mary knew of it, she had never actually seen the two men together. So only Van Esselen and Mary could testify to the connection, and both could, if the need arose, be declared hostile witnesses and have their evidence discounted. Ikey knew full well that no judge would possibly believe this, nor any jury for that matter, but he knew also that the letter of the law was often in direct contrast to its spirit. In the hands of a talented King's Counsel, all the evidence could point to his being the innocent landlord. The papers submitted for scrutiny by his defence, the leases, receipts and ledgers, would show clearly that he'd acted only as a property owner, hiring his premises for commercial purposes. In fact, it was essential that Van Esselen do all in his power to implicate Ikey as his partner in crime. In this way, counsel could demand evidence to support this assertion, a receipt, note, possibly a witness who had seen them together. Even if the jury convicted Ikey, he would take his case to the Court of Appeal, where his technical innocence would be almost certainly upheld by a judge. Ikey's cool head and knowledge of the law had on more than one occasion saved his skin. But he had never before been up against the Bank of England. Though he was most hopeful that he could make a case for his innocence regarding the printing press and Van Esselen's forgery practice, the same was not true with Mary's occupation of the premises. While she too carried documents testifying that she rented the premises from him and that she was the sole owner of the business which she conducted within the house, it would be almost impossible to prove himself unaware of the nature of her vocation. However, Ikey was almost certain that the city police would not be interested in arresting Mary as a brothel keeper. The premises were outside the city area, and they were unlikely to stoop to such menial policing matters as the arrest of the mistress of a brothel. Besides, in the case of this particular house of ill fame, there was no knowing on whose potentially awkward toes they might be treading. All things considered, it was a neat enough arrangement, but by no means a plan without obvious flaws. Several occurred to Ikey's untrusting nature at once. For instance, who had shopped him? Would they appear as witness for the prosecution? Was Bob Marley reliable or a part of the conspiracy? How drastically would Hannah react when she heard about the goings-on in the house in Bell Alley and the existence of Mary? Ikey grew pale at the thought of her anger, for he feared Hannah almost as much as he did the law. Ikey determined that he would secure the contents in the cart at his Whitechapel house and leave on the early morning coach for Birmingham, waking Hannah only to inform her that he would be gone for some time. In Ikey's experience, a little seeking and finding always cooled matters down. The hullabaloo which the capture of a notorious international forger would make in both the Times and the penny papers would be sufficient initial glory for the bank, and he hoped they might keep his name out of it until they had more concrete evidence of his involvement, by which time he felt sure he would have constructed a web of outrageous circumstances to meet every question, legal or filial. But everything depended on the Bank of England police being forced to accept that Abraham Van Esselen, alias Thomas Thompson, was a lone operator, free of Ikey's influence. He then ran a second scenario through his head, this being the possibility that he and Mary would be arrested and convicted as brothel owners. Ikey soon saw that there might be some advantage in this occurrence. He could readily admit his partnership in Egyptian Mary's, and would then be able to claim that the presence of a sample printing business on the premises was a ploy to conceal the existence of a brothel at the same address. It was a common enough occurrence, concealing an illegitimate business behind a legitimate one. Being the silent partner in a whorehouse was a minor crime when compared to the crime of forgery of Bank of England notes. Again, with a good barrister, he might escape with a heavy fine and a couple of months in Newgate. Mary, alas, would almost certainly be transported. The female wickedness of running a brothel far transcended the loan of the finance to set up such a business, or even the crime of enjoying the profits resulting from such a loan. Many a magistrate or member of Parliament was a slum landlord, investing his money for profit and not overly concerned about the purpose for which his premises were used, whether for a Sunday school or a brothel. Profit enjoys the divine blessing of the church, and was to be worshipped without question. In England, money and property were thought to be the business of God, and both received his absolute sanction. But the corrupting of the young and the innocent by a madam in a bawdy house was a crime against the Almighty and his angels of the most heinous nature. Mary, Ikey knew, would be severely punished if she was convicted. For the first time in his life, Ikey found himself at odds with a conscience which he had hitherto not known to exist. His love for Mary was directly opposed to his greed, and his greed was entirely tied up with Hannah and her children. Ikey was well used to walking the thin line between safety and disaster, but he was getting older and was very much richer, and for the first time happy with much of his life. It was a pity that Mary might need to be sacrificed, for she was in large part the cause of his contentment. But kind regard was such a recent experience in Ikey's narrow universe of feelings that he neither trusted it nor appreciated its worth. It was a sentiment he had never once felt directed towards himself, and even his children had shown him none, their mother careful on the rare occasions they were together not to allow him the slightest influence over them. Ikey's low regard for himself meant it was impossible to contemplate that Mary might care for him in the least. His nature and the world he lived in allowed for neither sentiment nor pity. Survival was the only rule to which there was no exception. And so he felt some sadness at the possibility of losing Mary, an entirely new and alien experience, but in no sense did he feel remorse. In the most unlikely event of the brothel being included in the raid, Mary must be sacrificed if he was to survive. Besides, Ikey told his recently discovered conscience, it was far better for him to be on the outside, so that he could secretly pay Mary's counsel and other legal fees, and if she was convicted, to fee the turnkeys and officials at Newgate Prison in order to make her incarceration tolerable. Should she be sentenced to transportation and accommodated first, as was the custom, for several months in a prison at Chatham, Bristol or Plymouth, or with luck on the Thames, the many bribes, remunerations and emoluments she would require to survive this experience would need to come from his unfortunate purse. Although the thought of parting with money, even in so noble a cause, filled him with an unhappy sense of himself being the victim, he decided he would accept this sacrifice as some sort of repayment for the time he had spent with Mary. Ikey arrived at the Pick and Spit, where the boys waited for him, jumping up and down in one spot and hugging themselves against the bitter cold. He lifted the canvas cover and removed the parcel wrapped in oilcloth, then sent the boys on their way, agreeing to meet them at his Whitechapel home in less than half an hour. Struggling with the heavy parcel, Ikey walked down a small alley to the side of the building and into the skittle yard at the rear of the public house. He placed the parcel at the back door and walked over to the cellar chute, where he bent down and lifted the heavy wooden cover with some difficulty to reveal a further barrier, a set of iron bars which were locked down from within the cellar. Removing his boot, he rapped loudly on a single steel bar with its heel, at the same time calling out to the cellar boy to wake up and open the back door of the public house. In a few moments, a lantern appeared at the base of the chute, though it was too dark in the cellar below to see the face behind it.
"Let me in, lad. It be Ikey Solomon," he called, keeping his voice as low as possible. "I have most urgent business with your mistress. Hurry now, I've no time to waste."
Ikey left the public house less than 10 minutes later. The streets and alleys were white with snow. There were few early morning market carts, and a small herd of scraggy-looking sheep being driven to a slaughterhouse were already beginning to turn it into slush. It was 6 o'clock in the morning, and not yet light, when he reached his house in Whitechapel, and waited for several minutes in the freezing cold for the boys to arrive with the cart. Ikey and the boys, their breath frosting from the effort, unloaded the contents of the cart and placed the load in the front parlour. Then Ikey paid the young lads a second shilling and sent them well pleased on their way. Mary's ledger he took straightways to his study and added it to those already concealed in the cavity below the floorboards. Then, removing the counterfeit notes and copper etching plates from his bag, he put each of the plates carefully aside. He then took up the notes, several £1,000s of counterfeit long-tails, which he placed in the grate and set alight, setting fire to the pile 3 times in all, to make certain that there was nothing left but a handful of ashes. Whereupon he carefully swept the ash onto a piece of butcher's paper and put them into a small pewter tankard, which he half filled with water, stirred well, and swallowed. Destroying the counterfeit banknotes was the most difficult thing Ikey could remember ever having to do. The notes were almost perfect, and he might quite easily have allowed them into the London markets without fear of immediate discovery. But he was a consummate professional, and in Ikey's mind, releasing the notes in London was the equivalent of shitting on your own doorstep, in effect asking to be caught. Laundering the false notes through foreign banks was an example of the finesse which had earned him his title as the Prince of Fencers. Though having finally swallowed the contents of the mug, he allowed 2 silent tears to run down his cheeks, and permitted himself the luxury of a single-knuckled sniff. Ikey then took a needle and thread from the drawer of his desk, and sewed the copper engraving plates into the hem of his greatcoat, first wrapping them carefully in 4 sheets of strong white paper. Each sheet was taken from separate books in a collection of several dozen handsome leather-bound volumes contained within a breakfront bookcase. Had any person been observing him, they would have been curious at the manner of obtaining these squares of paper. Ikey removed the 4 volumes seemingly at random and opened them to the back cover, where he carefully peeled back the end paper. This revealed a second sheet of paper, which Ikey now used as wrapping for the plates, first binding them with twine before sewing them into the hem of his coat. All this activity took longer than he had intended, and Ikey was anxious to make good his escape. He climbed the stairs and shook Hannah awake so that she might help him carry the stuff from the parlour, to be hidden within the false ceiling. Hannah, naturally cantankerous, and more so by having been awakened after less than 2 hours of sleep, cursed Ikey, though she was not unaccustomed to this sort of disturbance. Ikey was known to use several places to store goods at this time of year, and sometimes they needed to be hastily moved. Neither was she surprised when, after the task was completed, Ikey grunted a brusque farewell, explaining only that he had decided to travel to Birmingham. News of a rich haul had come to him, and seeking to amuse her so as not to arouse the least suspicion, he added a sentiment she loved so much to hear. "Ah, my dear, the Gentile scriptures are not correct. Even at Christmas time, it is never better to give than to receive." Chapter 7. Ikey arrived at the coaching post at Whitechapel Markets, just as the coachman's call to climb aboard was heard, and he seated himself beside the far window so that he could look outwards with his back turned to the other passengers. He pulled his head deeply into the lapels of his greatcoat, so that his hat appeared to be resting upon its upturned collar. Thus, cut off from the attentions of his fellow passengers, he fell into deep cogitation on the matters which had unfolded in Bell Alley in the earlier hours of that morning. It was not long before his ruminations allowed him to see the entire affair in an altogether different light, and Ikey suddenly felt himself ennobled by his sacrifice on Mary's behalf. As he sat hunched in the coach, with its rattle and bump and clippity-clop, the general rush and rumble of wheels on flinted stone, rutted road and hard white gravel, and watched the country racing past, from deep within his greatcoat, Ikey felt the warm glow of goodness enveloping him. This sense of saintly satisfaction was not one Ikey could previously remember experiencing, for it is an emotion which comes to a man who has sacrificed his own needs for those of another. It contained a strange feeling of light-headedness, and was an experience Ikey was not entirely sure he would like to repeat. While he knew himself very fond of Mary, he was quite inexperienced in matters of the heart, and was therefore unable to recognise that strange emotion which sentimental women referred to so knowingly as true love. He had once, as a boy of 8 selling oranges and lemons on the street, bought a second-hand halfpenny card from a barrow in Petticoat Lane. The card was braided along its edges with pink ribbon, and showed a circle formed of tiny red roses at its centre, and within the circle 2 blue doves perched side by side upon a silver branch, their heads touching. Above the circle and below the braided ribbon was the legend, "To my one and only true love." Ikey had carried the card with him until he was 22 years old, convinced that one day he too would find his one and only true love. At 22, and quite soon after he had married Hannah, he was convicted of stealing a gentleman's purse. He was sentenced at the Old Bailey to transportation for life and removed to the hulks at Chatham. Here he was to remain for 6 years, avoiding transportation to Australia through the influence of an uncle who was a slop stealer at the port, and who pleaded directly and successfully to the naval authorities for him to remain in England. While on the hulks, Ikey made the acquaintance of a convicted forger named Jeremiah Smiles, who had taken to being a tattoo artist and proved to have an exceedingly fine hand at the matter of ink rubbed into human flesh. Ikey had paid him to tattoo the design on the card onto his upper arm. The card, by this time much faded and worn, had lost, by means of a missing portion, the last 2 words of the legend, and it now read, "To my one and only." Ikey explained that the 2 missing words were "Blue Dove." Smiles, like all forgers, was not a man of great imagination, his aptitude being for detail and accurate copying of the known rather than depicting in fantasy the unknown. "Humph," he snorted. "Them's birds. Doves most likely. Birds don't love and doves ain't blue." Ikey was never lost for an explanation. "It be a well-known curiosity that doves of this particular and brilliant hue takes only one partner in their life," he lied. "Should one dove die, then the other will remain faithful to its memory, taking no other partner to itself ever again." "Blue doves? Bah! Ain't no such creatures. Doves is grey and piebald and brown, speckled and pure white if they be fantails, but they ain't blue. There never was nor ever will be blue doves." "Ah, but you're wrong, my dear," Ikey announced. "Quite wrong, and emphatically incorrect, and absolutely misinformed. In Van Diemen's Land there is a great wilderness which begins at the edge of the clearing to a prison garrison, place name a Cascades." Ikey sighed heavily. "Ah, God forbid. We may yet see it in our lives. It is to the edge of this clearing that the blue doves come at morning's light, each paired and seated with their heads together. They sit and coo softly in the high branches of the blue gum trees, and should they witness a convict feller at work on the ground below, it is reliably told that they cry human tears for the misery they sees and the compassion they feels for the injustice done to all of us who suffer in the name of the unjust and heinous laws of Mother England." Ikey paused, for he could see the beginning of contrite tears in his listener's eyes. "When a convict dies from an act of violence, such as a flogging with the cat-o'-nine, or a beating by an officer, or by means of a hanging or starvation, or from a charge of shot while attempting to escape, then a blue dove dies with him, dies of a broken heart." By this time, Smiles, seated on his haunches on the deck in front of Ikey, was sobbing unashamedly.
This is the end of CD 3. The story will continue on CD 4. CD 4.
"There is told of a tree at this vile place,"
Ikey continued soulfully, milking the moment to its extreme.
An old tree without leaf, its bark peeled and its branches pure silver, where at sunrise the blue doves come in such numerosity that they become the very leaves of the tree. The tree becomes a shining blue thing in the Antipodean sunlight. But if you should observe with careful eyes, you will see no two doves are perched with heads together. No dove is partner to another, for each of these doves is the partner of a blue dove who has died when a convict has violently perished.
Ikey lowered his voice to a whisper.
It is said that the blue doves that sit upon that great silver tree are too numerous for any man to count.
Much taken with this story, Jeremiah Smiles had faithfully rendered onto Ikey's upper arm the circle of roses, and within it the two blue doves, whereupon he had inscribed above the heart the words, "To my one and only blue dove." Now, nearly 20 years later, on his way to Birmingham, the thought crossed Ikey's mind that Mary was his one and only blue dove, and he grew suddenly greatly sentimental at this thought. Ikey told himself he would take good care of his little blue dove, and that no violence would come to her, as she would not lack the means to bribe and pay her way. Should she be arrested, convicted in due course, and, as was most likely, transported to New South Wales, he would pay for her continued good treatment in prison, and upon her eventual transportation, she would lack for nothing. It was at this point in his rumination that an idea of startling magnitude came to him, one so bold that it caused his head to pop completely up and out of his greatcoat, to see whether the nature of things had changed so entirely that he was not, as he supposed, on the coach to Birmingham, but on some celestial flight of fancy, a voyage of the imagination which had taken himself out of himself and transformed him into another creature of an altogether different nature and disposition. But all he could see upon his tortoise-like emergence was a line of stringy winter willows tracing the path of a stream, the familiar dotting of black-faced sheep upon the rise, and a solitary crow high on a winter-stripped branch of a sycamore tree. Upon the road, wrapped in rags and skins, their breath clouding in the cold, trudged the usual conglomeration of feckless wanderers, gypsies, tinkers, navvies, moochers, beggars and tradesfolk. Moreover, the people within the coach seemed the same as those with whom he had embarked at Whitechapel markets. There was a fat woman in mourning, her poke bonnet festooned in black dobbin, and upon her lap a very large wicker basket. Beside her sat two gentlemen from the city, Tweedledum and Tweedledee, square-rigged in black with coloured waistcoats, their top hats pulled over their eyes, bearded chins upon their breasts asleep. On the same side as Ikey, but at the opposite window, occupying fully the space for two travellers, sat an enormously stout, red-bearded countryman. He wore a rough tweed jacket and breeches, and a pair of enormous countryman's boots. The colour of his clothes was matched by his wildly gingered chin, upon which the stem of a curved pipe was gently cushioned, the tobacco of his choice being particularly acrid and rank-smelling. At the ginger man's feet lay a large hound with one eye missing, its head upon its paws, its single cyclops eye fixed balefully upon its master, who, being a jolly fellow, had purchased a ticket for the dog which entitled it to human passage, but then, in a gesture of goodwill, had invited the other passengers to place their feet upon its large furry carcass. This the woman and two city gentlemen had promptly done, as there was no possible alternative, the great lolling dog having filled most of the floor space available. On a warm summer's day, the foul pipe and the presence of the large panting creature, who undoubtedly carried a host of fleas upon its back, would have proved most onerous for a person delicate of stomach. But on this bitterly cold December afternoon, it made for a certain snugness, even an unspoken friendly fugginess within the coach. Ikey was now much alarmed, for he was sure that some mental aberration had struck his febrile brain, and now the banal scene about him seemed to contradict this very supposition. There had risen up in Ikey's fevered mind the idea that he would reform, take on the mantle of respectability and the strictures of moral rectitude, forsake his born ways and take ship to Australia, where he would establish himself as a gentleman and tend to Mary's needs until she received her ticket of leave and was able to join him. Her head and his touching, blue doves together again. It may cause surprise that Ikey could think in such a mawkish manner, but even in the foulest heart there lies a benign seed of softness. It may long lie dormant, but if given the slightest chance, will swell to fecundity and surprise all who have previously known its owner. Was this not the very point made by the Salvationists, who despair for no man and follow their hopes for redemption to the gates of Tyburn and to the knotted cord and final trapdoor itself? It must also be remembered that Ikey's potential metamorphosis did not include his wife Hannah or his children. The milk of human kindness had not entirely washed away the stains of his known and expected character, and he felt no compunction about deserting his wife and children, providing he could contrive to take his money with him. This Ikey knew to be an unlikely circumstance, as he was made to account to Hannah for almost all the transactions which passed through his hands. Besides, she held the second half of the combination safe under the pantry floor. Ikey's obsession with bookkeeping was his downfall. He had trained Hannah to keep books on her 5 brothels, and these he inspected every evening before leaving home, entering the profits in a ledger of his own. Hannah, who pretended to the outside world that she was illiterate, demanded the right to see Ikey's ledgers, which she understood to a degree which often frustrated him. Ikey could not bear for anyone to know his business, and the ledgers Mary kept so diligently for him consisted only of the merchandise coming in, a stock-taking list, and the first evaluation of stolen and fenced articles, not a final accounting. So she never entirely knew the state of his affairs. Ikey's ledgers were of the final reckoning of profits cross-referenced in astonishing detail, the what, why, when, and where of every stolen article, so that no 2 articles from the same source would appear for sale in the same market. These great books were an extension of his mind, a beautiful reckoning of the results of his every business endeavour. Each ledger was a tangible proof that he existed. The strong vellum pages, the stoutly bound cover of softest calf leather with his name embossed in gold upon it, the squareness of the corners, and the beautiful marbled end papers. These all spoke of strength, respectability, and an ordered and handsome masculinity. Ikey's ledgers were everything he couldn't be, and when he wrote within them, in his neat copperplate hand, each entry adding to the sum of his wealth, in his mind the ledger became himself, brave, strong, valuable, clean, permanent, respectable, and accepted. Ikey's ledger was an addiction as necessary to him as an opium pipe is to the captain of a China clipper. For a man whose every instinct was to conceal his affairs, his compulsion to record everything was a terrible weakness, which Hannah had exploited to the fullest. His year-end ledgers, which contained all the profits made from both his work and his wife's, were kept in a large safe built into the floor of a small basement chamber. Its casual appearance resembled a cold storeroom for provisions, being without windows and fitted with a stout iron door to resist rats, and it was referred to as the pantry. Indeed, Hannah kept potatoes, flour, and apples within it, and from the ceiling hung the papery white carcasses of dried cod and a large bunch of Spanish onions. The safe was concealed in exactly the same manner as the one in Van Esselen's printing shop and in Ikey's own study. Along with the ledgers, it contained a vast amount of paper money, as well as gold, mostly in sovereigns, though some melted down bars, and several small velvet bags of precious stones worth a king's ransom. So cunningly was the safe hidden that several raids on the house had not even come close to discovering its whereabouts. Alas for Ikey, Hannah's insistence on them each knowing only half the combination meant that neither could open the safe without the presence of the other. Thus the bulk of their fortune could never be removed from the safe without their mutual agreement. It was against this background that Ikey found himself lost in the imaginings of escaping to New South Wales, with the eventual prospect of uniting with Mary. Now, as the coach drew to a halt at a staging post to allow its passengers to take refreshment, he realised that he must have momentarily lost his sanity. Ikey's wealth was irrevocably tied up with Hannah's, and though he surprised himself by still determining secretly to help Mary should she be arrested, there was no reconciliation possible between them. Mary would forever remain the sweetest passage in Ikey's life, but if it came to a choice between riches and sentiment, then, Ikey reasoned, the short journey they'd taken together in life was already concluded. Mary had spent an eventful day. She had been awakened, considerably confused by the noise in the basement, and lighting a candle, hurried downstairs to investigate, only to be met by a stout policeman shining a torch into her eyes. He promptly ordered her back upstairs, though in a remarkably polite tone. "We'll be up shortly, madam, to search your premises, but we'll not be making any arrests of your good self or your girls. Would you be so kind as to wait upon our attentions and make a large pot of strong black tea with sugar added?"
"Tea be too expensive for the likes of you lot," Mary retorted. "You will have to be satisfied with beer."
Mary had hurriedly retraced her steps to her little parlour. She thought only of the concealment of the ledger, and was struck with panic when she entered the room to see that it no longer rested on the table beside the bottle of claret. Then she noticed the absence of the second tankard, and with a grateful sigh concluded that Ikey had been and had removed the ledger. But after a moment she became bewildered. Why had Ikey not wakened her? Had he known of the raid and betrayed her? Mary, her head filled with the anxiety of the moment, made her way to the kitchen, where she filled a large jug with beer and set it upon the table. Then she took half a dozen pewter mugs from a cupboard and placed them around the jug. She walked into the scullery and noticed the bull's-eye lamp lying on the stone sink. She picked it up. It was still slightly warm to the touch. Ikey had most assuredly been. But why would he need the lamp? A gaslight was kept burning low in all the passages except the attic, and he would need only to have turned these up to see his way perfectly. Besides, Ikey seemed to see like a cat in the dark, while others would tread fearfully with their arms stretched out in front of them.
"Jesus! The attic!"
Mary exclaimed aloud. The police were about to search the house, and they would find the attic filled with stolen articles. Mary, now fully awake, raced up the stairs leading into the attic, when she realized that only Ikey kept a key to the door. Then she saw that the door was slightly ajar. She opened it, and sufficient pale light filtered through the barred dormer window to reveal that the attic was empty. Not a bolt of linen or brocade, no silver candelabra or plate, or fancy clocks, nothing remained. Mary felt suddenly completely betrayed. She was not the kind to sob, but a great hollowness filled her being. Why had Ikey not alerted her? She sat heavily upon a step on the narrow stairway leading up to the attic door. Then she recalled the officer's words of a few minutes previously. "We'll not be making any arrests of your good self or your girls." Mary felt herself filling up with joyous relief. He'd feed the law. Ikey had bribed the officers not to arrest her. Mary felt a great warmth go out towards him. He loved her. The miserable sod actually loved her. Mary was suddenly as happy as she had been in her entire life. As happy even as she had been on the morning Mr. Goldstein had hired her as a clerk. She hurried downstairs to stoke the embers and add coal to the stove, and then to make a large pot of sweet tea for the law. Her head whirled with the discovery that someone cared about her, that Ikey had escaped before being arrested for forgery, that first he had seen to it that she was safe. Mary vowed that she would never forget his loving act towards her. The arrest of notorious forger Abraham Van Esselen, alias Thomas Thompson, was a triumph for the bank officers. Though they had found no evidence in the form of large denomination forged banknotes, the discovery of an etching plate for the £5 denomination, together with a small stack of freshly minted counterfeit £5 notes, taken together with the implements of forgery, the Austrian printing press, inks, though no paper, was sufficient to incarcerate him for the term of his natural life. Nonetheless, the city police were bitterly disappointed. They wanted Ikey Solomon, and they knew he had escaped. The search of Egyptian Marys had revealed nothing, though it had been thorough in the extreme. The beds and closets of the startled girls were overturned, mattresses ripped open, floorboards removed, false walls looked for, and ceilings holed and tapped. The tiniest apertures were poked into and closely examined. Even the coal had been removed from the scuttle, and the peephole Ikey used to spy upon Mary's clients was examined, in the hope that it might reveal some secret hideaway. But at the end of a full morning's search, accompanied by Mary's repeated protests that Ikey was simply her landlord and that she knew the business in the basement to be a printing press and no more, nothing was found in the brothel part of the premises. Nothing which could connect Ikey Solomon to forgery, or for that matter to any other crime beyond that of allowing the premises he owned to be used as a brothel, and his basement as a printing press. Under normal circumstances, Ikey's landlord activities might still have been sufficient to arrest him on a charge of conspiracy to defraud the Bank of England by allowing the printing of forged notes on property he owned. But the bank's officials knew Ikey could afford the best King's Counsel London could furnish, and nowhere in the world was there better to be found. They needed much more than a possible charge of complicity. They needed traceable, verifiable stolen goods and banknotes which proved to be forgeries and which were found to be in his possession or concealed on premises where he was known to live. Furthermore, Van Esselen seemed not in the least inclined to bear witness against his landlord, though he had yet to be thoroughly worked upon. A deaf mute who purported to write only in the French language was at best a dubious witness. But even if his confession proved compelling, evidence taken from a forger of Van Esselen's reputation could, they knew, be easily negated in cross-examination by any half-competent barrister with half a wig on his head. Late that afternoon, as Ikey's coach was rumbling across the countryside, a meeting took place at the Bank of England on Threadneedle Street, between its directors and various officers, and in the presence of the Upper Marshal of the City of London. It was here a decision was quietly taken that Ikey Solomon must, by all means available, be apprehended and permanently removed from London's criminal society. A decision was also passed with a show of hands, and therefore not entered in the minutes, that should any emoluments be incurred in this endeavour, they would be met by the bank and dispensed through the services of a reliable go-between, so that these expenses were not traceable back to the officers of the bank, nor to any person acting on their behalf. The task of apprehending Ikey and building a watertight case against him was made the personal responsibility of the Upper Marshal of London, Sir Jasper Waterlow. Sir Jasper was a member of the Select Committee on Police, which was about to look into the whole question of policing in London. There was already a great deal of speculation about the formation of a metropolitan police force to replace the corrupt and inadequate magistrates' runners, and Sir Jasper could see himself as the head of such a body, a position which must inevitably lead to a peerage and a seat in the House of Lords. The additional responsibility for apprehending the notorious receiver, and now head of a conspiracy to defraud the Bank of England, was an unexpected turn of good fortune, and he was well pleased with the bank's nomination. With this decision to persist in the hunt, Ikey Solomon became at once the most wanted man throughout the length and breadth of Britain, even though no actual warrant existed for his arrest. Chapter 8. It did not take long for Hannah to learn of the arrest of Abraham Van Esselen and the reason for Ikey's hasty departure to Birmingham. Not more than an hour after Ikey had departed, an officer from the city police had knocked loudly on the front door of their Whitechapel home. "Name Ikey Solomon, is this his house?" he demanded. Hannah, who was accustomed to both rudeness and crisis, nodded calmly and invited the officer into her front parlour. "Shall I take your coat and mittens, officer?" "Gloves, they's gloves," the policeman corrected her. "Thank you kindly, I'll stay put." Hannah smiled. "And what brings you out at the crack of dawn, officer? Bit early to come calling, ain't it?" Without waiting for the policeman's reply, she rubbed her hands together against the cold. "Have a pew, officer. Make yourself at home. Don't blame you for staying with your coat and mittens. Cold as charity in here. Hang on a mo. Good idea. I'll light the grate." She said all of this with such rapidity that the policeman hadn't yet mustered sufficient wit to reply to her original question. He cleared his throat, preparing finally to answer, but Hannah turned her back on him, and kneeling in front of the fireplace, struck a lucifer to the kindling in the grate. Sit, officer," Hannah said. A tiny curl of yellow flame licked between the dark lumps of coal, and a wisp of smoke followed it up the chimney. The policeman, a stout, heavily jowled man with a bushy black moustache, lowered himself slowly into the chair. "Your husband, madam. We should like to talk to him on a matter of some urgency." Hannah rose from the fireplace and turned towards him, her expression most conciliatory. "What a blooming shame you've come all this way for nothing. He's gone, sir. Afraid he's not here." "Gone?" The policeman looked quizzical. "Madam, I must inform you, we have the house surrounded." "That won't help none. You could have the blooming household cavalry outside. He still ain't here. He left 3 days ago on business." "And where might he have gone, madam?" the police officer demanded. He was aware of Hannah's reputation and would not normally have appended the word madam to his questions, the criminal classes being best addressed in the bluntest possible way. But such is the regard of the English for property that he was in truth paying his respects to the imposing 3-story residence and the expensive furnishings, in particular the magnificent Persian carpet upon which his large feet rested. He hadn't expected anything like this, and they demanded a courtesy which he knew the frumpy whore in curling papers, who hadn't even bothered to wear a mob cap, should be emphatically and officially denied. Hannah's face puckered into a frown.
I beg you to understand, sir, I cannot tell you the whereabouts of me husband. These are hard times, and he is on the road seeking customers for his bright little bits.
The officer now leant forward, feigning exasperation, raising his voice and speaking in an imperious manner.
Come now, we all know your husband's vocation, don't we? He ain't no jeweller selling his wares at country fairs and the like, now is he, madam?
Hannah shrugged her shoulders, wondering briefly why they'd sent this clumsy man to interview Ikey. She felt vaguely insulted. They deserved better, a more senior man who spoke proper and who would be a fair match in the wits department for Ikey or herself. She could almost see the cogs turning in the big policeman's head.
I don't know what you can possibly mean, sir. Honest to God, officer, I swear, I don't know where he is.
She folded her arms across her chest and pouted.
He scarpered 3 days ago, that's all I can tell you.
She gave the police officer a brief smile.
Shall I tell him you called when he returns?
Hannah raised her eyebrows slightly.
Whenever, from wherever? What should I tell him it's in connection with? Should I tell him you've a warrant out?
The policeman ignored Hannah's questions.
Scarpered? You mean he's left you? Done a runner on you and the kids?
Hannah smiled, inwardly relieved. She knew from the policeman's reply that Ikey wasn't yet under arrest. They hadn't taken out a warrant, nor had they a search warrant for the house.
Nah, I mean he's just gone. He'll be back. Selling's his trade, ain't it? When he's sold his stock, he'll be back all right, grumbling and cantankerous, she sighed. Just like he never left.
The policeman sniffed.
Receiving, more like. Gone to Birmingham or Manchester then, has he?
Hannah shrugged again, though she was slightly more impressed. At least the officer had done some homework.
What do you take me for, a bleeding clairvoyant? I told you, I don't know nothing about where me husband's gone. For all I know is he's gone to Windsor Great Park to see the giraffe what the Mohammedan from Egypt give to the king.
Hannah's expression brightened at this bizarre thought, and she added,
Perhaps he's stayed to play a game of battledore and shuttlecock with His Majesty. Wouldn't put it past him.
The policeman sighed heavily and rose from the chair, pointing a stubby finger at Hannah.
We've got the froggy, and we'll get Ikey. You can quite be sure of that. This ain't no normal inquiry from the magistrate's runners. This is City, Bank of England.
He sniffed again and turned towards the front door.
We'll be back with a warrant. You may be sure of that.
Always welcome, I'm sure,
Hannah said, smiling brightly at the officer.
Next time stay for a cuppa.
She arched an eyebrow and sniffed.
Hardly worth lighting the fire, that was. The price of a lump of coal being what it is.
Despite her outward calm, Hannah was far from in possession of her wits. The single word City, followed by the 3 others, Bank of England, had struck terror into her heart, for they told her all she needed to know. They'd arrested Van Esselen, and now they were after Ikey. The house in Bell Alley must have been raided, and Ikey had somehow been informed just in time to make good his escape. Hannah knew the seriousness of the situation, but she also knew her man, and unlike Mary, she did not for a single moment think he'd either betrayed or deserted her, not when all their wealth was still sitting in the basement safe. Ikey had made no attempt to take a large sum of money with him. Therefore he was not planning to escape to America, as he'd often speculated they would do if there was no hope of either of them beating a rap. Hannah would have liked to go to Australia, where John and Moses, their 2 oldest sons, had been sent, well capitalised, to establish themselves in respectable vocations in Sydney town. But she knew that New South Wales was not beyond the reach of the law, or even more so, the wrath of the Bank of England. Hannah wanted her children to have a better life than her own, for them to be accepted as respectable members of society, even if it was only colonial society, was uppermost to her ambitions. The idea that they should follow in the path of their loathsome father was unthinkable. Curiously, Hannah did not see herself as an example of moral degeneration. She was, in her own eyes, a good girl turned temporarily aside by the events which Ikey had caused to happen to their family. Hannah saw her immorality as an expedient to be discarded as easily as a petticoat when the time came to lead a respectable middle-class life. Left destitute as a young wife with 2 small children by a husband imprisoned on a hulk as a common thief awaiting transportation to Australia, Hannah had been forced to survive on her wits. The brothel she now owned was simply the end result of her determination not to be destroyed. She had even come to think upon herself as a necessary component in a complex but predestined society. The gin-soaked whores, starving brats, the deformed, witless, the whoresons, freaks, cripples, catamites and opium addicts, they all came to her, and if she thought she could convert their tortured minds and broken bodies into a cash flow, she employed them. Hannah took a secret pride in the fact that she was called Mother Sin, the Queen of the Drunken Blasphemers, in a popular Wesleyan tract widely issued by the Salvationists. To her, this inglorious title meant she had earned her place in life's rich tapestry, that she had triumphed within a social structure not of her making, and had overcome obstacles which would have defeated most other young women saddled with 2 infant mouths to feed. Hannah saw herself as a good mother, who worked hard and selflessly so that her children might grow up to have both the trappings and the virtues of respectability. She told herself it was all for them, John and Moses, who were already on their way in life, and David, Anne, Sarah, and baby Mark. She was convinced that while they remained in England, they would be regarded as the bottom of the social heap, the criminal poor. She was quite unable to recognise that she was already in possession of a grand fortune, that her children would never starve again. The capacity to delude herself had been part of Hannah's personality from a very young age, and her subsequent social disintegration had become so complete that she felt not a morsel of shame for her actions. Her life, she told herself, had been a bitter disappointment, meaningful only in the fact that she had been blessed with children. So she extracted and continued to extract her revenge upon it. Hannah was a woman who was possessed by hatred, which had long since consumed her conscience. The only purity in her life was her offspring, the precious fruit of her loins, and the main object of her hate was their father. It was quite clear to Hannah that Ikey would be returning, and that he must have already evolved a plan to beat any indictment against himself for forgery. Although she loathed him, she respected his brains and his ability to make money, and even, in a perverse sort of way, she enjoyed the respectability he gave her as a criminal of international repute who carried the undisputed title of Prince of Fences. Long after the departure of the police officer, Hannah continued to sit with her hands cupping her chin, staring into the fireplace, which now filled the little parlour with its warmth. Her first task, she told herself, was to determine precisely what had happened earlier that morning. She could not go around to what she now thought of as the deserted house in Bell Alley, though she would need to ensure that it was securely bolted against intruders. She had often witnessed how the desperate poor could strip a deserted house of its contents, then occupy it in a matter of hours, and destroy its worth in a matter of days. Of course, she knew nothing of Mary, and imagined the property completely vulnerable, doors left off their hinges by an uncaring city policy, windows thrown open to create a deliberate deadlurk. Hannah determined to send a dozen street brats immediately to scatter throughout the surrounding rookeries to find Bob Marley, who she knew, given sufficient incentive, could be relied upon to see that the house was made safe against intruders. To put this thought into action, Hannah simply walked down the hall, opened the front door, put 2 fingers to her mouth, and let out a piercing whistle. It was a trick she'd been taught by her coachman father as a child, and was a well-known signal to any children in the neighbourhood. In a matter of moments, 2 ragged urchins appeared, and Hannah instructed them to gather 10 of their mates. The boys soon returned, with well in excess of this number. Hannah explained what she wanted. Marley was well known in the Whitechapel markets and in Rosemary Lane, where the local urchins looked up to him as a flash macer, and both feared and greatly admired his reputation as the acid slasher.
Me, missus, me! They shouted, jostling each other. Please, missus, I'm your man. I knows him well. This Bob Marley cove, I knows where he lives, missus, honest I does. Please, me, they yelled, clamouring around the front step, their skinny arms protruding from the tattered rags they wore. Hannah selected 10 helpers. Then she went into her kitchen and put a dozen apples into her penny, together with a sharp knife. From each apple, she cut a single wedge a different size, and handed the smaller piece, one to each of the selected boys, returning the apple to her pinafore pocket. I must have Mr. Marley here on me doorstep in 1 hour, no more, mind, she instructed, then added, the boy what Mr. Marley himself declares found him gets a silver shilling. The urchins around her gasped, and Hannah continued, the rest gets 2pence for your hard work a-looking. Can't be fairer than that now, lads, can I? No, missus, that's fair, they chorused. Hannah waved her forefinger and admonished the children standing directly below her. Don't no one eat the piece of apple what he's got, not even a tiny bite. If the piece you brings back don't fit what I got in me penny, you don't get bugger all. Does we get to eat the whole apple too, missus? One of the urchins asked hopefully, his breath frosting in the air about his dirty little face, as he pointed at Hannah's bulging penny. Hannah laughed. Cheeky bugger! She looked down at the tiny, malnourished child standing below her, with his arms folded across the dirty rags covering his chest. Cold sores festered around his mouth, and his nose ran so that he was constantly sniffing. Hannah saw none of the collective misery contained in the urchins crowded at her steps. They were all the same to her, dirty, ugly, starving, cruel, thieving and drunken, and to pity them was a waste of time and sentiment. I'll have to think about that, she said at last. Make a nice apple pie, these apples would. Can we have a penny now, missus? In advance, like? The urchin tried again. Hannah looked down at him in horror. You again? Well, I never heard of such cheek. Think I was born under a cabbage leaf, does ya? Give you a penny, and have you all go out and get a tightener or a mug of gin, and yours truly never sees hide nor hair of any of your brats again. Think I'm bleeding balmy or something? Hannah looked down scornfully at the hungry, eager faces looking up at her. Right-o, you lot. 2pence, and you all gets the whole apple thrown in. That's the deal. Now scarper, before I changes me bleeding mind. With the immediate details taken care of, Hannah returned to the parlour to think, though moments later she was called to the front door by the arrival of the wet nurse to feed and care for baby Mark. Hannah stood at the door and made the woman bare her breasts and squeezed them with both hands so that she might see her lactate. She wasn't paying for a wet nurse who was short of milk. Then she made the woman open her mouth, and she smelt her breath to see if it carried the fumes of brandy or gin. The woman's teeth were rotten, and her breath was foul, further burdened with the sour smell of the ale she'd had for breakfast, though nothing else. She allowed her to enter. The children hadn't risen yet, though she knew the nurse would tend to them when they did. She instructed the woman not to disturb her or allow the children to do so, and returned to the parlour, asking only that the woman bring her a cup of tea before she fed the baby. The wet nurse was one of 2 selected for their milk. One stayed with the children at night while Hannah was at work, and the other took care of the baby during the day and also tended to the house. This one, as well as breastfeeding Mark, was employed for the rough work. Both women, Hannah knew, ate her out of house and home, but short of catching them stealing food for their own young'uns, she didn't mind. The food they consumed, she told herself, went into making milk for baby Mark. Hannah, only slightly comforted by the fact that no warrant existed for Ikey's arrest, was nevertheless fearful of what the future might hold, and she knew she would need to make plans. She had endured one 6-year period with almost no means when Ikey had been imprisoned. Now they were rich, and they should think about going to live in America, or if Ikey should escape the forgery charge, Sydney town, though she was realistic enough to know that this was unlikely. On the rare occasions Hannah had discussed the consequences of crime with Ikey, he had pointed out to her that the crime of forgery carried the hangman's noose, the death penalty. Hannah dared not think further on that matter.
However, she was not above thinking that the ideal situation was to see Ikey transported for life to Botany Bay, leaving her to settle in America with their total assets in her sole possession, though she could think of no way to bring this about. If Ikey avoided being indicted for forgery, but was arrested as a fence, and proved unable to fee the arresting officers, then she too could be implicated, and would receive a similar sentence of transportation. In the unlikely event that she was able to prove her innocence, Ikey knew she could easily live off the proceeds of her 6 bawdy houses, and while the hope of completing his sentence existed, would never agree to giving her control of their combined resources. Even if she should contemplate divorce, by definition of law, the wealth they'd accumulated together remained the property of the husband. Hannah was quite unable to contemplate such an outcome. In the event of a separation, she would be rendered virtually penniless. Yet in Hannah's mind, all the money rightfully belonged to her. Ikey was no more than a retriever is to a hunter, the dog that brings in the bird, and who has no subsequent rights to the spoils from the day's shooting. In this, Ikey seemed to support Hannah's expectations, for he had no apparent need for money. He spent none on himself. Even his watch and chain were of very little value, lest he be robbed for it. He had only one small personal indulgence, this being the sport of ratting. He kept 3 of the best rat-killing terriers in England, cared for by a trainer, a butcher in the village of Guildford. But even in the ratting pit, he would bet modestly. Ratting was a sport which involved every grade of society. The ordinary poor, criminals, shop assistants, servants, toffs, and even occasionally some of the nobility on the slum, each gambling according to his own means, or, as Ikey hoped, beyond his means. Ikey saw the rat pit as another opportunity to make money. There were very few seasoned gamblers at the rat pits on Great St Andrews Street who at one time or another were not in debt to him. With little taste for the sport of gambling itself, but with a fondness for the game little terriers, ratting was the closest Ikey ever came to being of a charitable nature, for should a client owe him a considerable sum of money, he would extend him a further loan against the odds given on one of his own terriers. This was considered most generous in the circles of ratting, for should his terrier win the bout, then Ikey accepted the winnings as part or full payment of the loan. However, if Ikey's terrier lost, then the money loaned would be added to the gambler's outstanding debt. Ikey's charity was limited to a single attempt to wipe out a gambling debt, and as often happened, if the debt was a large one, and the gambler, being as gamblers are, bet sufficient on one of Ikey's terriers to eliminate the money owed, and the terrier lost, then the debt naturally doubled. When this happened, it was generally agreed that the offender should forfeit goods or services to cover the outstanding money. Many a toff or member of the moneyed classes lost an item of value from his household in this manner. The convenience and advantage that Ikey was a fence, and the article could be handed straight over to pay the debt without first being converted to cash. Common criminals who had given their marker to Ikey undertook many a burglary and handed the contents of their night's work over to him, whereupon their marker was returned so that they would remain in good standing for a future loan. It was generally conceded in ratting circles that Ikey's terriers, which came from the Forest of Dean on the Welsh border, were exceedingly well bred and highly trained for courage, and of the very best disposition for the rat pit. The little black and brown terriers, usually the smallest dogs brought to the rat pits, more often than not took the prize from bigger and more naturally brutal animals. Ikey's sparing use of his terriers to regain money lost by his clients was well regarded in the sport, and it was the only endeavour in Ikey's life where those about him did not look upon him as a rapacious and vile member of the Christ-killing race. However, Ikey's reluctance to let his little terriers into the pit too often had nothing whatsoever to do with his desire to be well regarded, but was in a great part due to a sentimental consideration for them. Sewer rats give dogs canker, which is eventually the death of them. After each killing in the rat pit, Ikey would rinse the pretty pink mouths of his tiny terriers with peppermint and water, and return them to their trainer with instructions to carefully tend the rat bites they had sustained. It was a tenderness he had never shown his children or any other living person, not even Mary, whom he would have been quite unable to stroke or touch as he did the little dogs he owned. Ikey, like every other dog owner in England, dreamt of one day owning another Lord Nelson, a legendary ratter. Lord Nelson was so small he used to wear a lady's jewelled bracelet as a collar, weighed but 5.5 pounds, and had once killed 200 rats in a single evening. It was said that at times some of the sewer rats pitted against him were his equal in size. But there was never a one or even a dozen together in the rat pit who could bring the little terrier to a halt or bail him up. Ikey dreamt of owning a dog such as Lord Nelson, though for once, not for the money it could wring from the rat pit. It was because he was so small, the smallest ratter ever to win in the pits. Yet this miniature terrier, like Lord Nelson himself, who stood at only 4 feet and 10 inches, contained a courage greater per pound of weight than any dog that had ever lived to kill a rat. Ikey too was small, and thought of himself as weak and a coward. A dog such as Lord Nelson proved the exception to the rule that the small and the weak must always eat shit. Had another such as Lord Nelson presented itself for sale, then Ikey might for the first time have understood a reason for money beyond avarice. He would be prepared to pay a king's ransom for a dog like proportion to Lord Nelson, and as well proven in the pits. Even the sport of ratting could not claim to involve Ikey in the need for money, since the costs of keeping the dogs fit for ratting constituted only a small part of his total earnings from the sport. Ikey didn't need or use money for the material things it could buy. He simply accumulated it. When he required clothes or boots, he bought them second-hand in the markets around the corner or in Rosemary Lane, bargaining fiercely for an embroidered long-sleeved waistcoat or a pair of well-worn boots from a second-hand shoe dealer in Dudley Street. Ikey couldn't abide new shoes or even new hose, and preferred his stockings to be well darned at the heels and knees. Only his greatcoat was purchased new, made bespoke of the finest wool to his own precise instructions, with 100 concealed pockets, the whereabouts of which required an exacting layout memorized in his mind. In fact, this coat represented the very nature of Ikey Solomon. He himself was 100 pockets, each concealing hurt. Some contained past abuse, some inadequacies, and some were stuffed with deformities of thought. In others, past injustices rattled, yet other pockets contained abnormalities and social obscenities. A host of pockets were filled with past woundings, which rubbed raw against insults, hatreds, and peculiar malice. Ikey carried all the sins and bitter blows, pocks and pits of his wandering kind, in the pockets of his mind. They became the total of who he was, the whole, concealed by a cloak of indifference to the outside world. The sole importance of money to Ikey was protection. Money bought sycophancy, and this passed well enough for respect. Money kept those who would destroy him at proper arm's length. Money was the lining of the protective coat, which concealed him from a dangerously cold and malevolent world. For Hannah, no such problem of concealment with a metaphorical garment existed. Her loathing of Ikey was the centre of her everyday preoccupation, and his accumulation of wealth her single reason for their coupling. Hannah saw Ikey as a servant to her ambition, and his wealth the means to purchase the social aspirations she so earnestly desired for herself and for the futures of her 6 children. She had invested in Ikey as one might in the cargo of an opium clipper, and her expectation was for a handsome end profit. Chapter 9. 2 days later, Hannah received a very discreet messenger sent by the Upper Marshal of the City of London, Sir Jasper Waterlow. The messenger, a small, polite man in a frock coat and top hat somewhat too big for his head, stated that Sir Jasper wished to see her on a matter to her great advantage. She was naturally filled with apprehension, though it did not occur to her to refuse his request, especially as the messenger had gone to great pains to assure her that she was not under arrest. She was to present herself at the Blue Wren Coffee House in Haymarket on the following day, at precisely 2 o'clock. Dressed in her Sabbath finery, and having purchased a new best bonnet in the latest style, she pulled up at the Blue Wren, her barouche, hired by her father for the occasion, arriving at the coffee house door at precisely the appointed hour. She announced herself to the surly proprietor, who took her cloak and ushered her to a small room at the rear of the premises, where Britain's senior policeman, Sir Jasper Waterlow, waited for her. He neither rose from his chair nor took her hand at her entry. His expression was most acidic, as though the task at hand caused a sour taste in his mouth. Hannah thought this appropriate enough, expecting no different from the law. Sir Jasper pointed to the remaining chair, there being but 2 upright chairs and a small table in the room. "Sit, Mrs. Solomons. I know you are aware of who I am, so I shan't introduce myself. Ceilings in such places have ears, and the walls act as veritable trumpets for the deaf." Then he added, "It is not to one's custom to be seen or heard in such an establishment, and so I shall come directly to the point." The Upper Marshal of London was a small man, though with a markedly large, egg-shaped head. Its surface, including his chin, was quite free of hair, but for 3 separate places. A very handsome black moustache, curled and waxed at the ends, his eyebrows, equally dark and shaggy to the extreme, and a pair of elaborate side whiskers, which appeared to have been hot-tonged and curled to resemble 2 dark tubes. They rested upon his jowls as though convenient handles to lift his oversized head from his exceedingly narrow shoulders. His eyes were tiny, almost slits, and his lips so narrow and straight that they suggested themselves as a single bluish stripe under his moustache. Indeed, had it not been for the large unlit cigar clamped between them, his mouth might have gone unnoticed. The only feature not yet remarked upon was his nose. It seemed a creature of independent life, large, bulb-shaped and wart-textured, and altogether of a purplish hue. It sat upon his smooth pink face like a conglomerate of several noses, where it twitched and snorted, and seemed to wiggle continuously as though in great disagreement with the circumstances in which it now found itself. This large head, with its impatient, alienated nose, was attached to a small, thin, short-legged body, not more than 5 feet 1 inch in height. However, seated as he was, with the cloth of his breeches pulled tight at the front, Hannah's practised eye observed that he carried the bulge of a surprisingly large engine for so small a man. Sir Jasper was dressed in a dark cutaway coat, above pale trousers and elegant boots, the heels of which were higher by a good 2 inches than might be normally supposed to be correct for the fashion of the day. A white silk choker finished off what Hannah knew to be the street uniform mostly favoured by men of the upper classes. Finally, Sir Jasper's very tall top hat had been placed with its brim uppermost on the small table between Hannah and himself, so that to observe the upper marshal she was forced to slightly crane her neck and look past the black hat's brim.
"So, madam, you are the spouse of the notorious criminal Ikey Solomon?"
Solomon, sir. It don't have an S,"
Hannah corrected him, her heart fluttering at the presumption. Then she looked slightly bemused.
"Married, yes, but as to criminal, not that I knows of, sir."
She drew a breath and then continued.
"Me husband Ikey has served his time 1 year in Newgate and then on a hulk at Chatham. After 6 years he received the King's pardon."
Hannah paused again.
"Since then, 1 or 2 small offences in the petty sessions, but nothing what you might call notorious or criminal, if you knows what I mean, sir."
The officer sighed.
"Mrs. Solomons, do not treat me like a simple-minded Bow Street runner, or you could find yourself implicated in this unfortunate business."
"And what unfortunate business is that?"
Hannah asked politely, maintaining her calm.
"Forgery, madam. Defrauding the Bank of England by the printing of large denomination counterfeit notes of astonishing artistry to be passed through European banks and exchanged for foreign currency, and then reconverted to English currency again, though this time as the absolutely genuine article."
"Me husband can do that?"
Hannah asked incredulously.
"Me husband can make money out of scraps of paper?"
She shook her head.
"You have the wrong man, sir. Me husband is but a poor jeweller what makes a small and honest profit from selling a betrothal and wedding rings and bright little brooches for servant girls, shop assistants, country folks and the likes."
"Ha! And how, pray tell, does he come to own the salubrious premises in Bell Alley?"
"Salubrious? Hardly that, sir. Modest house, to say the least." An uncle in Chatham, a slop stealer by trade, who passed away, God rest his soul. A good man, sir, who left me husband a small legacy what we used to buy the house for renting purposes to decent folk. Our own little nest egg against hard times.
A modest house, decent folk, a bawdy house in partnership with a well-known madam, a high-class establishment fitted out at great cost and with a printing press of the latest design in the basement, a nest, all right, a nest of vipers. He pointed his unlit cigar at Hannah. Mark you carefully, we have arrested... He hesitated, and then removed and unfolded a small slip of paper from a pocket in his waistcoat. Damned silly names, these froggies. Ah, yes, Van Esselin. Abraham Van Esselin, a notorious forger whose services do not come cheaply, and who is not paid in the currency his nimble hands create, but with the real thing. The nose on Sir Jasper's face looked at Hannah in a decidedly smug manner. Then, without so much as a moment's warning, Sir Jasper pushed back his chair, rose and banged his fist down on the table, causing the top hat upon it to jump and wobble, then fall to its side. "Damn you, woman! Do you take me for a complete fool? I will have the truth, do you hear me?" At first, Hannah thought it must all be a mistake. They had somehow confused her own brothels with an imaginary one in Bell Alley. After all, Bob Marley, whom she had commissioned to report on the aftermath of the raid, had said nothing of a brothel at Bell Alley. But the information on Abraham Van Esselin was perfectly correct. And who was the woman who ran the fashionable brothel, which now seemed to exist at the Bell Alley premises? Hannah needed time to gather her wits and to conceal her surprise at Sir Jasper's astonishing news. There was more going on at Bell Alley than she knew about. She told herself that if some other woman, with an eye to her husband's considerable fortune, was trying to gain his good favour, both this whore and Ikey would be made to suffer a consequence far worse than the noose at Tyburn.
Yes, sir. No, sir. But I don't know what it is you want me to say, sir.
Hannah blustered as she set about gathering her inward composure.
You seems to want me to say me husband's guilty, is that it? A wife turning against her innocent husband, and the law making up all sorts of lies about brothels and mistresses to make her do so? Me, a faithful wife and loving mother what cannot tell a lie without blushing something awful.
Mrs. Solomons, I'm sure you are aware that a wife cannot testify against her husband. Only those frightful frogs across the channel have such a damned stupid law, which I'm led to believe leads to all manner of female revenge, not at all in the interest of male justice. Sanctity of marriage, my dear, it's the foundation of British justice. Hannah's lips started to tremble, and a muscle on her left cheek to twitch. She brought her hands up to cover her eyes, so that the absence of tears could not be seen, although, when needed, they would come soon enough.
I don't know what it is you want from me, sir. Me, what's got 4 little mouths to feed. You wants to take me darling husband away. It wants done no harm to no one. Where's the British justice in that?
Hannah choked out the words and then began to sob miserably.
When I come here, it was to promise a reward. But when I gets here, all I hears is talk of brothels and mistresses, and taking away me poor husband what's done nothing to deserve no punishment.
Hannah commenced to howl loudly for some time, real tears now running down her cheeks, judging the upper marshal's patience carefully. "For God's sake, woman, stop your damned caterwauling!" Sir Jasper demanded, banging his tiny fist once more down upon the table. "I want your cooperation. I'm willing to pay a very handsome price for it." Perhaps it was the words pay and very handsome price that Hannah's ears, always alert to a matter of profit, picked up. Her distress died down to a whimper, and her head lifted, her large tearful eyes peeping through her fingers.
"How much?"
she asked in a broken, tiny voice, throwing in a loud sob for good measure. Sir Jasper immediately relaxed, and digging into the pocket of his coat, produced a box of matches, and commenced at last to light his cigar. Then he leant back so that his chair rested against the wall, balanced on its rear legs, the front ones being raised from the floor. Blowing a most satisfactory cloud of cigar smoke to the ceiling, he addressed Hannah in a calm voice. "Mrs. Solomons, we have the luxury of a choice. We can either offer your husband's mistress an incentive to cooperate with our inquiries, or you may, with some little encouragement, decide to, help.
Beg pardon, sir. Me husband ain't got no mistress. He ain't the sort. All along I've been thinking you must have the wrong man. Now I'm certain in me own mind.
She smiled ingenuously, her eyes bright from recent tears.
Maybe the person what you're looking for is Solomon's. Common as dirt they is, everywhere. We is Solomon, no S. Me darling husband is very particular on that point. You see, it means something entirely different. It's not so kosher with an S. Cohen is priests, Levi also, but Solomon, that's your actual royalty, that is. That's your royal highness, your genuine King Solomon. You know the geezer what met the Queen of Sheba? He wasn't called King Solomon's, was he now? Nobody ain't never heard of the wisdom of Solomon's, has they?
What on earth are you talking about, woman? Sir Jasper leant forward so that the front legs of his chair clunked to the floor. Whatever you're called, does it really matter? He waved his cigar in the air. You are from the criminal classes, and so your name, whatever it happens to be, spells thief, villain, ruffian, rascal. Solomon's, Cohen, Levi, they all spell damned Israelite. Now, where was I? Oh, yes, indeed. There is no possibility of a mistaken identity, I assure you, Mrs. Solomons. And as to the other matter, I cannot vouchsafe that your husband is paramour to Egyptian Mary, but that she is his tenant, we have from the woman's own lips. She has confessed in a signed statement that she rents the premises in Bell Alley from Isaac Solomons. 3 of her strumpets have also made statements to the effect that your husband is a part owner. Quite sufficient evidence to get him apprehended for allowing a bawdy house on the premises he owns, or, even more compelling, being in partnership with another in this tawdry business. Hannah knew now with certainty that Ikey had betrayed her. She knew that Ikey would never simply rent out premises for a brothel without owning the larger part of the enterprise. Her first impulse was to feel an absolute fool, but then a darker anger rose within her. With great effort she fought it down, and forced herself to concentrate on what the policeman was saying. Though she was unable to control her rising voice, her venom turned to scorn.
What? Do me a favour? On the evidence of 3 tarts?
Hannah threw back her head and laughed.
Even if me husband was convicted, which ain't likely, with a sharp counsellor he'd get no more than a drag. What good's a 3-month sentence going to do you? You must be joking, sir.
Joking? Well, no, not really. Sir Jasper blew smoke towards the ceiling. Keeping a bawdy house is a perfectly indictable crime, but I'll grant you, madam, you do have a point. Prostitutes make poor witnesses. He glanced irritably at Hannah, suddenly deciding to take her into his confidence. It's damned messy, really. Not the sort of stuff the bank goes in for, as a rule.
If it's a high-class establishment, never know who comes and goes, does ya?
Hannah said cheekily, then added,
Could be dodgy. Knows what I mean?
She paused, once again in control of her emotions. Her anger, now well bedded down, would keep for another time.
So what's you want from me? Can't rightly see how I can help you.
Yes, well, frankly, you're right. It's not much to take before the bench. He looked up at her and seemed for a moment to hesitate, then added, We also have a problem with the damned frog forger chappie we arrested in the basement of your husband's premises.
Oh, the geezer what's got the printer. What's the problem?
Sir Jasper drew on his cigar and threw Hannah a dark look. He appeared to be thinking, his eyes narrowed, his head only half visible in a miasma of cigar smoke. Unfortunately, he's deaf and dumb. The upper marshal battered away the smoke from his eyes, looked at Hannah and smiled, seeming for a moment genuinely amused. Ideal for a man of his occupation, eh? Most decidedly nimble of hand and eye, though deaf and dumb. Not much chop in the witness box, though.
3 tarts and a madam in the Old Bailey and a bludger what's deaf and dumb. It ain't much to go with, is it, then? I'll bet you London to a brick that in 10 minutes I can find you 4 tarts who'll swear on the Holy Bible, even swear on their dying mother's head, that your forger geezer just recited the 10 Commandments personal to 'em, forwards and then backwards, and finished it off with a rendition of Handel's Hallelujah Chorus, and this Van Summing's a Jew as well.
Well, yes, you might be right. What we need is someone or something else.
Here, wait a mo.
Hannah, astonished, exclaimed.
You're not asking me to invent evidence against me husband, is you?
Well, no, not precisely. He arched one of his magnificent eyebrows. That would simply be making 5 witnesses of a kind. Sir Jasper's nose suddenly came alive again, delighted at the tartness of this last remark. As you so wisely observed, women of your vocation will swear to anything on the heads of their dying loved ones. He pulled at his cigar, satisfied that he had once again achieved the upper hand. Hannah's hidden frustration at the news of Ikey's betrayal suddenly overwhelmed her sense of caution. She wanted to bite back, and Sir Jasper was available.
It takes a whore to know one. Whores ain't only of one sex.
Sir Jasper shot upright, the legs of the chair hitting the floor with a crack. Madam! To Hannah's surprise, after this single admonishment, Sir Jasper returned his chair to its former 2-legged position and smiled, a small, secret smile. With the sharpness quite gone from his voice, he said, I'm grateful we've reached common ground at last, madam. Down to brass tacks, eh? I was hoping we might not have to raise the matter of the 5, or is it 6 brothels you own? His voice grew suddenly sharper again. Correctly prosecuted, you should receive more than a drag, or even a stretch. Transportation, 14 years at the very least. Botany Bay, or perhaps Van Diemen's Land. He waited for a reaction from Hannah, and when none was forthcoming, he cleared his throat and continued. Why, madam, such would seem the only possible sentence. You shall have 14 years to regret your lack of cooperation. Do you not think you ought to think upon this? Or is your loyalty and affection to Mr. Solomon's of such a purity that you would protect him at the cost of a dark, rat-infested prison at the other end of the world for much of the remainder of your miserable life? Sir Jasper waited, removed the cigar from his mouth, and examined it at arm's length. Hannah saw that it had become dark-stained with his spittle at the sucking end, while it carried a full inch of spent ash at the other. She observed his cigar not from any personal interest, but because her wits had temporarily forsaken her, and she knew herself to be hopelessly trapped and entirely at the mercy of the small cigar-toting policeman. Curiously, it did not occur to her to blame the smug little knight for her predicament. Nor did she recall that it was she who had persuaded a reluctant Ikey to employ Abraham Van Esselen. All she could think was that it was Ikey who had once again caused her downfall. He had absconded and left her as his hostage. He had betrayed her with a whore and robbed her of a prize which was rightfully hers. Come what may, she would make him pay. She would not take a moment's punishment for the miserable sodding shit. I should remind you that you will never see your darling children again, Sir Jasper added. What do you say to that, Mrs. Solomons? Hannah inhaled sharply, and then in a low voice asked,
Now, sir, what was it you just said about it having to be, someone or something else what is needed for the case at hand?
Sir Jasper, now also smiling, leant a little closer and placed his hand on her knee. Well done, my dear. How very sensible of you. I feel sure we can come to some satisfactory arrangement, what? Hannah looked up suddenly.
Could we not leave England, Scarpa, never come back no more?
Why, madam, that's preposterous, simply unthinkable.
Why?
Hannah asked simply. Justice. There must be justice. Good God, woman, where would we be if we simply let our hardened criminals escape to other societies? What would they think of the English?
They probably don't think all that much of him as it is,
Hannah said laconically. Balderdash! There's not a civilized man on earth who doesn't wish he was an Englishman. An arranged escape, unthinkable and positively unpatriotic. Hannah cleared her throat, averted her eyes, and spoke in a small, almost girlish voice.
We could probably leave a little bequest, a little something to remember us by, a little personal something what we could leave to your discretion, to use for whatsoever good you might consider in your wisdom can be done for Mother England.
She paused, and looked furtively up at the policeman.
If you knows what I mean, sir.
The cigar fell from Sir Jasper's lips.
Good God, woman! Are you attempting to
At this point, Sir Jasper leapt from his chair with a terrible yowl, upsetting the table and sending his top hat flying across the room as he frantically beat at the front of his trousers. The cigar, nowhere to be seen, must have fallen through his waistcoat and down into the interior of his trousers, for Sir Jasper continued to beat at his crotch, while turning in small agitated circles, his legs pumping up and down as though dancing on the spot. Then his foot caught the leg of the upturned table, and losing his balance, he landed in Hannah's voluminous lap. His head fell upon her breast, and his now panicked nose was inches from her own. But for the fact of the room being so small, and that the back of her chair was placed almost against the wall, Hannah, together with Sir Jasper, would have turned topsy-turvy, landing on the floor in a heap of kicking legs, petticoats, pantaloons, and flailing arms. Hannah was the quicker of the two to recover. She looked down at the hapless Sir Jasper, who was flapping, whimpering, and snorting, and observed the smoke rising from that area of his trousers which is known to be most delicate when assaulted. With one arm, she pinned him to her breast, and with her free hand hastily undid the last two buttons of his waistcoat, shot into the front of his trousers, and plucked the offending cigar from within. Hannah's shameless sense of humour overcame her as she held up the still smouldering cigar.
There were two of them little devils down there, sir. I chose the bigger one, she cackled.
Then the gravity of the situation reasserted itself, and she released him and clamped her hand over her mouth to smother any possibility of a further outburst. If Sir Jasper was conscious of this coarse attempt at humour, he gave no sign of it. As though caught within a collapsed tent, he was struggling wildly to find his way out of the folds of Hannah's commodious skirts. He regained his feet finally, and clutching his singed and painful scrotum in both hands, he roared at Hannah.
You have not heard the last of this, madam. By God, I shall see you and your husband hanged at Tyburn yet.
He removed a hand from his crotch and grabbed the cigar from Hannah, throwing it to the floor and stamping on it several times until it became a soggy, pulpy mess. Removing his hands, he glanced down upon his recently violated area and observed a hole in the light-coloured material not larger than a sixpenny bit, but in a strategically awkward area. Again clasping both his hands over it, he backed away from Hannah.
Damnation and blast! I have an appointment at 4 o'clock and cannot go home first, Sir Jasper cried.
Why, sir, it is not much of a mend, Hannah remarked calmly. An hole no larger than the tip of me tongue. And what might come about if a gentleman could have took 40 winks in his club chair with his pipe or cigar in his mouth? You must let me attend to it at once. I am a clever seamstress who will soon repair it invisible.
Keep your filthy harlot's hands off me,
Sir Jasper said fearfully, backing still further away from Hannah, so that he now stood in the corner with his back against the wall, like some miscreant schoolboy who has failed at spelling.
Tut, tut,
Hannah clucked. She was accustomed to crisis, and mostly took immediate possession of the situation.
Come now, sir, it ain't that bad.
She rose from her chair.
See, I shall move your chair and sit upon it, and you shall stand behind me back. Remove your trousers and pass them to me across me shoulder. I have needle and thread with me, and I am trained as a seamstress.
She smiled brightly, acting quite unconcerned and natural in her manner. Sir Jasper looked at Hannah suspiciously. Then he turned slightly away and uncupped his hands briefly to observe the damage once again.
Very well, madam,
he said, the sulkiness still contained in his voice.
But this service rendered does not alter your predicament. Attempting to fee an officer of the law is a very serious offence.
Hannah chose, for the moment, to ignore this remark. A man without his breeches, she reasoned, is much more amenable to compromise. She rose and placed the table upright, then crossed to his chair and turned it so that when seated, her back was towards him. She sat down and arranged her skirts.
Come now, sir, it is to mending we must now pay our attention.
She waited with her hand placed on her shoulder, ready to receive the recently damaged garment. Sir Jasper found it impossible to be in opposition to Hannah's calmly stated demands. His imagination took flight, and he was once again a small boy, intimidated by his nanny. standing with only a woolen vest above his waist, as she chided him for some small misdemeanour, running her hands down his thighs and massaging his buttocks as she threatened him with the back of her hairbrush, then kissing and fondling his tiny waterworks, which, now in its adult proportion, was growing at a quite alarming rate. Sir Jasper, quite breathless, seated himself upon Hannah's recently vacated chair and hurriedly removed his boots and then his trousers, releasing his engine with a spring as the restraining cloth passed beyond it, whereupon he replaced his high-heeled boots upon his feet.
"Quickly, we must hurry to mending or you'll catch your death,"
Hannah said solicitously, her fingers fluttering impatiently upon her shoulder. She had already prepared the needle and thread from her bag. Now she took the trousers from Sir Jasper, and quickly turning them inside out, blew the cigar ash from the surface of the cloth, and commenced to work upon the whole, gathering its edges together and stitching it in the manner of a sutured wound, this being much the quickest and neatest way under the prevailing circumstances. From the corner of her eye she now observed that Sir Jasper had come to stand close to her shoulder, and was breathing heavily. She turned slightly towards him, and was confronted by his stiffened prod, almost touching the edge of her bonnet.
"Well, well, what have we here?"
Hannah's vast experience of men made her summation almost instinctive.
"A little boy what's hurt himself. A little boy who wants Nanny to kiss him better."
Yes, please, Nanny. It hurts a lot. Please, can you kiss it better?" Sir Jasper gasped urgently, his voice a mixture of fear and anticipation. Hannah laid down her needlework, took the pins from her vest bonnet and removed it, placing it on the table, whereupon she unpinned her hair and shook her head so that her hair fell to her shoulders in a cascade of brilliant Titian-coloured curls. Her movements were deliberate and calculated to excite him even more. Then, with Sir Jasper wincing and groaning at her shoulder, she took his manly pride between her thumb and forefinger. Moving her head closer, she ran the point of her clever tongue around the underside of its purpled cap, at the point where it joined the manly thrusting stem. "Oh, God, oh," Sir Jasper moaned. Then she withdrew her tongue.
"We'll not be hearing any more of bribery charges, will we now, you naughty boy?" Hannah cooed.
"No, Nanny, I promise. Please, I beg of you, suck upon me. Oh!" Hannah smiled and licked her lips, and took him once again and brought him to the ultimate point before she withdrew her tongue again.
"And no more of hanging?"
"Oh, Jesus, no more of hanging," Sir Jasper whimpered. "I beseech you."
"Swear it as an English gentleman, upon the head of the king himself."
Her tongue flicked out and licked invitingly at her lips, and then, darting further, played mischievously with the tip of her nose. "I swear as a gentleman, upon his Majesty's head," Sir Jasper gasped. "Please, Nanny, do me now, I beg of you. I cannot bear it a moment longer. Suck me dry, oh!" Whereupon Hannah took Sir Jasper into her mouth, and with the help of her lascivious tongue, proceeded to satisfy him beyond his wildest fantasies.
This is the end of CD 4. The story will continue on CD 5. CD 5.
Completely exhausted, he reeled back and collapsed, gasping and panting. Half sprawled upon the chair, his pot belly was an incongruous helmet placed upon his otherwise skinny frame, his naked hairless legs encased at their ends with high-heeled boots. Hannah noted with satisfaction that his nose, now flat and pale as a badly risen scone, cowered against his florid, sweating face.
"Your trousers,"
Hannah said, rising and covering his nakedness by placing the garment across Sir Jasper's lap.
"I apologise most humbly," she said, grinning wickedly. "I made much too light of your other cigar. It is a most worthy smoke, sir."
Sir Jasper looked up at Hannah, and gave her a small smile, his tiny obsidian eyes expressing a much becalmed disposition. "If we are to be friends, dear," he panted, "it is best that I state the terms right off." He sat up, clutching his trousers to his crotch, attempting to sound businesslike in his manner. "I can do nothing for your husband other than attempt to forestall his march to the gallows. We can enter a plea that no long-tailed notes were found upon his possession. Only those of £5 value, though these are of exceptional quality and most numerous. The judge may, with a little persuasion, come eventually to see that transportation rather than hanging is in order." Sir Jasper grunted and bent down to remove his boots. Arising, he proceeded without shame to reappoint his trousers to his skinny frame, and then, seated once more, returned his boots to his small stockinged feet. "We shall, of course, need your cooperation in the matter of the counterfeit fivers," he said, looking up at Hannah for her confirmation.
"And me?" Hannah asked. "What's to happen to me?"
Sir Jasper rose from the table and stood once more trousered and confident, his recent intimacy and claims of friendship seemingly quite forgotten, and with his thumbs hooked into the lapels of his cutaway coat, he declared, "Ah, yes, the sewing woman. We must reward the sewing woman." He glanced down at his front, admiring the tiny, almost invisible finger-pluck seam where the cigar hole had previously been. "A capital job, my dear, and most skillfully completed." He glanced slyly at Hannah so that his double meaning would not be lost to her.
"You're most welcome, I'm sure, sir," Hannah said, returning his knowing look. "You're always welcome to me humble mouth."
Sir Jasper pulled himself up to his full height, which was by no means impressive. "Mrs. Solomons, I must remind you, each of us has our place, and you would do well to remember yours. Let me be quite clear, we shall have no blackmail here, do you hear?" Hannah had half expected his return to pomposity, for she was well aware that the masculine mind is directed largely from below the waist, and that there is nothing so restoring to the male ego as the return of his trousers. Even so, she was not of a mind to apologize. She knew enough of these matters to be certain that the priggish policeman would be back for more in due course. The next time she would tempt him further with a good spanking. The back of a hairbrush on his noble little body. Hannah felt confident that her relationship with the upper marshal was far from over. Hannah answered sweetly,
"Blackmail, sir? I can't rightly say I knows what you're talking about."
Then abruptly changing the subject, Hannah looked ingenuously at Sir Jasper.
"You ain't answered me question, sir. What shall become of our humble family? If me husband should be transported, how shall we live?"
She lowered her voice, and its tearful character returned.
"With him gone, you're condemning us to the workhouse."
"Why, Mrs. Solomons, you are by all accounts a resourceful woman. I feel sure your, dockside establishments bring you a handsome return." Hannah feigned surprise.
"I'm sure I don't know what you mean, sir. If what you said was going on, but what I said wasn't, but could be, that is, if a person was forced into supporting her 4 starving kids without an husband, if such establishments were to happen to be about to open..."
"Yes, well, I dare say, if you are prepared to cooperate fully, the bank isn't too interested in your, other businesses." Hannah sniffed, reaching into her handbag for a dainty handkerchief, and touching it to each eye in what she supposed was a genteel gesture. She looked imploringly up at Sir Jasper.
"Am I so bold as to believe, sir, that you would turn the self-same blind eye to the establishment what is at me poor husband's house in Bell Alley?"
"The printing shop or the brothel?"
"No, sir, not the printing, definitely not the printing. Me, what can't read nor write, has no use for a printing shop."
"Ah, you are sprung, madam," Sir Jasper laughed. "So you do know Egyptian Mary. You wish to continue your husband's partnership. Two sows in the same trough, eh?" Sir Jasper chuckled at his own joke. Well, well, well. I would be surprised if Egyptian Mary would countenance such an arrangement. She is a woman of some pepper. Still, I guess you would know, eh?"
"No, sir, I does not," Hannah snorted. You quite mistake me meaning. I want me husband's so-called partner arrested. It were her what turned him to queer screening and printing unlawful paper, if such a thing has been done by him. It ain't fair if she goes free. That's a blatant miscarriage of justice, that is.
But there's no evidence to implicate her in his forgery, Sir Jasper said, frowning. We can't let you continue to run 6 bawdy houses and arrest her for running but one. Why, madam, we'd be the laughing-stock of the city.
It ain't the same, Hannah countered. I takes me earnings from the criminal classes, the filth. Them what don't know and never can know any better. What I does is as natural to them as stealing. They's born to it. It's a social habit, normal as breathing. I cater for 'em what doesn't have no hope of rising up from a life of crime and grog.
I can't possibly entertain such a preposterous idea, Mrs. Solomons.
In point of fact, though, Sir Jasper, who shared the contemporary social views that the criminal poor were born and not created by environment or circumstances, was not unimpressed with Hannah's argument.
I must remind you, justice is blind. Running a bawdy house of whatever kind is an equal crime against the law. If we are to overlook the one kind, your kind, we must do the same for her kind, what?
Sir Jasper lifted his chin and looked down at Hannah across his florid nose.
British justice must prevail. There's an end to it now. The matter bears no further discussion.
Hannah was not prepared to concede. Your actual law, yes, that I'll grant you is the same. But what about your lot, the upper classes? What about your morals? What about your standards of society? Me humble customers can't get no better. They ain't got no morals, and they ain't got no standards what could be upheld. But what are your lot? What this Egyptian whore is running is causing the destruction of the moral standards of the better classes. Them what's born to morals and standards, and must set an example for the honest poor.
Clever argument, as a matter of fact. Dashed clever.
Sir Jasper seemed genuinely impressed.
Madam, I commend you for your reasoning, but...
Hannah's interruption was of perfect timing. I really don't think I could give me complete cooperation, me absolute best at information and help in the matter of me husband and the printing press, if you was to turn a blind eye to this den of iniquity and sinfulness, what has caught me darling Ikey in a web spun by this horrible, heathen Egyptian whore. Sir Jasper, taken aback by this sudden change of attack from Hannah, seemed momentarily lost for words. He paced the few steps left to him in the tiny room.
Very awkward.
He glanced at Hannah.
I don't suppose it would make any great difference if I told you Egyptian Mary is English. Her name is Mary Abacus, not her real name. Carries an abacus, see? Damned clever at calculations. London as the bells of St. Clement's. Not a drop of wog in her. Born in Rosemary Lane. Tough as a brigade boot. Lots of ginger. Hands deformed. Some sort of bizarre accident down at the docks on Jacob's Island.
Hannah was now breathing heavily. The Mary she knew, who carried the Chinese contraption wherever she went, was a drunken whore who had also taken to the opium pipe, usually the end of the road for her kind. Hannah was an expert in such women. Their last stop was a brothel such as hers. Thereafter they would be soon dragged from the river with a boatman's hook, or found with their ears and nose and fingertips eaten by rats, their bodies submerged in some putrid cesspool, or rotting in a dark, evil-smelling alley. It was almost beyond believing that this Egyptian whore might be the same Mary. That bastard Marley knew all the time. The miserable sod owed her 2 sov. Ikey had chosen this Nemo scumbag above his own wife to partner him in the high-class brothel of her dreams. The humiliation was too impossible to bear. Now Hannah, visibly shaking, glared at Sir Jasper. If that filthy whore don't get the boat, then you can stick your threats up your arse. I'll take me chances with the law. This very night all 6 of me places shall become netherkins where the desperate poor can stay for 2pence a night. You'll have to prove otherwise, and all I can say is you'll have a bleeding hard time doing it. Sir Jasper, much taken aback by Hannah's fury, brought his hands up to his chest, as though to protect himself from the battery of words she hurled at him.
Hush, hush, my dear. You'll do yourself a harm, he cried in alarm. I shall see what we can do.
Not good enough, sir.
Hell hath no fury, eh?
Sir Jasper was sufficiently sensitive to realise with some delight that Hannah's venom was largely directed towards her husband. Now she confirmed this, her scorn evident as she spoke. You can have him. He ain't no good to me no more. I hope the bastard rots in hell.
Sir Jasper smiled.
Mary Abacus will be arrested, I promise.
And transported?
I can't influence the judge, my dear.
You can have a word in the ear of the judge like you said you could in the matter of Ikey's hanging,
Hannah said tartly. The little man sighed heavily.
That being a civil crime, this, madam, would be a social one.
As though to explain, he shrugged and added, a crime against the people.
Swear it,
Hannah demanded.
You strike a hard bargain, Mrs. Solomon.
Sir Jasper paused.
Very well. I swear I shall arrest Mary Abacus and cause her to be transported. Though it will not be a popular idea in the city.
Hannah, vastly relieved, sighed heavily. She had been angry, but now she found herself excited at the prospect of the demise of the whore with the beads, and even more thrilling, her nicely contrived revenge on Ikey. She loved the feeling of power it gave her. It was more than simply revenge on two people who dared to cross her. It was a portion of repayment for the bitter disappointment of her life. But then, like a thunderbolt, it struck her that she had once again been denied. Hannah realized that she must forego the sweetest part of her vengeance. She could not let Ikey know it had been she who had brought about his downfall. If Ikey knew she had betrayed him, he would never agree to give her his half of the combination to the safe. He would rather rot in hell than see her benefit a single penny from his plight. Hannah looked up knowingly and smiled indulgently at Sir Jasper.
Men got weaknesses what they can't rightly be blamed for. I implore you, sir, for the sake of me young uns, I don't want me husband to know it was me who shopped him.
Sir Jasper took a gold hunter from his waistcoat and clicked it open. He was anxious to conclude the business at hand.
No, of course, Mrs. Solomon, there is absolutely no need for your husband to know of your cooperation with the authorities.
He returned his watch to his waistcoat.
Under the circumstances, it is most honourable of you to spare his feelings.
Kindness has always been me great downfall,
Hannah, her eyes cast downwards, said modestly. Sir Jasper cleared his throat.
Now, this is what we want, and I must warn you I shall brook no altercation on the matter. We shall raid your premises in Whitechapel, and we shall expect to find a number of counterfeit £5 notes well concealed. The money we find will be some portion of the counterfeit notes we discovered in the basement premises at Bell Alley.
The money? In me house? You must be completely balmy. That makes me guilty too, don't it?
Hannah cried.
Complicity in helping to conceal stolen goods? I ain't as sugar as I may look, you know.
I have already given you our assurance as an officer of the law and a gentleman on that matter, madam.
Hannah laughed.
With the greatest respect, sir. What happens if you drop dead? When I'm standing in the dock in the Old Bailey and the judge passes sentence on me, what am I going to say? Oi, that's not fair, your worship. Him what's the upper what's-it told me I had his personal guarantee as a gentleman and officer of the law that I can't be nicked.
Hannah rose indignantly from her chair and placed her hands on her hips.
Ha! The bleeding judge will think I've gone soft in the blooming head. And he'd be right too, allowing counterfeit money to be found in me own house.
Hannah sat down again, huffing and snorting. She needed a moment to think, for she had a secondary reason for not wanting the police to raid her Whitechapel home. Though well concealed in the false ceiling under the floor of her bedroom, the house contained goods of great value. There was also the matter of the safe. The city police were an entirely different kettle of fish to the usual dim-witted magistrates' runners. Hannah didn't want to take the chance that in the bogus search for the counterfeit banknotes, this too might be discovered. Sir Jasper was visibly growing impatient.
You will have to trust me, madam,
he said sharply.
It ain't a matter of trust, sir. It's a matter of natural caution, a matter of survival. I wouldn't trust me own rabbi from shopping me if he was to find counterfeit money in me house. Stands to reason, don't it? In the eyes of the law, Ikey and me, we'd both be guilty.
She paused and smiled at the police officer.
May I suggest something more appropriate?
The upper marshal banged his fist down hard upon the table.
No, madam, you may not. I hardly think a woman of your background could improve on our methodicals. This plan is the work of experienced officers. It requires no alteration, being quite perfect as it is."
He folded his arms across his chest and glowered at Hannah in a most imperious manner. Hannah remained silent until she gauged that Sir Jasper's exasperation had somewhat calmed. Then she persisted.
"His coat. Sew the money in the lining of his coat. Then nick him on the street away from home, away from me and the young uns."
The police officer, despite his irritability, looked up at her in surprise.
"I say, do you think you could do that?"
Then he rested his chin on his chest and mused as though to himself.
"Lining of his coat, caught red-handed with the money on his person, in his possession."
He looked up and smiled at Hannah.
"By Jove, that's perfectly splendid. No way of wriggling out of that, eh?"
Sir Jasper rubbed his hands gleefully together, completely mollified.
"Perfect. Why, it's quite perfect, my dear."
"Not so perfect already," Hannah scowled. "He don't ever take his coat off. Not never, and not particular never at this time, when the weather is inclement and coming up to Christmas."
She cocked her head and thought for a moment.
"On the other hand, if he don't ever take off his coat—"
She paused, thinking again.
"Then the only person what would have put the money there is hisself. Ain't that right, then?"
Sir Jasper clapped his hands in delight.
"I say, that's damn clever, my dear. Capital, how very wise of you."
Hannah knew the task of apprehending Ikey away from home would be a most difficult one. Ikey's mode of travel through the rookeries was nocturnal and shadowy, never tiring in the task of concealment. No magistrate's runner or Bank of England law officer could ever hope to follow him, or even dare to enter those parts where his crepuscular fellow creatures engaged in business with him. Ikey's coat was a very elusive target, and the more she thought about it, the less confident she was that such a scheme could be made to work. But with the knowledge that all the stolen property concealed in her Whitechapel home would come into her possession while she was, so to speak, under the protection of the law, Hannah possessed a powerful additional incentive to succeed.
"When will you let me have the false finnies, sir? I need no more than 2.
"Finnies? Oh, you mean the £5 notes. You shall have them promptly on the morrow."
"In the afternoon, if you please. I needs me beauty sleep."
Hannah smiled, and then, with one eyebrow slightly arched, and her head cocked to one side, her expression coquettish,
"Perhaps you would like to bring him yourself, sir?"
Sir Jasper Waterlow's complexion turned a sudden deep purple, and his nose began to twitch alarmingly. Avoiding Hannah's eyes, he gathered up his top hat from the table and moved towards the door, where he paused and slid the slender fingers of his left hand into a bright yellow leather glove. He was quite exhausted and in urgent need of a stiff brandy. His expression now somewhat composed, he looked directly at Hannah.
"I shall require you to wait 5 minutes before leaving," he grunted, and then added, "I should also be very careful not to lose the £5 notes I shall send you. It would be most difficult to convince me that such a calamity was honestly come about."
He pulled the second glove on and glanced briefly at Hannah from under the rim of his top hat.
"Though, of course, in such an event we do have others."
Then he touched the brim of his hat.
"Good day to you, Mrs. Solomons,"
Sir Jasper said, and passing through the doorway, closed the door behind him. Hannah smiled. She could hear the clatter of his mincing high-heeled step in the hallway, and then the silence as he stopped to retrieve his cloak from the proprietor. Then a few more steps as he departed the Blue Wren.
"That's gratitude for you," she said to herself. "But that one will be back soon enough for a good spanking from his adorable nanny, nothing surer."
Not long after this meeting, Hannah once again summoned Bob Marley. He was surprised to be contacted by Hannah so soon after it would have been apparent that he had duped her in the manner of the raid on the premises in Bell Alley. Hannah was not known for her forgiving nature. Marley was therefore understandably suspicious at her openly friendly manner. She sat him in the parlour, where a bright fire blazed, and where she had laid out a single glass and a fresh bottle of brandy with a plate of oatcakes. Apart from his initial greeting, Bob Marley remained silent, pouring himself a large glass of brandy and helping himself to a couple of the cakes.
"It weren't nice what you done, Bob Marley," Hannah began. "Taking advantage of a poor woman what was helpless."
Marley, with a mouthful of cake, stopped chewing and rose from his chair as though to leave.
"No, don't go," Hannah added hastily, smiling. "We got things to talk about what could be to your advantage."
Bob Marley swallowed the cake in his mouth and took a gulp of brandy to wash it down.
"It were you who called me, remember? All I'd done was take advantage of a situation what was not on me making."
He was still holding the glass, and bringing it up to his lips, paused.
"It would have been unprofessional not to have done what I did. People might have thought I was losing me grip of things."
Hannah refrained from reminding him that there was only herself involved. When she thought about it, she supposed she too would have thought less of him if he hadn't exploited such an opportunity to benefit from her predicament. It was this very self-serving aspect of Bob Marley's nature which she now wished to use to her advantage.
"I needs a job done. No questions asked,"
Hannah said finally. Marley gave her a bemused look.
"There's always questions, lovey. What I means is, I don't want to talk about me motives. I want you to accept 'em, no questions asked. No questions costs more money. It means I can't measure the exact amount of risk involved. No more risk than if you knew everything, you have my word on that."
Marley waited, saying nothing, and Hannah continued.
"Ikey will come back to London, reasons that don't matter to you, but he'll be back. He can't come home, too dangerous. He'll need a place to hide and somebody you can trust to find it for him and act."
She paused and looked at Bob Marley.
"Sort of as a go-between between me and him."
Marley took a long swig at the brandy in his glass, prolonging his lips on the rim of the glass longer than would have seemed necessary, as though he was thinking carefully on the proposition. Finally, he looked up at Hannah.
"There's a big reward out. I'd have to be paid least that and expenses, mind. Finding a dead lurk what will keep him safe with half the bleeding world keeping a greedy eye out for him ain't going to be easy."
Hannah had already taken herself through the process of having to pay Marley the equivalent of the reward on Ikey's head, but she was nonetheless shocked at the prospect when she heard it coming from Marley's own mouth. She swallowed hard.
"For that sort of money, I'd want more,"
she said, her gaze steady.
"More? What do you mean?" "I wants you to plant some fake stiff on Ikey."
Marley brought his palms up in front of his face.
"Hey now, Hannah, we's family people. You're going to shop Ikey by planting snide on him. That ain't nice. That ain't nice at all."
Hannah stiffened.
"Remember, I said no questions. I has me reasons, Bob Marley."
Marley whistled.
"I bet you has, lovey."
He sighed and looked directly at Hannah.
"Sorry, I don't do domestics. I'm not asking you to take sides. Just to plant some fake soft." "I'll not shop him, Hannah. I'm no copper's knock." "I didn't ask you, did I? Just to do a plant, that's all."
Marley looked up.
"Just the plant?"
He seemed to think for a moment.
"It'll cost extra."
Hannah laughed and then shook her head.
"Sorry, love. When you ask for the reward, that be the limit. There's £100 on Ikey's head and I'll pay that, but not a farthing more."
Chapter 10. Since time out of mind, long before the coming of the great belted engines with their hiss and suck of steam and whir of wheels and pistons, before the city provided warmongery to the world with its mountains of iron ore, furnaced, hot-rolled, steam-hammered, pressed, poured and moulded into the fiery spit and spite of small arms, Birmingham had always been the Babylon of baubles. It was here that goldsmiths and silversmiths, in 1,000 tiny workshops, made jewellery so wickedly extravagant as to turn many a fine lady into a whore, and many a whore into a fine lady. As may be expected, where there is gold, silver, plate, and wicked little stones with nimble fingers to shape and polish them, there are gentlemen with even lighter fingers to fleece them from their rightful owners into the greedy hands of the unctuous fence. Ikey arrived in Birmingham at 8 o'clock in the morning of his second day out from London, not stopping to pass the night in a comfortable tavern, though several of these establishments existed for this sole purpose. Inns where a weary traveller could expect a crackling fire, a sizzling pot roast, a pewter mug of good mulled claret, and, upon a quiet word into the landlord's ear, a bed warmed by a ploughman's daughter, a wench with ivory skin and thighs as creamy to the sight as fresh-churned butter. It was common enough talk among those who often travelled these ways that the yokel's daughter, so lasciviously described, had indeed been much ploughed and so often seeded as to sprout half the snot-nosed bumpkins in the parish. It was most surprising that Ikey chose to continue on the smaller, faster night coach to Birmingham. He was, after all, a natural coward, and it being the Christmas season, the danger of meeting a highwayman or footpad on the road was greatly increased. Only a fool, or a traveller with most urgent business, would think to travel with a mail coach running hard through the night. But Ikey, a creature of the dark hours, felt most vulnerable when exposed to the brightness of sun-pierced light, and in particular within a restricted location such as a coach. He had sat miserably all day, trapped and huddled in the corner of the day coach from London, the collar of his coat pulled high, and his hat placed deep-browed upon his head, with his face turned outwards to the passing countryside. Should his fellow passengers have wished to observe him, they would have seen only the collar of his coat and the broad-brimmed hat which appeared to rest upon it. To all appearances, these aforementioned fellow passengers looked innocent enough. The ginger-bearded horse-dealer with his shaggy one-eyed dog, the two long-fenced clerical types in dark cloth, only the colour of their waistcoats telling them apart, and of course the monstrously fat woman in widow's weeds, a human personage so big she could easily turn a living in the grand freak show at Southwark Fair. But Ikey was taking no chances, and said not a single word all day, not even allowing the most banal of courtesies. When evening came, and his fellow passengers left the coach for the comforts of a night spent in a village tavern, the opportunity to continue on alone was presented to Ikey by the departure of a lighter and faster mail coach travelling through to Birmingham. It contained sufficient room for 4 passengers, though he seemed to be the only one to purchase a ticket from the coachman. It was a most bitter disappointment to Ikey when Tweedledum, the red-waistcoated clerk, climbed unsteadily into the coach. He smelled strongly of cider, and barely nodded as he found his seat at the window opposite but on the same side as Ikey, so that their eyes could not meet. Now they both faced in the direction in which the coach was travelling. Ikey had not thought of him as separate, but as one component of a 2-part presence in red and yellow, and it disturbed him to think that he'd made such an unthinking assumption based simply on their attire. Ikey's first instinct was to become immediately suspicious of the man's presence. But if Tweedle was an officer of the law sent to keep an eye on him, his recent intake of the local cider had rendered him ineffective, for Tweedle was becoming increasingly cross-eyed, his head lolling with the delayed effects of the local scrumpy. The ostler had all but completed checking the harnessing, and the coachman was already aboard, whip in hand, when the fat widow, clutching her large hamper to her bosom, emerged panting from the tavern and came towards them. The coach was delayed 10 minutes, as the ostler and the coachman pushed and squeezed, panted and shoved to fit the giant woman through the door of the smaller carriage. Once contained within its interior, it would have been quite impossible for any further souls to occupy the remaining space, of which there was now very little. The lighter mail coach, though harnessed with a full team of horses, was built for speed, and not for the comfortable accommodation of passengers. The gargantuan woman filled one entire side of its interior, her fat knees occupying the corridor between them, and her hamper taking up the centre of the opposite seat, with the silently drunken Tweedle at one side, and Ikey huddled tightly into the corner at the other. It was snowing quite hard, though the road was still clear, and the post-chaise set off at a brisk pace into the night. The widow completely ignored Ikey's presence, and shortly after they reached the first toll gate, she reached over for the hamper, placed it on her lap, and clamped her fat arms around its lid. Then she fell into an immediate and seemingly deep slumber. Ikey hoped to do the same, for he was desperately tired, and had been awake more than 24 hours, and with the absence of the hamper, the seat beside him promised to make an excellent bed. But Tweedle, as if struck by a blow from an invisible hand, collapsed into the space left between them. The cider had finally rendered him senseless. Ikey turned up the collar of his coat, and pulling its lapels around his chest, settled down to sleep. Alas, the widow soon put this prospect from his mind, for she caused a great deal more trouble for Ikey asleep than ever she'd done in a state of wakefulness. During the day, Ikey had observed from the corner of his eye, and by a direct assault on his nostrils, that the widow had partaken of several large meals, the fare coming out of the seemingly inexhaustible larder on her lap. Now, as she snored, her tightly compact innards fought back, with a series of combustible noises. From her vast interior, oleaginous gases rumbled in ferment. After a period of time, all these internally combusted sounds combined to reach a climax. It seemed that at any moment the pressure within her would become so great that a cork must surely pop from her navel, cause a huge efflux, and send coach and horses, Ikey and the unconscious Tweedle, all the way to Kingdom Come. Ikey sat huddled in his corner, with the collar of his coat and the brim of his hat tightly pushed against his ears, though the sounds prevailed, penetrating the protection of his cupped hands. Just as he supposed he could stand it no longer, when the noises and fumes of regurgitated gases and thunderous farts became too noxious even for his seasoned nose, with a soft sigh, the widow quietly awakened and proceeded to open the hamper on her lap. A small lantern swinging from the coach roof cast a to-and-fro shadow across the interior of the cabin, so that the widow would disappear into the complete darkness, and then, a moment later, appear again, lit by the dim light of the swaying lamp. Ikey watched from the inside of his coat as food began to appear. First was the smaller part of a haunch of ham, one side showing white to the bone, and the other plump with pink meat. From it the widow carved, at the very least, a pound of pig flesh, and proceeded to layer it upon a thick crust of bread. This she sprinkled with a generous pinch of salt, swiped with a blade of yellow mustard, and garnished with pickle forked from a large jar. Finally, she added to the conglomeration several thumps of thick, dark, treacle-like sauce. Each meal was taken precisely on the hour, each different. A mutton pie large enough to feed a hungry family, a plump chicken and a raisin tart, a turkey leg and a pound of white breast meat, a large cold sausage and apple pie, a slab of cold roast beef, and several boiled potatoes. A large pork and leek pie was the last but final means of satisfying the giant woman's voracious appetite. Ikey, thoroughly miserable, watched as a cold blue dawn appeared over the gently rolling countryside, the tops of the low rounded hills blanketed with snow. He was desperate for sleep, and his small belly, so seldom demanding of food, and having observed so much of it during the night, now rumbled with the need for sustenance. Though even now food was not his greatest need, and he would willingly have remained hungry for another day in exchange for 2 hours of uninterrupted sleep. He envied Tweedle, who seemed not to have stirred on the seat beside him. With no further food to consume, the widow settled down to finish off the demijohn of gin. She seemed unaware of the sleeping shape of Tweedle, whose face lay only inches from her plump white knees, but fixed Ikey with a stern and disapproving eye, or rather, she fixed her disapproval on the dark, silent, upright bundle in the corner. Holding the neck of the demijohn in her fat fist, she brought it to her lips, and with a tolerable level of sucking and lip-smacking and occasional bilious burps, the widow proceeded to get very drunk. Ikey, at last, was able to fall into an exhausted sleep. He was awakened 3 hours later by the sound of giggling, accompanied by several sharp prods in the region of his chest and stomach.
Wake up! We bein' rummaging soon.
The widow was jabbing at him with the stick and giggling, her fat head wobbly with her mirth, and she drooled like a well-fed infant.
Wakey, wakey.
Ikey sat up quickly, dazed from insufficient sleep. It was by no means the first time in his life that he'd been prodded awake with the point of a stick, and he immediately imagined himself to be in a prison cell, for the smell was much the same, and the ride had become unaccountably smooth, so much so that to his blunted senses the coach appeared not to be moving at all. In fact, the coach was completing the last mile into the centre of Birmingham, by way of the new road, composed of a material known as macadam. This was a tar-like substance, as used for caulking vessels. It was heated until it was treacle-like and ran easily, whereupon it was poured upon a bed of small stones. The men who mixed it might use no stone larger than one they could roll on their tongue and still repeat, "God save the King." The substance was soaked into the stony surface, and while steaming was compressed with a large steamroller and allowed to dry smooth and hard. The result was a surface impervious on the most inclement weather, and upon which any manner of wagon or coach wheel could travel. All was made without the need for skilled labour, and at a fraction of the cost of the quarrying, shaping and laying of cobblestones. Ikey's mind was not tuned to dullness, and he was soon aware of his surroundings. The widow, satisfied that she'd done her Christian duty and wakened him, did the same for Tweedle. He sat up groaning and holding his head in both hands, eyes bloodshot, and his hair standing up in untidy tufts. "Oh, my God," he moaned. Ikey stared out of the coach window at the houses, some with chimneys already smoking in the early light, growing more and more numerous and close-built as they approached the city centre and the coach terminus. Staging posts, particularly at the terminus from one great metropolis to another, were much inhabited by the watchful eyes of the law, as well as those of informers, hoping to earn a few shillings for spotting a known villain. Ikey's fondest hope was that he would be allowed to skulk unnoticed from the scene into the nearest darkened lane, and thereafter to a nearby rookery, where he would be free from the ever-curious attentions of any members of the law or the underworld. He now became concerned with the presence of Tweedle. His earlier anxiety returned, and Ikey imagined him to be a lawman who would elicit the aid of a waiting law officer from the Birmingham Constabulary to arrest him, his task while on the coach simply being to keep a watchful eye on him, lest he take his departure before reaching the city. Ikey was tired, and his senses somewhat blunted. He told himself one moment that he was imagining the danger, and the next that he should have reasoned it out long before this, and left the coach when they'd stopped to change horses at a village during the night. Caution, with its partner suspicion, being his more natural instinct, Ikey decided he would make a dash for it the moment the coach drew to a complete standstill. Ikey carried no personal baggage. In fact, Ikey's taking a chance that a highwayman might waylay the coach during the night journey was not as courageous as it might have outwardly seemed. Highwaymen seldom shoot their victims, and Ikey had no fear of robbery, for he'd carried in his purse coin sufficient only to purchase the coach ticket, and to eat frugally and pay for his accommodation for a day or two upon his arrival, with a little left over for miscellaneous expenses. A secret pocket under the armpit of his coat contained £50, though a highwayman would need to remove the coat and most carefully dissect its lining to find this. To be robbed of what he superficially possessed would have been no serious matter. He carried only a cheap watch and chain, and a small cutthroat razor, and the deeds to the house in Bell Alley, a paper which would make no sense to a common robber. Also resting in a pocket was the key to his home in Whitechapel. It being so close to Christmas, this absence of serious cash on Ikey would have been somewhat surprising. Anyone who knew him was aware that he would often carry £1,000 on his person, for the season's pickings would be exceedingly good, and ready cash was what was needed to make the most of the many opportunities certain to come his way. But this time in Birmingham, Ikey was playing for much bigger stakes than the fencing of a few bright baubles taken in the Christmas crowds. The coach drew at last to a standstill, the coachman laying aside his horn and shouting, "Whoa! Whoa!" to the wild-eyed beasts in the time-honoured way. The horses thus brought to a stop shook their heads in a jingle of brasses, champed at the bit and stamped their feet on the hard surface of the road. Their coats were lathered with sweat from their final gallop, and their nostrils snorted smoky air. The coach official opened the door on the widow's side. "Oh, me God!" he exclaimed, fanning his nose. He immediately turned to the waiting crowd. "Anyone come for a show, freak?" he yelled. "If he is, she be blind, hopeless, drunk. Need to fetch cart and oxen or special sprung carriage. She'll not be walking, I can tell you that for sure and absolute certain." The widow reached out and took the unfortunate official by the collar of his coat and pulled the top half of him backwards into the coach, so that his head lay upon her lap.
"Hello, dearie, fancy a kiss?" she said,
then burped loudly into the man's astonished face. Ikey glanced quickly at Tweedle, who sat frozen upright, looking directly out of the window, trying to ignore the bizarre antics of the drunken woman and the wildly struggling and whimpering official. Taking advantage of the confusion, Ikey quietly unlatched the coach door on his side, leaving it ajar. Then he rose, and lifting the still surprisingly heavy hamper and placing it down upon an astonished Tweedle's lap, quite preventing him from rising in pursuit, should he take it in his mind to do so, whereupon he pushed the door open and stepped through it. But alas, his coat caught on the sharp corner of the small door and pulled him back. Ikey pulled desperately at the coat, and a 6-inch tear appeared in the thick wool as he wrenched it free and then dashed into the dark shadow cast by the terminus building. In a few moments he had escaped up a narrow alleyway which ran between the stagecoach terminal and the building beside it. Ikey's immediate destination in Birmingham was not, as might normally have been the case, one of the more notorious flash houses nor thieves' kitchens where he might be expected to take up temporary residence, but to a stabling property on the outskirts of the city. This large, unprepossessing building of rough-hewn stone had all the appearances of a farmhouse. It was set on the road to the village of Coles Hill, with stables on the ground level for several horses, and above it 2 additional stories, which a visitor might naturally suppose was the owner's residence. However, in this instance, the large building was much, much more than a simple farmhouse, and might even have been called a kind of factory. A paper and ink factory, to give this most improper and anonymous business a proper name. The property belonged to Silas Brown, Esquire, outwardly a respected horse dealer, but to those in the know, one of the greatest forgers of soft in the land. He was a man of great ingenuity and reputation, known to all who dealt in a serious manner in good forged banknotes throughout England and continental Europe. Birmingham was the chief centre of the production of good hard, this being the name for counterfeit coin. Since it had always been a place where fine jewellery, watches and military medals were made, it was easy enough for Birmingham craftsmen to turn to this illicit trade. The same was not necessarily true for the forging of banknotes, and had it not been for the remarkable talents of Silas Brown and his wife, Maggie the Colour, the city might not have become a recognised centre for banknote forgery. While the city supported a great many clandestine coining workshops, it contained only a handful of talented engravers. These mostly derived from men who had been decorators of gold and silver plate. Though these few very skilled men together gave it an acknowledged presence in banknotes and forged letters of credit, and even some work on share certificates, their efforts were no greater than other major English cities. Etching was an exacting task, and a superior engraver might take a year or more to perfect the plates required for a single banknote, so that these men needed to be financed and carefully safeguarded by those who profited most from their skills. Silas Brown and Maggie the Colour were known to employ the very best engravers. But to the engraver's skill, they added 2 ingredients which gave Birmingham an advantage in the forged banknote trade. The house to which Ikey now hurriedly set out was used for making this paper and ink. Silas Brown, though seemingly a ponderous and somewhat befuddled man, made the best counterfeit paper in England, and his wife, Maggie the Colour, the best inks. This combination, together with the fact that Silas financed most of the more skilled engravers, and so came into possession of the best engraved plates, made them very wealthy. It was claimed they had a share in every forgery printing operation in Birmingham, and as well sold ink to Manchester printers and even to some of the better London operators. Maggie the Colour was the daughter of a Manchester dye maker, and possessed a talent for mixing inks and dyes, and an eye for subtle colour, shading and gradations, which was truly remarkable. She was known to use mostly local tinctures, some from plants and herbs she collected in the surrounding countryside, the juice of mulberry and pomegranate imported from Spain, as well as tannins from various types of wood. These she mixed with the exotic pigments and dyes available on the English market, but which came from India, China, and from Dutch Batavia, used by the silk makers in Macclesfield and the cotton spinners of Manchester. Any forger worthy of his name would use no other ink. The powdered galls mixed with camphor supplied by Maggie the Colour were so good that even the officials at the Bank of England could find no major fault with her product. Given the very best engraver's plates, expertly prepared paper, perfect ink matching, and superior printing, the work done by Silas Brown and Maggie the Colour was among the finest in England. But it fell short of perfection because the paper used for bills simply could not be reproduced, and the plates used for banknotes above the £10 denomination were thought to be too complicated for a single engraver, and could never hope to deceive even the most casual banker's eye. Abraham Van Esselen's forged plates were near to being the exception. They were the very finest of their kind available, perhaps in the entire world of forgery, so perfect that they might have been prepared by the Bank of England's own engravers. These plates, now about to be offered by Ikey to Silas Brown, were the work of a single man of undoubted genius, and moreover, each was perfect to the point of almost any magnification. This made them of the greatest possible value to a team like Brown and his wife Maggie, though of course it was not concerning these alone that Ikey had come to see them. Ikey, having walked for almost an hour, came at last to the end of the city's sprawling slums, and soon found himself in more open ground, where cottages rested separately, some with small gardens to the front or back. Ikey disliked space of any sort, and his eyes darted hither and thither. He shied away from a barking dog, and jumped wildly at the sudden crow of a cockerel, or the hissing of a goose. Some of the lanes along which he passed contained hedges on either side, which provided some concealment, though nature's walls of hawthorn thicket did very little for Ikey's peace of mind. Strange things went click and buzz and chirp within them, and none of these noises equated to the myriad sounds to which Ikey's highly particular ear was tuned. It was coming up mid-morning when he finally reached the open field, in the centre of which stood the house of Silas Brown. Ikey was in a state of high, nervous tension. The daylight hour, though some snow had started to fall, coupled with the open terrain through which he had been forced to travel on this final part of his journey, had brought him very close to complete panic. He was hungry, but so single-minded in his mission that he hadn't even thought to enter a chop-house for a meal. Now he stopped and rested at the gate leading into the field, and removing his neckcloth, wiped the nervous perspiration from his brow and the back of his neck. The large treeless field appeared to be flat, and but for a dozen or so horses grazing about it, completely empty. Ikey expected that the moment he entered the gate, someone would appear from the house to meet him. In fact, this is what he hoped might happen before he'd intruded too far into the large field, and so was unable to retreat back to the gate should a savage hound, designated for this very purpose, be set upon him. An envoy sent from the house would give him an opportunity to explain his reason for coming, and to send ahead of him a sample of his credentials for perusal by the redoubtable Silas Brown and his wife. Ikey entered the field, his eyes darting everywhere, forwards and backwards and to either side. To his dismay, no one came from the distant house, and he was forced to move ever closer to it. Therefore it came as a fearful surprise to him when his hat was tipped over his eyes from behind, and a voice declared, "Don't turn around, sir." Ikey, despite the fright he'd received, was of course an expert on young boys, and this voice was no more than 10 or 11 years of age. This didn't do a great deal for his confidence, however, as street children of this age were as tough as grown men. Besides, they were sometimes larger than himself. He removed his hat and replaced it squarely back on his head.
"A penny for a word, then, my dear,"
Ikey said slowly, digging into his coat to find a copper coin, which he held between finger and thumb and proffered behind his back. His unseen assailant snatched the coin from Ikey's hand.
"Where does you think you're going, then?"
the boy inquired.
"Silas Brown. I begs to see Mr. Silas Brown. That is, with your permission, of course. Your very esteemed permission, my dear." "Mr. Silas Brown, is it? How does you know such a name, then?" "Business. We's in the exact line of business. Mr. Brown is what you might call a colleague, though I'll freely admit I haven't exactly had the pleasure of his personal acquaintance."
Ikey shrugged his shoulders.
"You see, we share what you might call a vocation, Yes, that's it, precisely and nicely and most specifically put, my dear. An exact and precise and similar vocation. Oh, a voquet? The voice gave up trying to pronounce the word. And what line of business does you share, then?
Ikey was surprised at the sharpness of the boy. He'd come across similar boys before, but these were few enough to be an exception. Most street lads this age were already dulled from gin and the lack of proper nourishment, and would not have the wit to become involved in a conversation the likes of which the two of them were now conducting. This one would have made an excellent addition to his Methodist Academy of Light Fingers. Now that he'd properly gathered his wits, Ikey was impressed at the boy's sudden appearance behind him, seemingly rising out of nowhere. Ikey's eyes missed very little, and even though he was unfamiliar with open terrain and the lack of shadow in daylight to reveal the bumps and undulations in the grassy field, it was no simple task to deceive him. The boy who crept up could not have followed him for any distance, for Ikey was in the constant habit of glancing over his shoulder. He must have walked right past the boy without seeing him, and this Ikey found both admirable and very disconcerting.
The copper business. Copper plates, that is.
Ikey paused.
Also, you could say, also the paper and inks business. I can say no more. From this moment me lips is sealed and can only be opened by Mr. Silas Brown himself. Does you have an affidavit to say who you is, then? Affidavit?
Ikey held an additional penny behind his back, wiggling it invitingly, but the boy did not take it this time.
Most certainly, and of course absolutely right and correct to ask, my dear. An affidavit you shall have right away and immediately. For how would your master know the manner of person who has come so far, and taken so many risks to talk with him? How indeed? All the way from London, that is, with barely a wink of sleep, and not a morsel of nourishment from sunrise to sunset. I ask you, how is he to know the humiliations and vicissitudes inflicted, or the extreme importance of the mission? Quite right of you to ask, quite right and proper. Your affidavit,
the boy repeated bluntly, seemingly unimpressed by Ikey's verbosity, and still not taking the proffered coin.
Give it, mister, or you'll get nought more from us.
Ikey carried no personal identification whatsoever, and even if he had papers to prove himself, he would not have willingly let them into the boy's hands, especially without having first seen his face. He was on the run, and young likely lads like this one, schooled in the rookeries, learnt early the value of informing, of keeping their eyes peeled for the opportunity of a little crude blackmail. The engraved plates he carried concealed in the lining of his coat would be instantly recognised as masterpieces by any competent forger, and a glimpse at one of them, Ikey knew, would be likely to have Silas Brown scurrying out to meet him, his voice a bluster of apology and his hands all a patter. But if he let the boy have only one plate as a proof of his integrity, and if his master should choose not to see him nor to return it, the single engraved plate in the right hands was still worth a considerable fortune.
I shall give you a piece of paper. A small piece of paper you must promise to take to your master, to Mr. Silas Brown himself, and to no other. Do you understand, my dear?
It'll cost,
the boy added cheekily. Ikey sighed, and retrieving the copper coin, he held it once more behind his back.
A sprat. Cost you a sprat or naught happens.
6pence?
Ikey howled, though he did so more for the form of it than anything else. The boy was good, very, very good, and he wished he could have him under his tuition. The boy reminded Ikey of the young Bob Marley, same cheek and quickness of mind. He smiled to himself, for he knew he could now trust him to take the paper directly to Silas Brown. Ikey returned the copper coin to his dumby, and found a silver 6pence, which he handed backwards to the boy.
This paper, what I want you to take to Mr. Silas Brown, it is concealed upon me person. I shall need to stoop down to reach it and to cut open the M-line of me coat to remove it. I have a small razor to do so, but my dear, do not be in the least alarmed. We, that's yours truly, is not at all a creature of violence and disputation.
Don't turn about now,
the boy said threateningly, trying to put a deeper tone into his voice.
No need, absolutely no need. No need in the least. You have my guarantee upon that, my dear.
Ikey reached for the cutthroat razor in his pocket, and opening it, he stooped down and cut quickly at the line of the hem, though above the hidden plates, and only a cut wide enough to ease one of the plates sideways through the slit. He untied the twine and removed the wrapping from around the engraving. With the razor, he sliced a small triangular corner from the square of paper, which he handed backwards to the boy.
Take the paper to Mr. Silas Brown, my dear. It's me affidavy.
Ikey waited.
Hey, mister, 'tain't say nowt on it, the boy exclaimed. It be blank paper what's got nowt writ on it.
Ikey chuckled.
On the contrary, my dear, it speaks most eloquent to those what knows how to read its message.
There was silence behind him, and Ikey imagined the confusion the boy was feeling. Seeking to put the lad out of his agony, he added,
It's invisible-like, but to such as Mr. Silas Brown, Esquire, who knows the trick of reading it, it's a magical paper.
Ikey spread his hands.
Trust me, my dear.
You'll stay here, see? You'll not be doing nowt till I returns, the boy added threateningly. There's dogs, big bastards, what can be let loose and sent after you in a twinkling. You'll not get to gate before they's torn you to bits.
Not a muscle, my dear. Not a single twitch, not a cat's whisker, not a scintilla of movement till you gets back. Quiet as a mouse, silent as a ferret in a chicken coop. That's yours truly, Ikey Solomon, late of London town. Tell your master there's more, much more, where that comes from. Heaps and heaps more. He'll be most pleased indeed to know that.
The boy ran past Ikey and towards the house, laughing, not caring now whether Ikey saw him. He carried a long stick, which he waved in the air. He was tiny, small enough even for Ikey to box his ears or place a sharp-toed boot into his scrawny little ass. The boy, at first delighted to have made sevenpence so easily, grew anxious at his own reception as he drew nearer to the house. Silas Brown and the half-dozen men and boys who worked with him stood waiting at the head of the ladder for him to climb into the room above. The lad, afraid he might lose the paper, held it between his lips as he climbed the ladder.
What you got then, Josh lad?
Silas Brown asked, as the boy stepped from the ladder into the room. Together with the others, he'd stood watching from the windows at Ikey's original approach. They'd seen the boy Joshua, who'd been earlier sent on an errand, waylay Ikey from behind, before they could send an adult out to accost the stranger. Josh, though only 10 years old, was known to be bright enough to make a judgment, yet young enough not to arouse any suspicion if the stranger was thought to be from the law. Silas knew that if the lad decided the man was up to no good, he would drop his stick on the ground and then pick it up again, whereupon he'd send one of the other lads down and set the dogs after the intruder to see him off their land. One of the men pulled the ladder up after the lad had climbed clear and closed the trapdoor behind him, bolting it firmly back into place. The boy Joshua looked somewhat sheepish at the greeting given by his master, and removing the tiny slip of paper from between his lips, handed it to Silas Brown.
"'Tain't much, sir, but he said it was magical-like, that you'd understand immediate-like."
The boy, a most concerned expression upon his face, looked up at Silas Brown.
"Did I do wrong, sir?"
Silas Brown took the paper and rubbed it for a moment between his forefinger and thumb, whereupon he jerked back in surprise.
"No, lad. Methinks you done good."
He moved immediately to the window, where he held the paper up to the light.
"Jesus," he exclaimed.
"He says there's more, lots more where it come from, Mr. Brown, sir,"
Josh shouted across the room, much relieved at this reception.
"Bring sponge, lad. A wet sponge,"
Silas Brown shouted at one of the boys nearest to him.
"Hurry!"
In a few moments the boy returned and handed Silas Brown a damp sponge. Placing the scrap of paper again against the window glass, Silas wiped carefully over it several times. Then he lifted it from the window with the edge of his thumbnail and called for a pair of tweezers. Holding the paper at one corner with the tweezers, he walked over to a hearth where several cast-iron pots of blacking plopped slowly on the open coals. He held the pincers and paper to the heat of the embers, and the tiny scrap of damp paper took only moments to dry. Silas Brown returned to the window and held the paper once again to the light.
"Jesus, Mary and Joseph," he shouted. "'Tain't possible watermarks stayed. Bloody watermarks stayed put right here on paper. Quick, call Maggie."
Another young lad dashed off, while the rest of the men gathered around, astonished to see that the faked Bank of England watermark had remained undamaged, as though it was woven within the very substance of the paper.
"What's his name, Josh?" Silas demanded.
Ikey Sausageman, sir.
Josh looked uncertain.
Solomon's, something like that, sir.
Ikey Solomon's? Jesus Christ!
Silas pointed to one of the men.
Go with the lad, Jim. Bring him along. He'd be famous like in London.
He looked around impatiently.
Where's bloody Maggie?
Not 20 minutes later, Silas and Maggie looked on in amazement as Ikey produced the first of the engravings. Ikey unwrapped the watermarked Bank of England paper, covering the copper rectangle, and leaving it lying in the centre of the paper, he straightened out the sheet, smoothing its sides with the edges of his palm without touching the shining copper plate, so that the rectangular etching lay pristine, a precious slab of polished metal catching the light. Then Ikey tried to lift the etched copper plate from the centre of the paper, but his hands were too cold, and his fingers were quite unable to function. Maggie, seeing his distress, bid him warm himself at the hearth, while she brought him a plate of bread and a deep bowl of beef and potato broth.
There you be then, Mr. Solomons. A bowl of broth will soon warm you proper well.
While Ikey greedily slurped the creamy broth, thick almost as a good Irish stew, Silas and his wife, who in her wooden clogs stood as tall as her husband, examined the etching but did not touch it or the bill paper on which it lay. Halfway through the large bowl, Ikey stopped and pointed to the sheet of paper, with its corner missing, and nodded to Maggie the colour.
Take a good look then, my dear. Never was there a better drop of paper for your marvellous colours and tinctures, and never a plate etched more perfect.
Maggie picked up the etched copper plate, while Silas examined the paper, neither saying a word, as Ikey went back to slurping his soup. Maggie the colour handed the copper plate to Silas, holding it carefully between her fingers at each end, and took the paper Silas had placed back on the table and walked over to the nearest window. She carefully flattened a portion of it against the window pane. After a few moments, she turned to Silas.
What you think, then?
Never seen nothing the likes of this engraving before. Never. And that's God's truth,
exclaimed Silas, examining the plate through an eyeglass.
The paper?
Maggie asked, turning now to Ikey.
How'd you do it, Mr. Solomons? Solomon. It don't have no S,
Ikey said, placing down his spoon, the bowl close to empty. He was suddenly aware that hunger and cold had driven him to show too much without the attendant patter required to work them up to the first unveiling. He had neglected the basic tenet of business, to reveal only a little at a time, enough to whet the appetite, so to speak, while holding sufficient back to feed the urgency of the bargaining that must inevitably follow. Now he attempted to recover somewhat from this poorly managed beginning.
I've had the pleasure of being a regular customer for your work, my dear. Marvellous. Ain't no personage in England, perhaps even the world, what can mix tinctures, colours and gradations as subtle as you. Work of pure genius, madam. Pure and simple and undisputed genius, no less.
Maggie the colour smiled thinly, and looked down, embarrassed.
Now, Mr. Solomons, 'tain't that good. Not a scrap less praise and honour is due to you,
Ikey declared.
Them colours is of the highest possible magnitude, the work of a genius.
Ikey cleared his throat and grinned at Maggie.
Now, supposing I was to ask you how you come about them colours, asked Maggie the colour the secret of her dyes and tinctures and the mixtures for your ink galls, what say you then, my dear?
Quite right,
Silas Brown laughed, and with the eyeglass still clamped in his eye, clapped his hands.
You'll be getting out from our Maggie. Them inks and dyes, tinctures and juices, they be her secret to her final dying breath, till grave and beyond.
Ah, you see, Ikey exclaimed, a secret is only a secret when it remains in the head of one person. Share it with another and it ain't a secret no more. You can kiss it goodbye, my dear, it's gone forever. It's like a blooming swallow what's left England for warmer climes when the winter approaches. Next thing you know, it's on the other side of the blooming world, darkest Africa, or wilds of South America. Good secrets all have a price, and the telling of 'em is never cheap.
Ikey resumed, slurping his soup, satisfied that he'd somewhat recovered the initiative.
Do we take it you has a proposition to make, like?
Silas Brown asked, carefully placing the plate he'd been examining back onto the square of paper, which Maggie had returned to the table. Ikey's untidy eyebrows lifted halfway up his brow, and his eyes widened in pleasant surprise, his spoon poised in mid-air.
A proposition? Why, sir, that is exactly and precisely and unequivocally what I have. A proposition, a business proposition, a remarkable opportunity, a proposition the likes of which may never come your way again. A truly great conjunction of opportunities, of copper and paper and ink. An opportunity not never to be matched in its potential for wealth. A proposition, you say? Why, I couldn't have put it no better myself.
Ikey went back to the remainder of his soup, and when the scraping and rattling of his spoon had ceased, he further stalled the opportunity for an answer from his hosts by wiping the interior of the bowl clean with the last of the bread.
A proposition as delicious, madam, as this bowl of excellent broth, he finally concluded.
Maggie the Colour smiled at the compliment, knowing it to be the first thrust in the bargaining to come.
Where shall we begin, then, paper or plate? I can see the plate, but paper be but one sheet and cut it corner-like.
Paper's good, but how much? How much has you got? Said Silas Brown,
repeating his wife's question. Silas was not a man inclined to much subtlety, nor one to beat about the bush, and he'd already spent as much good humour as he was known to offer anyone. Ikey, seeing him for the more clumsy of the two, had hoped that he might be the mouth, but it took him only moments to realise that Maggie the Colour's smile was a clear indication of where the brains in their partnership lay.
Depends, of course, what denominations you want to print, my dears.
Denominations?
Maggie the Colour looked at Ikey curiously.
This plate is for £10.
Ikey jabbed a finger at her.
That it is, my dear, but it could be supposed that there might be others if an interest is shown in what has already been revealed and remarked upon. There could be a plate to the astonishing denomination of £100.
£100? You say engraving be for 100?
Silas said scornfully.
Bullshit. £100 engraving be too hard for single engraver, too hard by half and then some. £100 engraving take 4 scratches, maybe 5. Tain't humanly possible.
Ikey shrugged. Things were beginning to go to plan. Show the top and the bottom of a proposition, the extremities of the deal, and the middle. The details could usually be relied upon to take care of themselves. He reached into his coat pocket and withdrew the small cutthroat razor, and opening it slowly, he stooped down, lifted the hem of his greatcoat, and laid it with the dirty lining facing upwards on the table. Then he carefully extended the previous slit he'd made by perhaps 3 further inches. His thumb and forefinger, acting as pincers, entered the slit, and soon withdrew a second wrapped plate. How Ikey knew this to be the £100 plate is a tribute to his very tidy brain, and an indication that he'd secured the 4 etchings in the lining of his coat before leaving London. Now he handed it to Maggie the Colour, who carefully opened up the neat little parcel to reveal the plate for a £100 Bank of England note. Ikey let the hem of his coat drop back to the floor as Silas Brown swept up the copper rectangle, this time making no pretence at care, so that Ikey was seen to wince. He twisted the eyeglass back into his head and commenced to examine the plate. As he did so, his breathing increased until he was positively panting in surprise.
Jesus Christ, he said.
He laid down the plate, this time with care.
"'Tain't possible,"
he turned to his wife.
"But it be there, and it be nigh perfect."
"Does we take it the paper and the plates go together, like?" Maggie asked. "The £10 and £100 plates, and you ain't said how much paper you got?"
Ikey chuckled and spread his hands wide.
"And I ain't told you how many of these little copper darlings we've got, my dear."
4,
Maggie said calmly.
"You have 4.
Ikey's eyebrows shot up.
"Well done, my dear. You have turned my supposing into proposing. Indeed, I have 4.
Ikey pulled the hem of his coat back onto the table, and his long, dirty nails disappeared within the slit he'd previously made, and withdrew each of the remaining parcels.
20 and 50, I do declare,"
Ikey announced triumphantly, and laid the 2 parcels on the table. Maggie the Colour sucked at her upper lip, and commenced to untie each of the small parcels, not opening either until the twine had been removed from both. Then she revealed the etchings, leaving each on its own square of bill paper. Ikey took a corner of each sheet and pulled them together, then added the wrapping from the £100 plate and the original piece with the corner removed, so that the 4 pieces of paper formed a rectangle 2 feet wide and 3 square.
There you are, 1 complete sheet. Big enough, if I may say so, to make 3 dozen banknotes of any denomination you likes, my dears.
He paused and then added, pointing to the square made from the 4 separate sheets of paper,
We has the pleasure to making available to your good selves 110 sheets of the very same watermarked and quite perfect paper.
Maggie the Colour snorted.
And at what sort of risk do these 110 sheets come to us? Too hot to touch, I should think.
I shall sell you 110 pristine sheets of this bill paper without any risks of the source becoming known, this being me available stockpile. Then if the paper proves to your liking, I could offer you a continuing supply at the rate of 100 sheets per annum, the delivery to be made at 8 sheets per month and paid in gold sovs on delivery.
Ikey was not sure how he would bring this about, but as the business opportunity presented itself so neatly, he found it impossible not to capitalise on it.
8 sheets per month, that'd be only 96 sheets, not 100,
Maggie snapped. Ikey laughed, impressed at her quick calculation.
Madam, we have a saying, always leave a little salt on the bread. You gets the extra 4 sheets as a Christmas gift. Compliments to the House of Solomon.
The paper, it's too good. You didn't make it, did you? It's the real thing, ain't it?
Maggie said pointedly. Ikey touched his finger to his nose and sniffed.
Well, I must most reluctantly confess, my dear, you've hit the nail on the head. It's the same what the Bank of England uses, not a scintilla different, not a smidgen, not one jot or title different from what they use to print their own long tales.
And the watermark?
The same. Woven in, my dear, the very innermost part of the bill itself. Can't be removed no matter what you does. Stamp, wash, bite, tear, while the paper remains, the mark is there.
And you've got 110 sheets the same?
Silas Brown asked again. Ikey picked up the plate for the £100 Bank of England note and cackled, showing his yellow teeth.
Or £360,000 worth of paper, if you've a mind to use only this little beauty, my dear.
This is the end of CD 5. The story will continue on CD 6. CD 6.
Why have you come to us, Mr. Solomon?
Maggie asked.
Why has you not gone into business yourself, like?
Ikey shrugged his thin shoulders and spread his palms and smiled.
I only works with the best. It ain't me line of business, see? Ain't me expertise, ain't what I knows best. A man must stick to what he knows, the cobbler to his last, the butcher to his block, the poacher to his traps. These, he pointed to the copper plates, they come about in the business of receiving. Receiving and disposing is me business, my dear. I received these, and now I am disposing of them. Simple arithmetic, if you knows what I mean.
Aye, he'd be the prince of all the London fences,
Silas Brown agreed, glad to find a way back into the conversation.
I knows him for that reputation.
He looked directly at his wife.
That be the truth, Maggie, my dear. Mr. Solomon's here is a well-regarded London fence, also known and trusted in these Midland parts.
Maggie the Colour sniffed.
And the paper? That be fencing business too?
Ikey looked amused.
If you has the right connections, my dear. Everything God made on this earth is fencing business. All it takes is a little cash, and a mind for making a connection here, another there. Innovation is what some modern folks calls it. Let me give you an example. A lovely little silver candlestick goes missing from Mrs. A's house, and is brought to Mr. B, what is me, yours truly. I knows Mr. C, who will melt it down and sell the silver content to Mr. D, a most excellent silversmith, who is innocent of all guile. He will craft it into a fish server, what might then be bought again by Mrs. A, to console herself over the tragic loss of her lovely little silver candlestick.
Ikey clasped his hands together and dry-rubbed them.
All because of the noble art of ready cash and steady connections. The world of trade goes round and round, and we all profits nicely on that particular merry-go-round. What say you, my dear?"
"You may speak for yourself," Maggie sniffed. "We are not accustomed to the ways of stealing."
Ikey smiled.
"Quite right, my dear. Only from the banks who can afford it, ain't that so? Forgery ain't fencing, that's the truth. Forging is the veritable Robin Hood profession, almost Christian. A perfect example of robbing the rich to pay the poor. An honourable profession it is, to be sure."
He paused to take a breath.
"But one what also requires from time to time a connection or two. Maybe a paper connection, what come from A to B, what's me, and then goes on to C, what's thee."
Ikey clapped his hands, pleased with his neat little summary.
"Aye, it be good paper. The best, that I admit," Silas Brown said. "Though we'd be more friendly disposed if we knew more about where it come from."
He pointed at the bill paper.
"Paper the quality of yourn. That be mill. That be special."
Chapter 11. It had all begun when a carpenter and works mechanic named George Betteridge, who was much taken by the game of ratting, fell into debt to Ikey. Despite 2 separate attempts with Ikey's own little terriers to get back his promissory notes, he still owed a considerable sum. Ikey, as was the custom, requested that he pay up by the following week, either in cash or in kind, to the value of what he owed, a debt of nearly £10. The hapless Betteridge confessed that he was penniless. He had a wife and 7 children, lived in a single rented room in a village in Hampshire, and possessed nothing of sufficient value to match the debt. Furthermore, he saw no prospect of obtaining goods to the required value as a petty thief. Nor was he placed in a position to steal from a rich master, being employed as a carpenter doing general maintenance work for a paper mill in the village of Whitechurch.
"Paper, is it? What sort of paper?"
It was a routine question. Ikey was accustomed to probing into the unused corners of the minds of men who lack imagination, and who are unable to see the opportunities for profit right under their bumpkin noses.
"All sorts of paper. All special,"
the carpenter replied.
"Special, is it? What's its name, then?" "Name of Laverstoke Paper Mill. Very reputable, has been making particular papers for nigh 60 years, they has." "Laverstoke, eh? By particular, does you mean expensive?" No, it ain't paper you can buy, like."
Betteridge corrected, then lowered his voice and cupped his hand to the side of his mouth.
"Paper for bills. Banknotes. Very secret it is, very hush-hush."
Ikey concealed his excitement.
"May I ask you a question, Mr. Betteridge? Does you know, or could you make the acquaintance of someone what works in this section what you says is strictly private? That is the particular section what makes your actual paper for these, bills."
The carpenter scratched his head, thinking. After a moment he volunteered,
"Me wife has a second cousin, a young cove what goes by the name of Thomas Tooth. Methinks he works in one of the sections by front office, though I can't say for sure, he being a clerk and all, and me only humble carpenter and mechanic. This second cousin of your dear wife, this Mr. Thomas Tooth, do you think he might be partial to a night of ratting, and a good tightener at a chop house after? Or even 2 tickets to the Adelphi Theatre in the Strand? Compliments of yours truly, with a nice little doxy thrown in for his particular amusement."
Ikey looked at Betteridge slyly and spread his hands.
"We'd be most honoured, my dear, and highly complimented to have him as our esteemed guest."
The young Thomas Tooth proved to be everything Ikey had hoped for. Naive, but not without a certain arrogance, married with 2 children and another in the oven. He was also ambitious to improve his lot in life, resentful that he was being held up by a doddery chief clerk by the name of Seth Robinson, a Quaker, and entirely trusted by his masters at the Laverstoke Mill. Ikey was careful to build up his confidence in the game of ratting, and to guide him in the ways of the sport, even teaching him a few of the finer points, until the young Thomas Tooth felt compelled, through Ikey's generosity and good spirits towards him, to trust him completely as a friend and confidant. The first requirement of the sharper, the confidence man, is complete trust from the dupe, and it did not take Ikey long to have this condition firmly in place in the mind of the young clerk. The more serious sharping now began, and Ikey elicited the help of Mary Bell Firkin, the mott of the Pig and Spit, the public house where the ratting took place in St. Giles. With her went the aid of George Titmuss, the ratmaster. Ikey was therefore absent on the earlier part of the night, when Thomas Tooth was finally netted, this action being almost entirely left to the enormous lady publican and her diminutive ratmaster. Mary Bell Firkin was a very large woman, said to consume an entire saddle of the roast beef of Old England at one sitting, whereas George Titmuss, her ratmaster, was 4 feet 8 inches tall and weighed 85 pounds wringing wet, though this did not happen very often, as he had not taken up the habit of cleanliness. Working with rats and blood made him stink to high heaven, but he sensibly reasoned that should he wash, it would occur all over again at the very next evening's fight. His skill with rats was such that his stench was tolerated among the punters, most of whom were themselves none too keen on the deadly touch of water from the Thames. Both Mary Bell and George worked well together on the magging of Mr. Thomas Tooth of Laverstoke Mill, Whitchurch, Hampshire, chubbing him along and building his self-esteem the entire evening, until there was only one more contest to come, and young Tooth was 20 pounds behind. This last contest was between a little black and white terrier named Valiant, a good fighter who wore the champion's silver collar around his tiny neck. The young terrier was known to possess an excellent ratting technique, and could usually be depended on to make a kill of 30 to 35 rats in a timed spell. The odds were called very short, so that there were no punters save Thomas Tooth interested in betting. The young country clerk, though too drunk for his own good, and heedless of the peril he faced should he lose, nevertheless knew the odds to be wrong, and asked for better, for an evens bet.
"Gentlemen, there is no sport in you," Tooth cried. "Will you not take a chance? £30 on an evens bet."
£30 was a very big bet, and the crowd grew silent and waited to see if a bookmaker would accept the offer. Instead, one of them laughed and waved Thomas Tooth away with the back of his hand.
"Go on, be off with you, lad. Go home and keep it off."
Thomas Tooth, swaying slightly, took out his Dumby and made as though he was looking into the depths of his wallet at a fortune lying at its bottom.
"My credit is good, I swear it,"
Tooth cried, persisting with the lie.
"Who will take my marker?"
He turned to look at the 4 bookmakers.
"If I should lose, I swear I shall settle before the midnight hour."
The young clerk looked desperately over at George Titmuss, the ratting master, who had earlier been so free with his compliments.
"Who'll take evens? £30 on Valiant to kill 30 rats, small rats. No sewers, cess or docks."
Titmuss nodded, seeming to take the young gambler seriously.
"Small it is, sir. I've a nice sack of small house and country just right for the little feller here."
He glanced in the direction of the dog Valiant, held in his owner's arms.
"Should do his 30 rodents easy enough. Strong little fella, known to be most game."
The punters around the ring grew silent, looking towards the bookmakers to see what would happen next. Tooth had called for small rats, house and country, which was a fair enough call, as some sewer, cesspool and dockside rats were almost as large as the little terrier himself. The ratmaster had accepted. The contest was fair game. From the darkness of the stairway leading to the ratting room, and to the backs of most of the punters, a booming voice rang out.
"Aye, I'll take it. I'll take your marker evens on 30 rodents killed. Settlement afore midnight, did you say?"
"Ah, a sporting man at last,"
the young gambler cried, turning to face the darkened stairway.
"Certainly, midnight. Payment you shall have precisely at the striking of the hour, my good sir."
"Aye, may the devil himself help ye if you doesna pay, laddie."
There was a surprised gasp as the owner of the voice stepped out of the gloom into the room. The brutish broken face which moved into the light was well known to be Dan Figgins, ex-heavyweight boxing champion of Glasgow and London, now a bookmaker with a reputation for very rough and unfavourable handling should his clients fail to settle on time. Dan Figgins was not a regular at the ratting ring, being a horseman and well known even by the aristocracy at his betting box at Newmarket and Ladbroke Grove. Thomas Tooth, almost alone in the room, was unaware of this infamous pugilistic personage, and besides was now too desperate and too drunk to care. He scribbled his marker for £30 and handed it to Figgins. Whereupon the Ratmaster called for the rat boy to bring the rat sack, shouting, "Mixed smalls, country and house, bring out the rat sack!" This was where the final phase of the sharping began. The rat boy, a tiny ragged lad of about 10 years old, his dirty face and mucoid nose not having felt the touch of soap for a year or more, had prepared a bag of 35 large sewer rats to earlier instructions. The Ratmaster, cupping his hands to his mouth, called again to the rat boy, "Ring in the rats and shake out the tails!" The boy, dragging the rat bag, which was tied with twine about its neck, brought it over to the outside edge of the ring. He hopped nimbly over the 3-foot wall of the small circular enclosure, and the bag of rats was handed to him by Titmus. The boy dropped the sack in the ring and placed his boot onto the centre of the jumping sack, which immediately calmed the rats within. The boots he wore were greatly oversized and the property of the house, and were crusted with the dried blood of the night's previous bouts. "Slap, shake, and pat a rat," George Titmus called. "Step up the gentleman what's making the touch. All's fair what finds no sneaks or squeaks." Thomas Tooth, being the only punter, stepped into the ring to do the honours. Puffed with drunken self-importance, he commenced to beat solidly at the boy's threadbare coat, slapping hard into his skinny ribs and pummelling his shoulders and thighs in such an enthusiastic manner as to cause the lad to wince at his careless blows. Finally he required the urchin to hold his arms downwards and away from his body, and first feeling down the length of each arm by squeezing tightly across the bicep and forearm along the greasy sleeve towards the boy's wrists, he then demanded that the lad shake both sleeves vigorously. This deployment was intended to remove any rats which might miraculously have escaped the previous rigorous inspection. Tooth, now finally satisfied, gave a nod to the Ratmaster, who pronounced on the punters, "All's clean what feels clean, nothing squeaked, nothing seen." He turned to the rat boy. "Sample the show, 3 in a row." The boy bent over, and taking up the bag at his feet, began to untie the twine. Though midway through this task, he appeared to have acquired an itchy nose. He held the top of the bag with his left hand and scratched his nose with the other, finally wiping the copious snot from under it into his open palm and appearing to wipe his hand on his matted and greasy hair. His hand disappeared completely beneath his very large cap, seemingly for this very purpose. His sniffing and scratching finally over, the rat boy returned his attention to opening the bag, and without as much as a glance inwards, plunged his arm into the bag of squeaking rats, and brought up the first show, a rat selected blind to show that the bag had been called correct, and selected as specified, small house and country. "1-0!" he shouted, holding a small house rat up above his head, and then dropping it back into the ring at his feet, before plunging his arm back into the bag and withdrawing it again. 2-0! The second rat was almost identical in size to the first. Once again his arm entered the rat bag, which was now jumping and bumping around his boots. 3-0! The boy finally yelled, holding a third rat above his head. "All's fair what's shown fair! Ring the rats and free the tails!" the Ratmaster shouted. Whereupon the boy upended the entire bag of rats into the ring, and they fell in a large tail-twisted and squirming clump. The rat boy commenced to sort them out, untying their tails and scattering them helter-skelter about the ring. Free to sniff and scratch while their eyes grew accustomed to the bright light, they seemed now to be quite calm. The rat boy climbed out of the enclosure as George Titmus rang the starting bell, and the terrier, valiant, straining in his master's arms and yapping in great excitement, was dropped in among the rodents. What Thomas Tooth hadn't witnessed was that the 3 sampling rats the boy appeared to have pulled at random out of the rat bag, in fact came from under his large cap. These 3 small house rats, so ceremoniously shown, had been nestling quietly in his hair. They had been trained to the smell of mucus on his hand, and upon it entering his cap, they had slipped down his coat sleeve, where he'd concealed a crust of bread. so that he now only had to put his hand inside the bag and let a rat drop down his sleeve into it, whereupon he would withdraw it again to show that the rats in the bag had been selected small. He repeated this twice more to show 3 small rats in what was seen to be an honest call. The rats which were upended into the ring from the bag stank of the river and the sewers, a particular smell no person experienced in the game of ratting could possibly mistake. Their bite was most infectious and often quite deadly, and they were larger by as much weight again as the 3 smaller house rats the boy had shown, though a direct comparison was no longer possible, as all the rats in the ring now appeared to be of similar size. This was achieved by a second clever ploy, though it would take a more sober man than Thomas Tooth to see the trick. The rat boy, having emptied the rats from the bag, scattered them about the ring, though a moment before doing so he had again wiped his nose. The 3 smaller house rats in the ring, trained to the smell of the mucus on the boy's hand, once again darted up his sleeve, leaving only the larger rats behind. Moreover, while Thomas Tooth was busy patting and slapping at the boy in the ring, behind his back the silver collar was taken from the dog Valiant's neck and placed around the neck of a second terrier of similar markings. This second ratter, a bitch named Rose, cankered from rat bites, was a sister to Valiant from an older litter. Enfeebled from the gnawing of the canker, she could no longer fight well, even though her canine instinct and eagerness to fight remained, and to all appearances she was equal to the task. Rose worked briskly, picking up a rat and shaking it, biting deep behind its head to snap its neck and then drop it, immediately grabbing at another. Blood dripped to the floor, and the little canine was soon slipping as she scrambled to snatch at the now panicky rats. The terrier lunged at a very large rodent, slipped in the blood on the ring, and missed. The rat, panic-stricken, bit deeply into the little bitch's nose and hung on. Rose, who had already killed 12 rats, was beginning to tire. She tried to shake the large rat off, but it held fast, and soon the little bitch's slender neck started to drop. As though by some primeval instinct, the remaining rats rushed at the weakened ratter and pulled her down. She tried to rise, but the rats smothered her, tearing at her tiny black and white pelt. The bell sounded, and the rat-master shouted, "Rats high, dog low! Take your dog or let it go!" The rats had won, and the rat boy, wearing a thick leather mitten, for the rats were now maddened by the taste of blood and would bite at anything, jumped into the ring and pulled a frenzied rat from the still-alive terrier's body and threw it back into the rat bag. Some of the rats held on so tenaciously that the boy had to grab about their blood-matted stomachs, lifting the terrier's body with the rat still attached to it. With a twist of the wrist, he removed the rat, leaving its teeth embedded in the pelt, as the little bitch fell back into the ring to be smothered again by the feeding rodents. With the rat finally safely in the bag, the boy tied the top and lifted it out of the ring. The blood-crazed rats would continue to attack each other inside the bag in a squeaking feeding frenzy until only one was left alive. Such a rat was tagged and much prized as a symbol of luck, and should it recover from the numerous bites to its body, was eagerly sought by a keen ratter as a pet. The rat boy climbed from the ring, the ragged ends of his trousers and the toes of his boots soaked with fresh blood. The stench of death was everywhere, and the punters, the fun over for the night, began to leave. As was the custom, most of them repaired downstairs to Marybelle Firkin's public house, where the gin whores would be carousing and the fiddler would be playing a merry jig on a gypsy fiddle. Marybelle Firkin's inglorious establishment was well known for both ratting and whores, and was well frequented by gonoffs and macers and magsmen, and all manner of thieves and villains. Towards the latter part of the evening, when the ratting was over, the Pig and Spit became a place of great merriment and fornication, with every dark corner as well as the skittle court behind the public house taken up with thrusting bodies and much loud groaning. Lust and loving was bought here for the price of 3 drams of gin. Hence the people in the surrounding rookery took much amusement by referring to both Marybelle Firkin and the Pig and Spit as merry hell fucking at the Pig and Shit. George Titmus, the last to leave the ratting ring, turned the lamps down low. Rose, the little terrier, tried to rise, but slipped on the blood-stained floor. She tried again, and this time got shakily to her feet, whimpering and looking up with trusting eyes to see if she could find her master. but she lacked the strength to hold herself up, and collapsed back among the dead rats. She was dead before her owner sneaked back up the stairs to retrieve the silver collar about her neck. With the contest declared in favour of the rats, Thomas Tooth owed £30 to Dan Figgins to be paid by midnight. The fish was landed. Dan Figgins' small, cold, agate blue eyes, only just visible within the multiple folds of scar tissue surrounding them, grew sharp as pinpoints as he heard Tooth explain his inability to pay up at the appointed hour.
"There's nane to blame for that except yourself, laddie," Figgins growled.
Thomas Tooth grinned foolishly, and with some courage from the brandy yet within him, said,
"I cannot pay you, sir. You will simply have to wait." "Nay, laddie. You doesn't understand. You'll nae be breathing God's breath beyond the midnight hour."
Thomas Tooth shrugged.
"Methinks you cannot get blood from a stone now, sir, can you?"
The crowd gasped at his temerity.
"Aye, that I can, laddie."
He turned to the crowd.
"You canna blame us for giving him a doing. It wasna our fault. He couldna pay, was it?"
The drunken crowd murmured their approval, and someone shouted,
"Drub him, Danny boy!"
then added in a dismissive tone,
"Cheeky bastard." "You shouldn't have said that, Mr. Tooth. I'm a patient mon, but there's gone a wee bit too far. I canna let you get away with it."
Dan Figgins smashed his huge fist into the young clerk's face, breaking his nose in a gush of blood, and sending the hapless Tooth sprawling across the room. He knocked into a whore, who careened backwards screaming as she bumped against the far wall, and slid to the floor with the young gambler's bloody head imprisoned between her thighs. This created uproarious laughter from the crowd, who quickly gathered around the huge fighter, who was now standing with his fists balled above the young drunk. Dan Figgins reached down, preparing to jerk the sniffing and whimpering Thomas Tooth to his feet, when he felt himself propelled backwards, and then turned completely around by an arm the size of a doxy's leg. As if by some peculiar magic, the huge shape of Mary Bell Firkin was suddenly seen to stand in front of him. Her great ham-like arms were now folded across her huge bosom. The congregation of drunks and whores grew silent, as the giant Mott and the fierce Figgins locked eyes, hers bigger and even more blue than his own. The fiddler leapt upon a table beside the huge woman, and pulled a long melancholy note from his fiddle. Then he tapped her lightly on the shoulder with his bow. Mary Bell sighed at his touch, then smiled a most beatific smile at Dan Figgins, dropped her arms to her side, and in a voice astonishingly sweet and pure, started to sing. "Fine ladies and gents, come hear my sad tale. The sun is long down and the moon has grown pale. So drink up your gin and toss down your ale. Come and rest your tired heads on my pussy cat's tail." The crowd, delighted and immediately distracted, took up the merry ditty and started to sing it over and over again as they cavorted around the tables, and the fiddler soared his bow across the gut, raised his knees high, prancing nimbly on the tabletop. The gin whores and the younger doxies danced with the drunks, and the place was soon grown most merry again. Even Figgins was taken up by two whores, who whirled him across the room and planted copious kisses upon his broken face. Ikey arrived back at the Pig and Spit shortly before midnight to find the miserable young Tooth seated in a corner, sniffing and blubbing, now rapidly come to realise that he would not see another sunrise. Just when he thought he might try to bolt, hoping to escape into the darkness, Ikey tapped him on the shoulder. Thomas Tooth, reduced to tears of drunken self-pity, clutched at the sleeve of Ikey's greatcoat, and begged him to save his life by making good his debt to the awesomely ferocious Dan Figgins, who was threatening to take his life on the stroke of midnight.
"Of course, my dear," Ikey spread his hands. "What are friends for? A friend in need is a friend indeed. Do not fret, all's well what ends well."
The arrangements which followed over the next couple of weeks between Ikey Solomon, the contrite young gambler, and the carpenter George Betteridge, would prove to be one of the best investments Ikey was to make in his entire life of crime and punishment. In the testing laboratory at the Laverstoke Mill, Thomas Tooth explained to Ikey, some 30 sheets of the bill paper used for banknotes were brought twice weekly to be submitted for testing and verification of their quality. It was Thomas Tooth's task to count the sheets against the number which originally arrived for testing. Then he had to enter his count into the receivals and exit ledger before taking them across a large quadrangle and through a maze of buildings to where the furnace was located, at the opposite end of the mill from the laboratory. Ikey had George Betteridge build a false floor into a cupboard under a stairway, which Thomas Tooth had to pass on his way to the furnace. A single floorboard was hinged so that it lifted neatly up at one end if correctly touched. In a matter of moments, Thomas Tooth could conceal 2 sheets of rolled paper under the floorboard as he passed. Later, Betteridge, on the pretence of going about some small maintenance task, would retrieve the paper, conceal it in his toolbox, and take it out of the mill gates under a pile of wood shavings and offcuts. As a mill carpenter, he was entitled to sell or take these home for his own use as kindling. The Laverstoke Mill was a quietly run business, where standards of workmanship were the preoccupation of the partners. The familiar and trusted local employees were often represented by 3 generations working at the mill, and not subject to the slightest suspicion. Security measures in this country backwater plainly left something to be desired, but any systems beyond the ones which had existed for more than 60 years seemed entirely unnecessary. This scam soon proved so successful that Thomas Tooth repaid his gambling debt to Ikey and agreed to be paid in gold sovereigns for each sheet subsequently delivered. 5 sovereigns to himself and 2 to George Betteridge, whose anxiety that his good fortune might come to an end, caused by some impropriety from Thomas Tooth, caused him to watch carefully over the younger man, so that no errant bragging should bring about their mutual downfall. The method by which the paper came to Ikey was simple enough. The money would be left with George Titmuss at the Pig and Spit, and the paper delivered to him concealed within one of the 2 similarly constructed long, thin wooden boxes, and tightly sealed so that the ratmaster did not know its contents. An empty box would then be returned with the receipt of the one containing paper, whereupon both men would repair to the rat ring, where the young Thomas Tooth, for the most part, would be fleeced of the greater portion of his payment, while his carpenter cousin kept a steady eye upon his drinking. It was late into the evening when Silas Brown and Maggie the Colour finally concluded a deal for the paper and plates of £20,000 and agreed to a cash deposit of £500. While Ikey knew this to be but a fraction of the true value of the merchandise, it was better than he'd expected. £500 was sufficient for Ikey to purchase a passage to New York and allow him to live for a few weeks while he learnt the layout of the new city and made acquaintance, by means of some lavish entertainment, with the right connections. The remainder of the money for the remaining bill paper Ikey requested to be in the form of a letter of credit from a thoroughly reputable Birmingham bank, one acceptable to Coutts and Company, 59 The Strand, London, so that when Ikey presented it to the great London bank, they would transfer the money into an account in his name to a bank in New York, without questioning the credit of the bank of original issue. Maggie left the parlour, and shortly after returned with £500 in Bank of England notes. Ikey examined each of these using Silas's eyeglass. When he was satisfied to their authenticity, he handed over the 4 sheets of bill paper, requesting only the return of the small corner he'd cut away for the boy Josh to deliver earlier.
"And now for ongoing paper supply, how will he do it?" Maggie asked.
Ikey hesitated.
"It's late, my dear. Perhaps we can talk about that at some other time."
Maggie the Colour was adamant.
"Now is as good as any other. We likes to know where we stands in business of money, Mr. Solomons."
Ikey felt immediately frustrated. His presence in America would not allow him to negotiate a further supply of bill paper from Thomas Tooth, and personally gain from such a transaction. But he also knew that life has a way of twisting and turning back to bite its own tail, and he was reluctant to close the door on the prospect of a future sale. So he proceeded to negotiate as though his life should depend on the outcome. Finally, after a great deal of bargaining, an agreement was reached whereby Silas and Maggie would pay £150 a sheet for any future paper supplies. This was a much lower price than they'd paid for the stockpiled paper, but Maggie insisted that it involved them in a far greater risk of being caught. Ikey requested a needle and cotton and a pair of scissors, and when Maggie brought these, he removed a large silk scarf from somewhere within the interior of his coat and cut it into 4 similar-sized pieces. Then, using the twine from the previous wrapping, he re-wrapped the plates, each in a square of silk, and returned them to the hem of his coat, making a fair hand at sewing them back within the lining. Then, thinking to avail himself of the means of sewing, he attempted to stitch together the rip made in his coat when he'd caught it in the door of the coach earlier that morning. The needle proved too small for the heavy felt, and would not easily pass through the thick, greasy material, the thread breaking each time and rendering his efforts fruitless. Ikey could feel Maggie's mounting impatience, and finally she remarked curtly, "Will you be long, Mr. Solomons? It is late and well past time we were abed." Ikey finally gave up the task of mending the tear, and placed the needle and cotton down on the table. Rising, he walked over to the window and put his nose to a pane, looking out into the darkness, where the winter wind howled and buffeted, rattling the stout window frame.
"I needs to sew them plates in the hem of me coat, to hold me down against the blast of the bitter wind what's blowing in the dark and stormy night outside."
He turned and looked at Silas Brown, and pointed to the fire.
"Of course a night's lodging spent in a warm chair beside your hearth could leave these here plates on the premises, where you know they'd be safe from robbery."
He looked querulously at Silas.
"I could be gone before the sparrows wake, my dear. One of your likely lads paid a handsome sum to deliver me to me lodgings."
Maggie the colour shook her head and spoke sharply.
"No offence, Mr. Solomons, we'd be glad to do business with you, but we'll not have a Jew sleeping under our roof."
She cast a meaningful glance at Silas.
"That be bad luck brought upon our heads by our own stupidity." "Aye, we'll not be doing that,"
Silas Brown confirmed. Ikey was aware of the common country superstition that a Jew sleeping under a Christian roof brought the devil into the house. It even existed in some of the smaller country taverns where he'd been turned away in the past. Nevertheless, he was greatly in need of sleep and very wearied. The prospect of returning on foot in the dark along the way he'd earlier come was a daunting, if not to say dangerous one.
"No offence taken, to be sure, my dear,"
Ikey said hastily.
"We all has our own little ways, but I caution you to think upon the matter a moment longer. If I should use Shank's pony to get back to me lodgings, it could turn out most dangerous at this time of night."
He flapped the lapel of his coat meaningfully.
"We'll have a boy take you in horse and trap," Maggie snapped. "You'll be back here day after tomorrow at night, if you please, with the remainder of paper and plates. 110 sheets by the count, and then we'll do further letter of credit business, right?"
"No, no, my dear. Beg pardon for abusing your sensibilities on that question. You have all day tomorrow and all night and part of the following morning. Then if you'll be so kind to send young Josh to the coach terminus, to be there at 10 o'clock in the morning with a note what contains the name of the bank, which must be of excellent standing, and the time of the appointment and such other details as what I'll need. The appointment is to be made the afternoon of the day after tomorrow, the paper and the plates to be handed over in the bank, after you was handed over the irrevocable letter of credit, made out in me name to Coots and Company, The Strand, London."
"And over plates and paper in bank? Are you daft?"
Silas exclaimed.
"What better place, my dear? We simply asks the bank official for a private room to view the merchandise. It be none of his business what the package contains."
Maggie the colour sniffed.
"Don't you trust us to do it here then, Mr. Solomons?"
Ikey laughed.
"You has your bad luck what you just described as a Jew spending a night under your roof. This you claims is deliberate stupidity. We also has a similar superstition, my dear. We believes that to practice deliberate stupidity is worse than witchcraft and superstition, and most decidedly and emphatically brings about a great deal of bad luck to the person what is stupid."
"The coach terminus 10 o'clock, morning day after tomorrow then,"
Maggie the colour snapped.
"That be quite right, my dear. Young Josh will give the letter of instructions to someone what might come up to him and say politely, 'Dick Whittington's angry cat has come to fetch a juicy rat.'"
Maggie's head jerked in surprise.
"Beg pardon?"
"The passwords, my dear. case I can't make it myself. Other pressing business intervening.
Maggie the Colour sighed, her patience close to ending. Password? Bah, what rubbish. Anyway, what's wrong with a single word, like copper or horse, or if you must, cat? Them words about Dick Whittington's cat, that'd be proper nonsense. Ikey smiled.
You're quite right, my dear. Rubbish it is, but it be more exciting for a small lad what's intelligent. Much more exciting to carry more than one word in his little head as he sets out upon such a grand adventure. It is properly suitable to an occasion such as what we've been discussing, and what is worthy of much more than a single word like copper or horse or cat.
Ikey was tired and a little testy, but he deliberately created the nonsense about the cat to frustrate Maggie the Colour's desire to see him depart. It was a small revenge for her rudeness, but sweet enough at that for the lateness of the hour. Now, with the prospect of being taken into the city in a pony trap, he was as anxious to depart as she was to see him go. Chapter 12. It was just past midnight when Ikey fought his way against the buffeting wind and sudden flurries of snow to a Birmingham Nethercan where he was well enough known. It was as foul a place as you could expect for a shilling a night, but by no means at the bottom of the rung. The wind howled about the eaves, and the windows rattled as Ikey hammered on the door to be allowed to enter. The landlord, carrying a candle cupped with his hand against the wind, welcomed him with a scowl, which changed into a sycophantic smile when Ikey stepped out of the dark into the dim candlelight.
"Oh, it's you! Welcome back to our ever-so-humble abode, Mr. Solomon. We have much improvement since your last stay. New straw stuffed only last week, like goose down them beds is, and the room I have selected for you is near empty, with only 2 other fine gentlemen sharing."
He sucked air through his rotten teeth.
2 shilling a night and summat to eat in the morning. There couldn't be fairer than that now, could there, sir?
Ikey handed him a shilling.
Master Brodie, your straw's damp with piss and alive with all manner of vermin, and it ain't been changed in 3 months. A bowl of cold gruel in the morning ain't what you call summit to eat, and I'll wager the 2 villains what share in the room has paid no more than 6pence apiece for the privilege.
Brodie tested the coin Ikey had given by biting down on it. Then he shrugged, placed it in the pocket of his filthy waistcoat, and beckoned for Ikey to follow him. They made their way through the dark shapes which seemed to be lying in every available space, some penny-a-nighters asleep seated, while tied about the neck with heavy twine to the banisters of the rickety stairs. Panting with the effort, Brodie halted as they came to the upper reaches of the house, and stopped outside a door no more than 4 feet in height.
"It be top room, and there be no grate in there, so you'll be wanting a blanket. That'll be 6pence extra."
Brodie pulled open the door to reveal a tiny attic with a dirty dormer window through which a pale slice of moon was shining across a window ledge crusted with snow. The window rattled loudly, and Ikey felt the freezing draught as the wind forced its way through the cracks in the frame. One of the men at his feet ceased snoring and moaned, then commenced to snoring again. The rhythm of the 2 men's rough breathing filled the space around them, so that there seemed not an inch left for another person to occupy. Ikey, observing the moon, sensed that time was running out for him, that before it reached its fullness, he should be safely on a ship to America. Ikey declined Brodie's offer of a blanket, knowing it would be infested with vermin. He stepped over the 2 sleeping bodies to reach the straw pallet nearest the window, where the cold seemed at once to be at its greatest. His nocturnal perambulations had been thrown into disarray for a 2nd day running, as Ikey lay down on the filthy straw. Wrapping his coat tightly about his aching body, he fell into an exhausted sleep. The following day, Ikey went out early and purchased quill, blacking, paper and sealing wax, whereupon he hired the landlord Brodie's tiny private parlour for a further shilling, with 6pence added for a fire in the hearth to burn all day. Ikey had also arranged with a small jeweller's workshop to make him a copper cylinder 9 inches long by 1 1/4 inch wide in its interior, with a cap to fit over one end, rounded in exactly the same manner as the end of a cigar cylinder. Ikey stressed that the cap should screw on and, when tightened, fit so snugly that it had the appearance of being one object with no separation, that should a finger be run over the point where the cap fitted to the body, it would barely discern the join. Ikey instructed that the cylinder be ready late in the afternoon of the following day. Despite his outward appearance of complete disarray, Ikey was possessed of an exceedingly tidy mind. He liked his affairs to be well ordered, and the fact that he'd been forced to leave London at a moment's notice left him with a great deal undone, the most important being the fortune which lay beyond his grasp within the safe in his Whitechapel home. For almost the entire coach journey to Birmingham, his mind had been preoccupied with thoughts of how he might get his hands on all of the money he and Hannah jointly owned, leaving only the house and the stolen goods stored within it for her and the children. Ikey's greatest fear was that she would send him packing without divulging her half of the combination of the safe, and then later have it drilled and tapped so that she might possess its entire contents. Genuine tears of frustration ran down his cheeks as he contemplated this ghastly possibility. Ikey sat down to the task of tidying up his affairs before leaving Britain. There would be no time in London, which he might be forced to leave after only a few hours. There were the little ratting terriers he kept. He must take care of their welfare. Instructions for Mary should he not see her again, and letters to his contacts in London and on the continent. On and on he worked, in his arachnoid hand, and it was quite late in the afternoon when Ikey had finally completed these business matters. He placed the letters in his greatcoat and went looking for the landlord. Ikey found him over the communal hearth, stirring a large cauldron of cabbage soup and carrying a steaming kettle in his free hand.
"Ah, there you are," Ikey exclaimed. "It might be most profitable for you to step into your own little parlour, if you please, Mr. Brodie."
"What, right now? This very moment?" Brodie answered without looking up. "Can't now. This soup, what is blessed with herbs and spices and all manner of tasty ingredients, is about to come to the simmer. Then I must add a fine shank of veal and extra onions and potatoes to gift her with a most delicate degustation." Ikey laughed.
"All you've ever added to your cabbage soup is the water what's in that kettle. Come quickly, Mr. Brodie, or you may be the poorer to the tune of 5 shillings.
Brodie almost dropped the kettle in his haste to place it back on the hob, and followed Ikey into the parlour.
"Master Brodie, can you repeat? Dick Whittington's hungry cat has come to fetch a juicy rat. Can you say that?"
"Dick Whittington's angry cat come to fetch a Jewish rat," Brodie repeated, then looked bemused at Ikey. "That's daft, that is. Rats is rats, ain't no Jewish rats. Leastways not in Brum, that I can assure you. Rats here is Christian or not at all." Ikey corrected Brodie and repeated the phrase, making the landlord say it over several times, before asking him to go to the coach terminus the following morning at precisely 10 o'clock, to spend the password he'd just rehearsed on Josh, and to receive a note from the boy to be returned to him. Brodie scratched his head, bemused. "When I've done this, you'll give me 5 shillings? He was plainly waiting for some catch.
"If you takes a most roundabout route home, and make sure you ain't followed, there'll be 2 shillings additional coming to you, Master Brodie."
"You've found your man, have no fear of that. I can disappear in a single blinking and you wouldn't even know I was gone. Ain't no lad on God's earth could have the cunning to follow me," Brodie bragged. Ikey left soon afterwards to visit an eating establishment in an adjoining rookery only slightly less notorious than the one in which he was staying. Here Ikey had often done deals with thieves and villains, and the landlord welcomed his custom and willingly allowed him credit, his bills to be paid at the end of each visit. This time, though, as Ikey greeted him, he seemed less sure, and asked if he might have some money on account, as the debt for food supplied to Ikey's guest was mounting by the hour. The small room to which the landlord escorted him was almost completely occupied by the corpulence of Marybelle Firkin, who sat at a table strewn with bones and crusts and empty dishes, as well as the half-eaten carcass of a yellow-skinned goose. She welcomed Ikey with a chop rimmed with a layer of shining white fat held in one hand and a roasted potato in the other. Ikey looked around anxiously and was most relieved to see the hamper occupying one corner of the room. Marybelle pointed the chop directly at Ikey and spoke with her mouth crammed, a half-masticated potato dropping into her lap.
It was marvellous, eh, Ikey? If I say so myself, that performance on the coach were fit to be seen by the bleeding Prince of Bleeding Wales.
She cackled loudly, more food tumbling from her mouth.
Better than any I performed on the stage in me whole career. What say you, lovey? Was it the best you seen?
Ikey smiled thinly. His hands expanded, trying to match her enthusiasm. "What can I say, Mary Bell? You was magnificent, my dear, the performance of a lifetime by a thespian, a rare and astonishing talent." Mary Bell blushed at the compliment, and swallowed, her mouth empty, and her voice suddenly soft and low.
"Oh, that's nice, Ikey. Here, have a pork chop. Do you the world. Skin and bone you is, there ain't nothing to you."
Ikey winced and drew back.
"No thanks, it ain't kosher."
"Suit yourself, lovey. There's a lot of nourishment in a pork chop, and very little in religion."
Then, pointing to the hamper, she declared,
"All be safe. Papers come to no harm."
Ikey nodded.
"Thank you, my dear. I'm most obliged, most obligingly obliged."
Ikey appeared to hesitate, then continued,
"Mary Bell, I needs a favour done, and in return I shall put you in the way of a nice little earner."
"That's nice, lovey. What is it you want, then?"
She pointed at his coat.
"Sew up the tear in your coat? I ain't much of a dab hand at sewing, I warns you."
Ikey grinned, though in a feeble way.
"A bigger favour, my dear."
"Bringing your paper, that weren't favour enough?"
"Yes, my dear, and you shall be paid the £50 I promised you."
"And this favour, it's worth more than £50?
"Much more, if you plays your cards right."
It is only necessary briefly to describe the scene which took place in the bank, and the look of consternation on the faces of Silas and Maggie the Colour when Mary Bell Firkin arrived in Ikey's place. She carried a letter from Ikey, stipulating that she should act as his negotiating agent for the business at hand, and the letter further asked that the banker, Mr. David Daintree, sign the letter and return it to Mary Bell as proof that she had been present. The letter also required the signatures of Silas and Maggie Brown. Indeed, Ikey was wise to seek proof that the meeting had taken place, for the husband and wife team had conspired to rob him. They had concluded that he had no ongoing supply of paper, but only what he would bring to the bank. If they could rob him of the letter of credit and the money on his way back to London, or even at his place of residence in Birmingham, after all, he was not the sort who could go to the police, then they would possess the plates and the paper without having paid for them. Mr. Daintree, impressed with the handling of so great a sum of money, conducted the proceedings with the utmost rectitude, carefully pointing to where Mary Bell should sign her name. When Mary Bell handed the hamper over to Silas and Maggie, he retired, as had been arranged, to a small inner chamber, while the two of them closely examined the hamper's contents. Maggie then took a sheet of paper from the banker's desk, and using his quill, filled nearly half a page in her neat handwriting. Then she dusted the paper and allowed it to dry, whereupon she handed it to Silas. He read it, smiled, nodded and returned it to her, whereupon she indicated that he called the bank officer to return. Neither Silas nor Maggie passed so much as a single word in Mary Bell's direction. Mary Bell sat patiently, thinking about Ikey's promise of a fortune, and trying to imagine how much nourishment it might buy. How many roast beef sides, fat geese, plump partridges, chops and pies, and every manner of sweet dish known to the human species. With the return of Mr. Daintree, the couple allowed that the credit note be duly signed in her presence by the bank officer. But before handing it to Mary Bell, Maggie placed the page of writing on the desk in front of her.
"This be the document we wish to have Mrs. Firkin sign before we hands over letter of credit," she said bluntly, her eyes challenging the banker. The letter simply stated that as Ikey had not arrived at the bank himself to collect the letter of credit, and as Silas and Maggie the Colour had no way of knowing whether Mary Bell was not an impostor, the letter of credit could only be presented in London by Ikey himself. If the Coutts and Company Bank in London did not inform Mr. David Daintree of the Birmingham City and County Bank that Mr. Ikey Solomon had himself presented the letter of credit within 1 week of the date which appeared on it, then the money should be returned to Silas and Maggie Brown, and the goods returned.
but Mr. Ikey Solomon himself, and no other.
Is what they done against the laws of England? Marybelle asked the bank officer.
Daintree frowned, pinching the brow of his nose.
No, not strictly. A credit note issued in a contract involving two specific parties and identifying one specific party to another specific party and not redeemable by a third party is not uncommon, he replied, though he was clearly bemused. Marybelle shrugged. The implications were not lost on her. The husband and wife team would attempt to rob Ikey of the letter before he arrived back in London. She well recalled the look of consternation on their faces when she'd entered the banker's personal chambers. Any plans to retrieve the money and letter of credit, or to harm Ikey, would be based on someone identifying him as he came out of the bank. She, on the other hand, was unknown to any potential robbers. Marybelle was a brave and tough woman, not accustomed to being threatened, and she set great trust in Ikey's cunning, so she comforted herself with the thought, "Since when is two clumsy bloody country bumpkins a match for two London Jews? Fuck their goyim eyes." "Where does I sign?" Marybelle asked, smiling. "Really, Mrs. Firkin, I should caution you. This may not be in Mr. Solomon's interest," the banker exclaimed. Maggie the Colour jumped from her chair and accosted the man from the bank. "Really, sir, we don't know who this woman be. We've never laid eyes on her before today. We have no specimen of Mr. Solomon's signature, not the least identification. Maybe the letter what introduced her is a trick. Maybe she stole the merchandise what we just paid for. We'd be plain daft if we took chance with letter of credit." Maggie the Colour's brittle tone suddenly softened, and she smiled. "You see, sir, Mr. Solomons is much respected by me husband and me. If this woman is an impostor and has done him wrong, then at great personal expense to ourselves, we have protected his interests with the letter what I just wrote. What about the small scrap of paper what was in your letter? Ikey said it were his affidavit what made everything kosher." "Paper?" Maggie held up Ikey's letter. "This be no proof he wrote it. It could be plain and simple forgery." "Not that. The small piece of paper what was a triangle shape come with that."
Maggie the Colour looked at Mr. Daintree, and then at Silas, her expression plainly bemused. She shook her head slowly.
"Paper? What was triangle shape? That'd be plain daft for letter writing. Small piece, you say, triangle shape?" she repeated, and held up Ikey's letter again. "This be the only paper Mr. Solomon sent, and it be rectangle, not triangle, and not small neither. I doesn't know what you can possibly mean, Mrs. Firkin."
Mary sighed, her huge bosoms quivering.
"Oh, give us the quill, then. You're a right pair of villains, you two."
She reached out for the paper, which now lay on the desk in front of the banker.
"Be so kind as to show us the exact place where I puts me Morley, Mr. Daintree, sir."
Then she looked up and asked,
"Is the address of her and her husband on this here letter?"
Mr. Daintree glanced at the letter and pointed to the left-hand corner.
"It's right there, where it should be," he confirmed. "Will you read it out loud, lovey? We don't want them two doing a runner if they's up to some monkey trick."
The banker, somewhat bemused, read the address out aloud. Marybelle looked at Silas and Maggie Brown.
"I'll remember that, I will. Make no mistake."
Whereupon, her pink tongue protruding from the corner of her mouth, she tediously applied her signature to the letter.
"There you are, missus,"
she said at last, and then cast a second malevolent glance at the husband and wife.
"Be that good faith enough for the likes of you lot?"
Maggie the Colour sniffed, and gave the letter to the banker to apply his signature, and thereafter she made Silas do the same. Marybelle recognised in him the same tedious effort in signing his name, and concluded that he too had difficulty with writing. Marybelle then addressed the banker.
"Now, if you please, sir, I request the pleasure of the monikers of them two on the letter what Mr. Solomon gave me what states my position as negotiator on his behalf."
Daintree attempted to conceal his grin.
"Of course, Mrs. Firkin, it is completely in order for you to do so."
He picked up the letter from where it lay on the desk and handed it to Maggie the Colour, who read it with her lips pursed and an altogether sour expression upon her face. She said finally, and took the quill up again, signing the letter, as did Silas and Daintree, who blotted it carefully before handing it back to Marybelle. Maggie the Colour then asked the banker if he would be so good as to have a clerk make 2 fair copies of the letter she had written, this to be on bank stationery. When these arrived back, she read both carefully. They were duly signed again by all 4 people present, and the original given to the banker for safekeeping. A fair copy was handed to both Marybelle and the Browns. With this seemingly watertight agreement in their possession, Maggie and her husband could now set about the task of preventing Ikey from ever presenting their letter of credit. The total cost to them of the paper and plates would be £500, though if they could apprehend him soon enough, the larger part of this too might be recovered. Marybelle Firkin was helped to her feet by a triumphant Silas Brown and a smiling Maggie the Colour. A concerned David Daintree placed the letter of agreement, Ikey's returned letter, and the letter of credit in a heavy linen envelope, sealed it, and pressed the bank's insignia into the hot wax. Then he rose and took Marybelle by the arm and guided her to the doorway. Marybelle paused at the door and turned to face the smug-looking couple. She smiled sweetly.
"I wish you both meze machine," she said,
a Yiddish expression meaning, "I wish you sudden death." Mr. Daintree handed Marybelle the envelope, first cautioning Maggie the Colour and Silas Brown to remain seated in his chambers until he returned. Then he walked Marybelle across the marble foyer of the bank chambers to the front door.
10 minutes, it says in the letter. You'll not let them 2 miserable bastards out of your chambers for 10 minutes, will you?
Marybelle paused.
Mind, I'd be right obliged if you'd make that a bit more. What you say, lovey?
Mr. David Daintree, member of the board of Birmingham City and County Bank, smiled.
My pleasure, Mrs. Firkin. 15 minutes at the least, what?
He turned and instructed the guard at the door to see Marybelle safely to her carriage, where 2 footmen with red rosettes on their top hats waited to work her enormous frame through the carriage door and safely into the interior. Before pulling away, the coachman reported quietly to Marybelle that 4 horsemen of rough looks and a young lad of about 10 were waiting under a group of elm trees not 50 feet from the bank, and that he'd taken the trouble to make a casual inquiry to the doorman, who'd indicated that they'd arrived shortly after 2 in the afternoon.
Watch to see if they follow us,
Marybelle instructed. After an hour, the coachman stopped at a village inn, and Marybelle was helped from the carriage into the hostelry, and taken immediately to a small room which contained only a table and 2 chairs. The room was fuggy with the steam of dishes covering the table. The landlord bid Marybelle bon appetit, and bowing, backed out of the door, locking it behind him. A few minutes later, she heard the rattle of a key again, and Ikey stepped into the room and locked the door behind him.
Lovely grub. I got to hand it to you, Ikey. You knows a good nosh house when you sees one.
Marybelle pointed to the envelope, which sat on the only corner of the table not covered in dishes.
There you are, lovey. Signed, sealed, and delivered by yours truly.
Ikey snatched at the envelope and tore it open.
You wasn't followed, was you, my dear?
Marybelle's mouth was already full with a bite from a large chicken pie, and she shook her head, unable to answer. Ikey waited until she could speak.
Nobody followed us, but in the bank there was complications.
She pointed to the envelope in Ikey's hand.
Inside is a letter what I didn't know what to do about, so I signed.
Marybelle looked concerned.
I only hopes I done right.
Ikey opened the sealed envelope and examined the letters within. He shook his head and grinned in admiration as he read Maggie the Colour's letter. Ikey looked up at Marybelle, who once again had her mouth full.
You done good to sign, my dear.
Marybelle swallowed, and with her mouth now empty, she reached for a chicken leg and waved it in Ikey's direction.
They be after you, Ikey Solomon.
Still holding the chicken leg, she took up a roasted potato, popped it into her mouth, and continued talking with her mouth full.
We wasn't followed, 'cause the people they sent Didn't know to follow me. She frowned. But they'll be looking for you. Mark me words, they's a right pair of villains, them two. She giggled. I wished them there's a machina.
Ikey laughed.
More like they wished me, he said.
Marybelle sucked the flesh of the entire chicken leg from the bone with a soft plop and commenced to chew. Ikey's hand went into his coat, and he withdrew it, holding the copper tube he'd ordered in the shape of a cigar container, though somewhat thicker and longer. He placed it on the table beside the letter of credit.
They aims to do you in before you gets home with that there letter of credit. That's what her letter was all about, weren't it, Ikey? Do you in, steal your letter, and then claim the contract's been broken.
Marybelle cocked her pretty head to one side and gave Ikey an ingenuous look.
What's an irrevocable letter of credit? What's all the fuss about, anyhow?
She pointed to the letter on the table.
That don't look like no paper what's worth dying for.
It's money promised what can't be unpromised once it's been presented from one bank to the other,
Ikey said, trying to stay vague.
You're perfectly right, my dear. They'll be after trying to stop me getting to a bank in London.
Ikey shrugged.
It's only natural, ain't it? You did good not to be followed, my dear. I have made plans. We will make good our escape.
Marybelle smiled, shrugged her shoulders and looked expectantly at Ikey.
You said I'd done good. We wasn't followed. So where's me fortune, what you promised?
Ikey dry-soaped his hands, his shoulders hunched.
You've done special good, you have, my dear. You've done it perfect and exact and splendid. I couldn't have asked for no more, except one small thing.
What?
Marybelle asked suspiciously, holding another large piece of chicken poised in front of her greasy mouth. Ikey reached across the small table, picked up the copper cylinder, and unscrewed the smoothly fitting top. He carefully rolled the letter of credit into a tight cylinder itself, which he then neatly slipped into the copper container and screwed the top back on.
Will you take this letter of credit back with you to London tonight, my dear?
Ikey placed the cylinder in front of Marybelle. Then he announced he was giving her the rights to future instalments of paper from Thomas Tooth and George Betteridge.
Until I returns to London to live, my dear. Though I dare say that be never.
This bill paper to come, is it still kosher? I knows you're doing a runner, Ikey. The law ain't on to it, is they?
Ikey cleared his throat and answered truthfully.
They is and they isn't, I expect. Of course now, at this very moment, I suppose the Bank of England will be going over the mill at Laverstoke with a fine-toothed comb. Though I'll vouch if them two, Tooth and Betteridge, have the good sense to lie low for a while, they'll find nothing. Give it 2 months, maybe 3 or even 4 to be completely on the safe side, and the scam can be brought back intact. Clean as a whistle, free as a bird, kosher as the Beth Din. The bill paper be worth a king's ransom. Keep you in nosh for the rest of your life.
Only if you knows how to get rid of it, Ikey. I ain't got no contacts what wants bill paper.
Ikey raised his eyebrows in surprise.
Why, my dear, you sells it to them two you met in the bank today.
What? Do business with that filth?
Ikey shrugged.
They's villains but the best, my dear. We're all villains, given half a chance. Everyone in the whole world is villains. But in my experience, there be 2 kinds of villain. Them what's got a bit of class, and them what ain't.
Ikey's dark eyes shone.
That letter Maggie wrote today, that be most excellent. That be top-notch thinking, naturally nasty noggining, my dear.
Ikey spread his hands wide.
That's a rare combination, what you doesn't find too often in the business of villainy. Brains and the stomach to act.
He paused, scratching the tip of his nose.
You take my word for it. They be your natural customers, my dear. All you does is wait a year, then come down here with the bill paper what you was accumulated, starting again in 4 months.
Ikey leant back.
You'll make thousands, my dear, thousands and thousands. Your table will be the envy of dukes and duchesses. The king himself, I dare say, will come to hear of your fine banquets.
Marybelle picked up the cylinder and waved it at Ikey.
And what if some villain they send catches me with this on me way to London?
She drew the cylinder across her throat.
That's what happens.
They won't find it, will they?
Ikey said, puckering his lips. He pointed to the cylinder.
It be made to be put in a place what a man hasn't got and a lady has. A place where your average villain ain't likely to go poking about without your express permission, if you knows what I mean, my dear.
Marybelle's pretty blue eyes grew large, and then shone with delighted surprise. She gave a little squeal, running her fat, greasy fingers along the cylinder's smooth surface.
Oh, Jesus, Ikey! You bleeding thinks of everything.
In between her laughter, she managed to gasp.
He thinks it will be a tight fit. But with all the bumping of the coach to London, I dare say it will bring a lady of me proportions. Oh, goodness lummy, oh, a good deal of pleasure on the journey home.
Chapter 13. Ikey returned to London 3 days after he had left Marybelle Firkin at the inn with a pork pie stuck in her gob and his precious cylinder safely tucked away elsewhere on her large person. Waiting in the back room of a chop house in Houndsditch until well after dark, when a light snowstorm, churned with frequent wind flurries, began to fall, and which he judged would further conceal his passage, Ikey slipped into the rookery of St. Giles, and soon thereafter let himself into the seemingly abandoned building which housed the Methodist Academy of Light Fingers. Creeping up the rickety staircase, he appeared suddenly and to the utmost surprise of half a dozen boys, who were playing a game of cribbage by the light of a solitary candle. Huddled beside the hearth directly behind them were as many boys again, wrapped in rags and old blankets against the bitter cold.
Now, how many times has I told you? Keep a sharp eye,
Ikey admonished.
The lad what's supposed to be watching out is asleep on the landing, lushed out and smelling a gin.
Ikey sucked at his teeth and wagged a mittened finger at the urchins seated cross-legged around a box.
Gentlemen, cribbage in this kind of light ain't no good for the senses. You'll lose your touch. The light of a candle dulls the mind and makes it too easy to palm a card or deal a crooked hand. Brightness be what's called for, where everything can be seen, clear as daylight, open and negotiable as a whore's cunny.
The boys laughed loudly at this last remark, but Ikey held up his hand for silence.
A card sharp to be warranted any good must make his play the best of conditions. We'll have no second-rate broadsmen spreading the flats in darkness in my school of learning. A trade ain't worth having if you're not the best there is at it.
His young pupils crowded about him.
There's people what's looking for you, Ikey. Is you in lavender, then?
A young tooler named Sweet-Faced Mulligan inquired.
Perhaps I is and perhaps I ain't. It all depends on who is looking and whether it be opportunity knocking or disadvantage breaking down the door.
It's Bow Street. Some say it be city police. All about Petticoat Lane, they is. Anyone seen you, they asks. Rewards is offered. Never seen so much law about as we lads. What you do, Ikey? Murder, was it? There's talk of forgery, millions of pounds. There be a poster of your gob pasted everywhere. We's proud to know you, Ikey.
All this and more they chorused, crowding around Ikey, the smaller ones hopping up and down and jumping on the backs of the larger boys to get a closer look in the semi-darkened room.
And Mistress Hannah,
a boy they called Onion, whose birth name was Pickles, shouted.
She been looking for you and all.
Ikey shrugged his shoulders.
It's true, my dears. The constabulary has a sharp eye peeled for me.
He looked around slowly, spread his hands, and his face took on a look of regret.
Of course, I apologises for scarpering without informing you, gentlemen. A matter of urgent expediency, you understand. No offence intended, and I hopes none is taken. No time to pay me respects or bid you all adieu.
They nodded, happy at the compliment he'd paid their mutual fraternity. Ikey rolled his eyes and seemed to look at each of them in turn.
Now, we hasn't seen me, has we, lads? I means no seeing to the degree you're not seeing nothing at all.
Ikey's fingers flicked heavenwards, as though to expel the memory of having seen him completely from their minds. He stopped and lifted the candle from the box, the hot glass warming his mittened fingers. Holding the lighted jar before him, he inspected each boy's dirty face, watching as they solemnly nodded acquiescence.
We doesn't want no pigs sniffing around asking awkward questions, now does we, my dears?
It was not Ikey's intention to stay long at the Academy of Light Fingers, although he did not indicate this to the urchins around him. While they were well trained in all matters of villainy, and each had a healthy disregard for the constabulary, he knew he could ill afford to trust them. They were street Arabs, seldom allowed the importance of being noticed, and any one of them with 3 or 4 noggins of gin to loosen his tongue would not be able to resist the urge to boast of his knowledge of Ikey's return. Ikey needed them now for only one purpose: to find Bob Marley as quickly as possible.
CD 7.
Under normal circumstances, there were half a dozen places in the surrounding rookeries where Ikey might indefinitely conceal his presence, though he was not foolish enough to suppose that these would now apply. As a Jew in trouble with the law, he was fair prey for all but his own kind. Even though his standing as the prince of fencers was considerable, they would come snarling in for the kill, the promise of a large reward sufficient to overcome their normal tendency to remain stumm. Ikey was aware the criminal code of honour was a fragile thing, and would always buckle with the opportunity for a quick profit or a favour returned. He knew this as a certainty, for he was himself no different. With the promise of a good tightener washed down with a pint of best beer at the nearby chop house, and with the further inducement of a shilling for all and a gold sovereign for the boy who turned out to be the fortunate finder, Ikey sent his young associates off into the winter streets. He directed them to the Haymarket at the popular West End to find and bring Bob Marley back to him.
When you finds him, ask for his ear, very quiet, mind. Say that Ikey Solomon requests the pleasure of his company.
It was not an hour later when Ikey, drowsing at the hearth, was awakened in a great start by a small urchin named Sparrowfart, a tiny lad of 10 with an open, angelic face, which, together with his size, gave him the appearance of being much younger. He showed all the makings of becoming an expert tooler, with fingers light and sticky as cobwebs, and the fearless disposition of the young.
I brang 'em, Ikey. I found Mr. Marley. Can I have the solve what's mine?
Sparrowfart stuck out his dirty hand and grinned.
Much obliged, I'm sure.
Where?
Ikey cried, shocked at the sudden awakening and alarmed that he hadn't heard the boy ascend the stairs, though the howl of the winter wind and the natural creaking and groaning of the ancient building would have masked Sparrow's light footfall.
He won't come up them stairs, Sparrow grinned. Too dangerous, he reckons.
Ikey, by now fully recovered of his senses, removed a gold sovereign from the interior of his coat and held it out to the youngster, pulling it out of reach as the urchin snatched at it. Ikey shook his head.
Tut, tut. First principle of business, Master Sparrowfart. Seeing is believing. Always inspect the merchandise before you pays for it, my dear.
Bending to retrieve the candle, he rose from where he was seated on the cribbage box and proceeded carefully down the stairs. Bob Marley was waiting in the darkness of the tiny downstairs hallway, which was now clearly lit by the light of Ikey's candle. He wore a heavy dark coat which fell almost to his ankles, with a pair of stout boots protruding from trousers of rough corduroy. A tartan scarf was wrapped about his face, so that only his eyes showed between the scarf and the rim of his battered top hat. He removed the scarf at Ikey's approach and stuffed it into the pocket of his coat. This form of attire was unusual for Marley, who liked to be seen about the town as a proper swell, dressed in the latest fashion. Ikey's keen eye noted this disparity in his dress, and concluded that Marley had not been found by Sparrowfart in the Haymarket, where a man of his reputation would not venture dressed in so poor a manner. Ikey turned to look sternly at Sparrowfart.
We went off to spend our shilling on a tightener and a noggin of gin then, did we? We went local and not to the Haymarket, did we? We didn't do no looking at all.
Ikey glanced at Bob Marley and winked.
Me thinks we chanced upon Mr. Marley here by sheer luck and great good fortune, and because we has a greedy guts.
The boy shuffled, looking down at his feet.
I found him, didn't I? I done good.
He moved up to Ikey and began to clutch imploringly at his coat.
It were a fair find and all,
he whimpered into the folds of Ikey's greasy coat. Ikey clucked, wrapping his free arm around the boy's shoulders.
We all needs a bit of luck, my dear. God knows yours truly could use a speck of good fortune right now.
He pushed the young lad gently away, and his hand went into his coat, and a moment later appeared with half a sovereign held between forefinger and thumb.
I'll tell you what I'll do. We'll keep half a solve back on account of how you disobeyed instructions, and I'll give you half a solve for delivering the goods. Punishment and reward both at the same time. Now, what could be fairer than that, my dear?
The small boy looked doubtful.
It ain't fair. I done what you asked. You said a solve for him what found him.
He moved close to Ikey, plucking at his coat.
It ain't fair. I done what you asked. I found him.
This time Ikey pushed him away roughly, but the boy grabbed onto the coat, and Ikey smacked him across the ear.
Disobedience! Discipline! Half a solve, and you're lucky to be keeping it, boy.
Marley's hand shot out and snatched the coin from Ikey's fingers.
Half a mo, Ikey. One solve was promised the lad, one solve must be given. Lessons? Boys must learn lessons. Obedience, discipline.
Ikey whinged. Marley laughed.
Promises. Boys must have promises kept.
He tossed the half-sovereign into the air and caught it.
This'll pay for the inconvenience of crossing the lane, he said, pocketing the coin. You owe the brat a solve, so pay up, Ikey Solomon.
Ikey's eyes widened in surprise.
You was in the Hare and Hounds?
He exclaimed, naming the flash house across the lane. Marley nodded.
You was due back about now. You couldn't have gone to too many places what wouldn't have shocked you. This were one,
he explained simply, giving Ikey a slow smile.
How may I be of service to you?
Ikey turned to Sparrow Fart and handed him a sovereign.
Hang about and you might learn something, me boy. See what we just seen demonstrated?
He turned and gave Bob Marley an oily smile, returned his gaze to the small boy, and stooping low, he pushed the candle close to his dirty little face.
See? Discipline.
He tapped the side of his forehead with his forefinger.
Use of the noggin. Thinking. That's training, my dear. That's discipline. That be what makes a great tooler into a swell mobsman, an aristocrat of the art of picking pockets.
Ikey straightened up, satisfied that he'd recovered his dignity by making his original point, and at the same time had sufficiently softened Bob Marley with his flattery. Patting Sparrow Fart on the head, he said,
You has just had the benefit of the wisdom of Solomon, my dear.
Sparrow Fart looked up and pointed to Bob Marley, and then to Ikey.
Oh, yeah? How come Mr. Marley's got half a solve what's yours and I've got a solve? Be that the wisdom of Solomon?
The boy ducked as Ikey swatted at his head with his free hand. Marley laughed, delighted at the boy's quick mind.
You've not lost your touch, Ikey. You're still the best of the kidsmen. There ain't no one knows better how to pick the fly ones.
He too patted the top of Sparrow Fart's greasy cap.
Stay away from the gin. You've got all the makings, son.
Sparrow hadn't moved.
What about t'other lads, Ikey? You promised them a shilling for looking, and a good tightener with a pint of best beer to follow.
Marley looked suspiciously over at Ikey.
That true?
Ikey gave him a sheepish grin, and a reluctant hand went into the interior of his coat, and shortly returned with 2 sovereigns which he handed to Sparrow.
Mind you give this to Sweet-Faced Mulligan to share out. He's the kidsman when I'm away. Now, Scarper, bugger off.
He turned to Marley.
Shall we go upstairs? There's a fire in the hearth.
Then remembering Marley's reluctance, he added,
It ain't dangerous. Only a tad rickety, but the stairs be solid enough.
What, up them? Marley said in alarm, and pointed above to the dark shape of the stairs where Sparrowfart had disappeared, as though swallowed into a deep black hole. Not bleeding lightly. We'll talk down here if you don't mind. Ikey clasped his hands together in front of his chest.
I needs a lair. A place where somebody what's looking hard and knows what they's looking for can never hope to discover who it is they wants to find.
A good hiding place of that nature cost you heaps, Marley said speculatively. Big reward out, Ikey. Half London town's looking for... Grinning, he quoted the Times.
The Jew what's financially undermined England.
Marley shook his head in a melodramatic way.
Afraid you ain't got no friends no more. City police is spreading £5 notes about just for keeping a sharp eye out. There's a fortune on your head.
Marley paused and gave Ikey an evil grin.
Matter of fact, I could be interested myself.
Ikey reeled back in horror, his eyes large with fright.
Don't talk like that, Bob Marley. I taught you everything you knows. Was I not your kinsman?
Ikey smiled, his voice somewhat calmer as he remembered.
You was a good snakesman, though. That I'll freely admit. In and out of the smallest openings, a natural eye for good stuff, too.
Ikey spread his arms and smiled disarmingly.
Look at you, my dear. Not a copper's dirty great hand on your shoulder in all these years. Never stood in front of the bench. Never seen the judge's dreaded gavel come down pronouncing a sentence. Nor has you had the misfortune to look out from inside of the bars of a Newgate cell.
Ikey paused to emphasise his point, jabbing his forefinger at Bob Marley.
That don't come natural, my dear. That's training, expert training. What you got young from a certain someone what is present, and is beseeching you to offer a helping hand in his hour of most urgent need.
Ikey cleared his throat, and his tone became unctuous.
I'm a bit short at the moment, unforeseen expenses and the like, but you knows me credit to be good. Me loving wife Hannah will pay you when she comes to see me.
Marley shook his head. Don't know about loving wife, Ikey. Your missus weren't none too pleased finding out about Mary and your high-class brothel in Bell Alley and all.
Oh, shit, she knows about Mary? How'd she know about Bell Alley, then?
Marley laughed.
I expect she read it in the Times. The whole of London's talking about you, Ikey. What you done and all. International forgery ring. Plots to send the whole country broke with fake English long-tails flooding the European market. Britain's credit in question by the Frenchy Parliament. Austro-Hungarian Empire financially embarrassed and undermined. You're a right notorious bastard, you is. If you wasn't in so much shit, you'd be the blooming toast of the London criminal class. You is the biggest thing what's happened since Queen Caroline's trial.
Ikey ignored Marley's exaggerated banter.
Well, you may be sure Mary will pay you then,
Ikey whined.
Mary? Mary's in Newgate. She's been in front of the Beak and is awaiting sentencing at the Old Bailey. She's Botany Bay bound for sure.
Marley sniffed and looked ominously at Ikey.
City arrested her 3 days after you scarpered. Charged her with running a boarding house. But that were only the excuse.
Oh, Jesus,
Ikey cried.
Mary get the boat for running a boarding house? It ain't possible. Running a respectable brothel ain't no crime what merits transportation.
That's what folks is saying in the lane. There's talk she'll get the full 14 years.
Then Marley added darkly,
On account of you, you bastard. City ain't convinced she don't know nothing about that printing press and what you've been up to with the deaf and dumb Frenchie.
Ikey looked up astonished.
She kept stum. She didn't bleat.
If Mary had turned King's evidence and Ikey were caught, there wasn't a judge in England who wouldn't find her information damning.
She didn't say nothing to nobody. That's a bloody good memo, that is.
Marley jabbed a finger into Ikey's scrawny chest.
Bettin' what the likes of you deserves, Ikey Solomon.
Marley paused and shook his head.
Afraid I can't give you no credit, Ikey. I can't take no chances. He shrugged. So that's it. It's all a matter of business, knows what I mean? Pay up and I helps you to escape. Don't and I marches you straight to the city constabulary and collects me considerable reward for the heroic apprehension of England's #1 notorious villain.
Ikey examined the tops of his mittened hands, shook his head slowly, then looked up at Bob Marley accusingly.
You've got a bet each way, is that it?
In a broken whisper, he added,
Shame on you, Bob Marley.
Bob Marley shrugged.
Afraid so, me old matey. Business is business.
He paused, grinning.
Now, who was it taught me that?
How much?
20 sovs down.
20 sovs!
Ikey wailed.
That be pure daylight robbery.
Marley, not bothering to reply, shrugged and held out his hand.
15? 15 sovs.
Marley shook his head slowly. I'd like to, Ikey, but this ain't no ordinary deadlock what's needed. I got expenses. 20 sovs now and 10 for every week what I keeps you safe in hiding. Ikey made one final attempt.
20 and 5.
20 and 10. Take it or leave it. I hasn't got all night.
Ikey sighed, and turning his back to Bob Marley, he foraged deep within his greatcoat and fished into a bag of coins, which he knew contained 217 gold sovereigns, the last of the money Silas Brown and Maggie the Colour had paid him in cash for the Bank of England watermarked paper. Getting back from Birmingham had proved an expensive business. Twice he'd had to pay heavy bribes when he'd been recognised from his picture on posters, which seemed to be sprouting like crocuses in April, on the walls of every village or town through which he passed on his circuitous route to London. Ikey slowly counted the 20 sovereigns into the slasher's hand. Marley counted the coins for himself, biting every second one as a test. Satisfied, he placed them in the pit pocket of his vest, then held his palm out to Ikey, wiggling the ends of his fingers.
What?
Ikey asked, his eyes large and innocent. Marley wiggled his fingers again.
The 10 sovs what's the first week's rent in advance, he said quietly.
Ikey seemed at the point of tears as he counted 10 more coins into Marley's outstretched maw.
Cheers, Ikey,
Marley said, acknowledging the payment, then added,
I got a nice little place, a deadlock on Jacob's Island, what is perfect for the purpose of being in lavender. Lots of bolt holes. Mind, hiding a man of your extreme notoriety, what everyone's looking for, ain't easy and is very dangerous to me own safety.
Bob Marley, now all business, placed his hands on his hips and looked quizzically at Ikey.
You'll not be going out with me dressed like that. Ain't a magistrate's runner or narc in London wouldn't recognise you in an instant, and that's the matter. Buggered if I know how you got this far. You stick out like a blooming oar at a christening, you does.
Ikey opened his arms wide, palms outwards, and looked down at his chest in surprise. He had always assumed himself totally disguised in his long coat, with his wide-brimmed hat pulled low over his forehead.
I'm as invisible as the very night itself, my dear, he said,
clearly bemused at Bob Marley's uncharitable remark.
Quite right, invisible as the bleeding harvest moon on Chatham Common.
Bob Marley pointed at Ikey's coat.
Take yourn off and put mine on.
Then removing his battered top hat, he retrieved a cloth cap from within it and placed this upon his own head. Removing Ikey's hat, he dropped it gingerly to the floor, replacing it with the top hat, which he set firmly onto Ikey's head, giving its crown a solid thump. The brim immediately dropped over Ikey's eyes and kept sliding until it stopped, trapped halfway down Ikey's nose. Ikey gave a small squeak of alarm.
Not me coat! I can't take leave of me coat, not now, not never, he pleaded.
Christ, Ikey, I'll wear it. You won't lose it, Marley said impatiently. You can have it again when we gets to the aisle.
Ikey now pushed the top hat furiously off his head, so that it tumbled backwards, bouncing on the floor and rolling.
Never, not ever, no, not me coat, he moaned.
Marley watched in amazement as Ikey clasped his arms about his chest, hugging his coat, whimpering and rocking as though his life depended on it remaining on his back. which of course in Ikey's eyes was most certainly the case. Without his coat, Ikey considered himself skinned, and in no way different to an animal being led to the slaughter yard. Once skinned of his coat, he believed he'd soon enough be hooked and hanging like some freshly peeled beast. Marley appeared to be thinking, his hand cupped to his chin. "I'll tell you what." He was about to say something, then changed his mind, paused, and looked at Ikey. "But it will cost you another 2 solv."
What?
Ikey asked, tremulously, backing away.
You'll not have me coat, Bob Marley?
"It'd be cold enough outside to freeze your balls off, but you can wear my coat over yourn." Bob Marley gave Ikey a fierce look. "Mind, if I catches me death of this act of extreme generosity, I'll cut your bleeding throat, Ikey Solomon." He began once more to remove his coat, though first he removed the woolen scarf from its pocket and placed it about his neck. For once, at the mention of money, there was no hesitation from Ikey. Almost before Bob Marley had ceased speaking, and long before he'd removed his coat, Ikey held out the 2 extra gold coins.
"Not me coat,"
he whimpered.
"Not never me coat."
Marley's coat proved sufficiently voluminous to accommodate Ikey within his own, but when it was fitted to his tiny body, it dragged nearly 10 inches on the ground. Furthermore, the sleeves extended 6 inches beyond Ikey's mittened fingers. Though this was of little consequence, the hemline of the coat dragging on the floor made it almost impossible for Ikey to walk at anything but a snail's pace. Bob Marley looked puzzled, but suddenly he grabbed the back of the collar of the outer coat and lifted the entire garment so that the collar dropped over the top of Ikey's head in the manner of a monk's cowl. With his whiskers mostly concealed behind the lapels of the borrowed coat, Ikey now looked like an old crone. Marley then produced a large silk handkerchief, and twirling it from corner to corner, tied it about Ikey's neck, so that the hoisted top of the coat would not slip from his charger's head. This gave Ikey an even greater likeness to the shape of an old woman, who, if casually observed in the darkness of the street, might be thought to be wearing a shawl about her head. Furthermore, with the lifting of the coat over Ikey's head, the sleeves now almost fitted, the tips of Ikey's mittened fingers protruding from the ends. It was an altogether admirable arrangement, and Bob Marley stood back and felt well pleased with himself.
"Perfect, even if it says so myself. If we're stopped by a crusher, you was me dear old mother what's come up from the country. Here, wrap this round your gob so they won't see no whiskers if the law wants to take a closer gander at you." Marley handed Ikey the woolen scarf which hung from his neck. Ikey reached out for the scarf, but with 2 coats on his back he could barely move his arms, much less wrap the scarf around his already rightly cowled head. Bob Marley grabbed the scarf and wound it around the bottom half of Ikey's face, so that all that showed were the bright points of Ikey's bloodshot eyes.
"Hello, old darling," Marley said, and blew a kiss in Ikey's direction. His expression became suddenly impatient.
"Come on then, let's scarper. I'm ready so chilled me arsehole thinks it's sucking on a lemon."
"What about me hat? You've left me hat!"
Ikey cried in a muffled voice, pointing at his hat discarded on the floor. Marley walked over to the banister and retrieved the candle.
"Fuck your hat, Ikey," he said, kicking the hat into a dark corner. "For God's sake, let's be rid of this place before the law adds 2 and 2 and comes up with a very popular arrest."
He rolled the jar containing the smoking candle back into the hallway and closed the door behind them. Outside, the wind howled, and a sudden flurry of snow beat down on them, so that neither man heard the door open and then close again, or noticed the small shape of Sparrowfart, as he too left the Academy of Light Fingers. Under his arm, its broad brim almost touching the ground, the urchin carried Ikey's hat. He watched carefully as the 2 men turned towards Rosemary Lane, and then he began to follow them into the bitter London night. Hannah was woken to the loud knocking at the door of her Whitechapel home. The knocking seemed to have been going on for some time, for she remembered it in her sleeping, as she struggled to emerge from her laudanum-induced stupor. She'd returned home from the last of her brothels in the dock area just hours before dawn, and had expected to sleep until midday. She was too bleary-eyed to think why the Irish maid-of-all-work who slept with the 2 younger children hadn't responded to the knock. Wrapping herself in a blanket, and thinking only that the slut has probably been at the gin again, having first fed it to the children to quieten them for the night, Hannah made her way down the stairs. She opened the front door to see Sparrow Fart standing on the snow-covered bottom step, clutching what appeared to be a large hat. At first, the small urchin holding the hat made no sense. The street about her was transformed from its usual greyness and was white and clean from a fresh snowfall. It was still too early for people to be making their way to the Whitechapel markets around the corner, so that the street had the quality of a dream, enhanced further by the residual effects of laudanum. Hannah's face screwed up in vexation at the sight of the small boy who had the temerity to hammer at her door. She was about to send him packing with an oath when he stammered, "It's about Ikey Solomon, Mrs." Then slowly her confused mind focused on the shape of Ikey's hat clutched under the urchin's arm. Hannah rubbed her eyes, now suddenly fully awake, though the vestiges of the drug caused her words to slur when she spoke.
Ikey, you got news?
It's, just, Mrs.
The small boy managed to say through half-frozen lips, his breath smoking in the freezing air.
Come in, boy.
Hannah opened the door wider to let Sparrow Fart pass into the hallway.
Keep walking to the kitchen in the back. I'll not have such as you in me parlour.
Her head was surprisingly clear as she directed the urchin to the rear of the house.
We got him, Mrs.
Sparrow said, turning to her as they reached the kitchen.
Got him? Who's got him? Who's we?
But the boy now seemed in a state too frozen to communicate further. He silently held up the hat for Hannah to see. He was shivering violently, his teeth chattering so furiously that it was plainly impossible for him to talk. Ikey's hat jerked and shook, as though it might jump of its own accord from his tiny fist. Hannah took a key from around her neck and opened a cupboard from which she took a quart bottle of brandy. She unhooked 2 small pewter mugs from the dresser, poured a small splash into one, and handed it to Sparrow Fart.
Here, get that down your gob. Do you the world.
Sparrow dropped Ikey's hat and grabbed the mug with both hands, gulping greedily at the raw liquor. He began to choke and cough as the fiery liquid hit his stomach and chest, though he showed that he was well enough accustomed to such a reaction. Soon enough he took a second, more cautious sip from the mug. Hannah, clutching the blanket around her with one hand, poured a dash of brandy into the second mug and seated herself at the table.
Well, what has you to say for yourself, boy?
She demanded, pointing to Ikey's hat.
No way Ikey would have parted with his hat.
She looked suspiciously at Sparrow, who was still shaking and clapping at himself.
You ain't done Ikey no harm now, have you?
She demanded. Sparrow shook his head and lifted the mug to his still chattering teeth for another sip. Hannah sighed and reluctantly took the blanket from around her and handed it to the urchin, who grabbed it gratefully, wrapping his diminutive body into its warmth. Hannah wore a thick red woolen nightdress, which reached down to her ankles, which in turn were encased in bed socks, and a pair of fleece-lined slippers. Warmed by a second sip of the brandy, she rose and went to the kindling box and laid a fire in the hearth, adding a few lumps of coal to the twigs before lighting it.
Can I have some more, Mrs.?
Sparrow held out the pewter mug. The tiny boy had consumed a good half-inch of the brandy, which, apart from having restored his voice and stopped his shivering, appeared to have had no measurable effect on him.
Got your tongue back, has you, boy? Sorry, no more, not till after you've said what you come for. What's your name? Sparrow, Mrs. Sparrow Fart. But they just calls me Sparrow.
He put the mug down on the table, licking the brandy taste from his lips.
I'm hungry, Mrs. I ain't ate since yesterday morning.
Hannah sighed. She was growing impatient.
What you think this is, a bleeding chop house? I ain't giving you nothing to eat until you tells me what you come for.
She pointed to the hat on the table.
You can start with that. It be Ikey's. Ikey Solomon. Honest, Mrs. I wouldn't tell you a lie. I know that, but where'd you get it, boy?
Sparrow, sensing Hannah's anxiety for an answer, looked suddenly forlorn.
I'm hungry, Mrs. Real hungry I is.
Hannah realised she'd get no more from the urchin until she'd fed him, so she fetched a plate of cold salt beef from the cupboard and cut 2 large hunks from a loaf of yesterday's bread. Then she filled a bowl with curds and placed the offering in front of the small boy, who immediately began to devour the food. In between mouthfuls, Hannah got the story from Sparrow. Hannah listened as he told her how a day or two back he'd attempted to lift a kerchief from Bob Marley's pocket in the Hare and Hounds. How Marley had caught him at it, and after boxing his ears for being clumsy, had found that Sparrow was one of Ikey's brats.
"Maybe I could use you," he says. "How good are you as a tooler, boy? I just caught you, that ain't a good sign. I'll give you a test. Fail, and you gets your arse kicked."
Sparrow cleverly mimicked Bob Marley's voice. Bob Marley had watched as Sparrow demonstrated his skill on several of the patrons of the house, returning with a cheap watch, 2 snot rags of no value except as a demonstration of Sparrow's light fingers, and a fob chain, also of little value, as it was made of brass. Marley had been sufficiently impressed to recruit Sparrow for what the urchin, imitating Bob Marley again, described as
"A little job what may or may not happen, but is the very opposite to what you has been trained to do."
He had not said anything more, except to instruct Sparrow to check into the Hare and Hounds late every afternoon, to see if Marley had left a message for him.
Then Ikey comes back. One moment he's not nowhere, and the next there he is, standing in the academy in front of all the lads. Then he says he wants us to find Bob Marley.
Sparrow stopped and thought for a moment.
"No, he don't. First he starts puckering about cribbage, how we mustn't handle flats in the dark. Then he asks us to find this cove Bob Marley. Ikey says to us there's a sov for him what finds this cove, and a shilling and a tightener for all what goes looking. Except he says Bob Marley will be in the Haymarket, when I knows perfectly well that's where he ain't."
Sparrow, feeling very pleased with himself, looked up at Hannah.
"So they all scarpers, pushing and shoving to get down the stairway first, so it nearly come down."
Yes, go on," Hannah said impatiently.
"So I goes back to where I seen me friend, Mr. Marley, a couple of hours before. To me surprise, he was still there and all. I taps him on the back. 'Mr. Marley,' I says, 'Ikey Solomon asks for the pleasure of your company.'"
Sparrow laughed.
"How do you know I was looking for him?"
Mr. Marley says.
Sparrow looked pleased with himself.
"I didn't know he was looking for Ikey, but I ain't going to tell him that, am I? I stay stum, don't I?"
Sparrow paused, and Hannah nodded her approval.
"Ikey, what's picture is on all the posters, you means him?"
Mr. Marley asks again. I nods. "The very same person, he's our kidsman."
"Blimey," he says. "Miracles will never cease."
Sparrow could see Hannah was intrigued.
"Mind if I has another drop of brandy, missus?"
"No more mix. You ain't no use to me, drunk,"
Hannah said, her lips tight. Sparrow picked up the mug and looked into it disappointed, but then continued to talk.
"Want to make half a sov, Sparrow?"
Mr. Marley asks me.
"Naturally," I says. "Right-o, Mr. Sparrowfart, let's see how good a tooler you is."
And he holds up these 2 £5 notes.
"2?"
Hannah interjected.
2 £5 notes?
"Yeah, that's right. Then he gives me instructions like, he says,
"When we goes back and meets with Ikey Solomon, I wants you to plant these on him, Sparrow."
Now I thinks to myself, queer, even queerer than queer. All me life I's been practising to lift stuff. Now this cove wants me to plant perfectly good soft on Ikey Solomon. The same person what's done all me training in tooling. It don't make no sense if you asks me."
Hannah was breathing fast.
"Well, did you do it?"
Sparrow, grown more loquacious with the brandy and enjoying his own story, continued without replying.
"I'll try, Mr. Marley, sir," I says. He grabs me by me coat.
"No, just don't fail. If it don't look like you can do it, don't take no chances, you hear me, boy?"
Sparrow's imitation of Bob Marley was near perfect.
He hands me half a sov.
"Money in advance, win or lose. Do it right or not at all. You understand?"
Sparrow straightened up in his chair and unconsciously stuck out his chest.
"Blimey, missus, he's paid me before I'd done the job. Win or lose, I wins." "I'll do me best," I says. "Seeing how you trusts me and all."
Hannah grabbed the mug out of Sparrow's hand and banged it down onto the table.
For God's sake, stop mucking about. Did ya or didn't ya?
Sparrow jumped and pulled his head back instinctively, expecting to be hit.
What did I do?
He exclaimed in alarm. Hannah felt suddenly foolish, but unable to explain her agitation, attacked further.
You're lying,
She shouted, trying to recover her composure.
Ain't nobody could plant nothing on Ikey Solomon. Leastways no Tula was just a brat.
Sparrow rose to the bait.
I did so. It were easy, missus.
Hannah laughed.
Easy, was it? You think Ikey is some moocher was just come into town from Shropshire?
Sparrow explained how Ikey had tried to Welsh on the sovereign he'd promised, offering him half a sovereign instead. Hannah nodded. This part was familiar enough.
So I starts to blub, see? It ain't fair, I says, and goes up and hangs onto Ikey's coat, 'cause I seen this tear in the front, what hasn't been mended yet. So I keeps blubbing and plucking on his coat, which he thinks is me begging for the other half sov what he owes me. So I tucks the soft, what Mr. Marley gives me, inside the tear, and right away it falls down into the lining.
Sparrow grinned.
It were easy as pie. So, tell me, Hannah asked. Bob Marley gets you to plant the soft on Ikey's person. Real money what's valuable. Why would he do that? It don't make no sense now, do it?
Sparrow scratched his head.
Buggered if I knows, missus.
He thought for a moment.
Maybe it were a trick and all. A joke or something.
Hannah said nothing until the boy grew uncomfortable under her steady gaze. Sparrow looked up and shrugged.
I don't know why he done it, missus,
he said, ashamed that he could come up with no adequate explanation. Hannah began, her voice soft at first, then building in volume.
Let me tell you something for nothing, Mr. Sparrowfart.
She pointed at the hat on the table.
I think you found Ikey's hat. I don't know how and I don't know where.
She reached over and picked up the hat.
Look, it's got dust on it. Here, look, on the brim, where it's been lying somewhere what's dusty. You found Ikey's hat and you thinks, hello, this be worth something. So you comes round here and makes up some cock and bull story about fivers what you planted on me husband's person. Stories what is ridiculous and stupid, even for a brat the likes of you.
Hannah's voice rose even higher.
I don't think you've seen Ikey Solomon. I think you've only seen his hat. It ain't true. It ain't true what you says, missus. I knows where Ikey is, where he be hiding. I can show you.
Sparrow protested.
I suppose Bob Marley showed you,
Hannah sneered.
No, I followed them two. When they left the academy last night, I followed them to the Isle. It was snowing, they didn't see me. The Isle? Jacob's Isle. Ikey's got a dead alert there. Ha! Jacob's Island, fat chance. That be docks and houses what's mostly condemned. Come on then, I'll show you, missus.
Sparrow challenged, caught up in the argument, and forgetting that his purpose for coming was to try for a couple of sovs in exchange for Ikey's whereabouts. Hannah's expression suddenly changed, and she smiled disarmingly, then gave Sparrow a supplicating look.
Please, Sparrow, don't fool with me poor broken heart. I loves me husband. I know he ain't much, but I loves him. If you knows where Ikey is, I must go to him. He needs me.
She leant forward and took Sparrow's dirty little hand in both her own.
Look at me, a poor woman what's husband is in mortal danger. Please, Sparrow, if you has any loyalty to Ikey what's taught you all you knows, you'll let his poor miserable wife visit him.
Hannah's change of mood quite took Sparrow by surprise. The fact that she appeared suddenly to believe him, combined with the feel of his hand, cradled in the warmth of her own, caused his eyes to fill with tears of relief.
I can show you, missus. The exact place, he said.
Hannah went to the cupboard and returned with the plate of salt beef and what remained of the bread. She placed a knife beside Sparrow.
Help yourself, love. I won't be long.
She took the bottle of brandy and locked it in the cupboard, replacing the key around her neck and tucking it into the bodice of her nightdress. Then she took Ikey's hat.
I'll be back in 2 shakes of a duck's tail. Be me guest, make yourself completely at home.
By the time Hannah had dressed for the street and returned to the kitchen, Sparrow was asleep, his arms on the table with his head cradled within them. It took a considerable amount of prodding and shaking to wake him. Hannah was anxious to be away before the early morning market crowd began to fill the streets. At last she got the urchin to his feet and escorted him to the front door.
You go first, Sparrow, to the Pig and Spit and wait for me outside. I'll be along shortly in an hackney. We'll ride most of the way, then when we gets near the aisle, we'll walk.
Hannah gripped Sparrow's shoulder at the door.
Be sure you isn't followed. Pigs in any number could be watching the house.
Sparrow, after running most of the way to keep warm, had not long been waiting at the Pig and Spit when Hannah called to him from the interior of the hackney. The driver slowed down, and Sparrow jumped into the small cabin and sat beside Hannah.
When we gets close, but not too close, give me a nudge and we'll get out and walk. Here, sit up close to me so I feels you,
Hannah whispered. Sparrow moved up against Hannah's heavy woolen coat. Warmth and comfort seemed to emanate from her plump person. It stirred long-forgotten memories in the child, so that the tears began to run down his dirty cheeks, and he became momentarily lost in the past. Consequently, they found themselves closer to Ikey's dead lurk than was perhaps prudent before Sparrow finally nudged Hannah. They walked onto the aisle, and Sparrow led Hannah by a circuitous route to an area where the houses seemed deserted, and were so closely packed that they appeared to be leaning on each other for support. They walked down an alley, wide enough to take a wagon, which was strewn with debris and foul with mud and evil-smelling puddles, some of which appeared to carry a thin veneer of ice. Hannah had cause to lift her skirt, and despite the care she took, her boots sank into the stinking ooze, often almost to their tops. Sparrow, who walked ahead, came to the end of the alley and put his hand up to signal Hannah to stop. Then he called her forward with a flick of his fingers, indicating that she should move slowly and without making a sound. Hannah came towards him more carefully than ever, though the squelch and sucking of the mud and crunching of thin ice under her feet seemed to be announcing her every step. When she reached the far end of the alley, Hannah discovered that it led to a small loading yard in the form of a quadrangle. It appeared to have once been paved with flagstones, though most of these had been removed and were piled high into one corner and partly covered with snow. The building, which occupied 3 sides of the quadrangle, had once been a fairly large warehouse backing onto the river. The warehouse seemed to have been deserted for a long time, and its few windows and the main doors, big enough to take a horse and cart, were boarded up. The urchin put his finger to his lips and pointed to the pile of snow-covered flagstones.
Entrance be there, missus,
Sparrow whispered.
behind them stones.
Hannah's heart pounded furiously. She stood a few feet back from the entrance, and deep within the shadows, so that she could not possibly be seen, but she never